and master your audio like nobody does. Reach us on our contact today for the best quality job.
My yellow pepper, your body touch.
Congratulations on the new channel, and I'm happy to be here. The Omniverse is imagined as a collaboration platform. So it's a platform that, as the name suggests, is bringing together ecosystems. So it's like an ecosystem of ecosystems, aggregating aggregators and community leaders who are able to bring together their communities together to a platform. So the summit in itself was, while it was a big event and a heavy lift for us and the team. And I have to thank our team of volunteers. We had a team of about 40 full-time core volunteers that delivered the Omniverse. So one of the key things about the Omniverse is that it's designed to go beyond an event and designed to be fully something that people can engage beyond the summit. So we will be launching our digital platform. We have about 70 community partners already, including a number of government institutions. So to answer the question, there's public-private partnership within the Omniverse. There's regulators, there's government departments and agencies, there's ministries. But more importantly, there's diverse sectors across the economy coming together with the understanding that tech is the biggest enabler for development across all sectors, and that if we can drive collaboration, we can scale. So that's the ethos of the Omniverse. Collaboration is the superpower that we're trying to bring to the fore. That operating in silos has not paid us, but if we come together, understand that technology affects every sector, then we think the Omniverse is here to stay. Nigerian companies, Nigerian associations, global associations, and when I say associations, it's from things like the Nigerian digital artists who have 3,000 members, right, in the NFT community. The Visual Artists of Nigeria, the Society of Nigerian Art, the AfriLabs, which is the biggest innovation hub network on the continent in 54 African countries, ISN Hubs, which is our core partner, which is the biggest innovation network in Nigeria, innovation support network, with something like 189 hubs in 30 states in Nigeria. And these are primarily private sector driven platforms, from aggregators who are major promoters of major platforms such as Lola Shone from Ake Book Festival, Choma Ode from AFRIF. We have a lot of these people who are either on our advisory board, they are co-chairs, or they are community partners, because what we're building is beyond any one person. It's about collaboration both at the top level, but through the line down to the bottom. The role of my council is, first of all, to be the primary sort of mandate is to infuse Nigerian arts and culture into everything the Nigerian government does, at state level, at federal level, and to input it into schools, education, and everywhere. So in that sense, to make arts and culture functional and front line everywhere. This will involve the foreign minister, making sure it's embedded in our foreign policy, in our embassies, in the government policy, in every sector. So we're literally going to be reaching out to collaborate to all government at all levels, all other agencies, MDAs, ministries, federal government and state government institutions, to see how we can find common ground. Because obviously we don't necessarily have a lot of money, but I feel we represent the real crude oil of Nigeria, which is the IP that the Nigerian people create. That IP they create, even if you valued it at $100 per Nigerian, that'd be something like $20 billion. And I believe each Nigerian is worth more than $100. So my own estimation, it's limitless, right? So what we have to do is we have to rethink how we imagine ourselves, rethink our own possibilities, and therefore from there, take off by pushing that agenda. But it's not an agenda for me alone. It's actually an agenda for all of Nigeria. Because when we put it front and center, it means we're putting the Nigerians front and center. And we put the Nigerians front and center, I think we win. I think historically you will find that the federal government and the governments of Nigeria have not funded heavily these sectors. They funded the heavy industries, the military-industrial complex, heavy infrastructure. But what the funny thing is, whilst the Africans we say, oh, this is grammar. What are you people talking about in arts and culture? What you find is that the West, right, for 500 years has dominated the world. How have they dominated the world? Through narrative. Okay, but what do we complain about? Narrative. But we haven't invested in narrative. So if you don't invest in telling your own story and owning your own story, why are you complaining about how you're perceived? So I think it's counterintuitive and it's about time. And I'm very pleased and very happy that Nigeria now has a full ministry focused on this one specific issue. Because the truth of the matter is, we are older than time itself. We come before Christ. We come before the entire Western hegemony. We are actually the origins of everything, of innovation, of technology, of science, of education. But if we don't believe it ourselves and we don't express it, how can you expect anybody else to believe it? Well, I think the difference is that as a creative entrepreneur, there's really nothing to stop me, right? I can take all the risks. I don't have to worry about anything. I can decide, win or lose, we're doing this thing. But of course, as a public official, I have rules and regulations I have to go by. I have a boss. I report to people, and I have KPIs I have to deliver on. So there's a difference in that regard. There's a difference in bureaucracy, maybe a difference in response time, but there certainly will not be a difference in my personality. So I think it's really about how you perceive what these things are. For me, it's an elevation, obviously, and it's a privilege and a pleasure to serve at this level, to do something that I believe in, to do something which is that I believe in Nigeria. I believe in Nigerians. I know our ability. I think we are world class. I don't like all this, it's good for Nigeria. I hate that. So I think for me, that is what's important. And to have the opportunity to try to deliver on some of the things we've been trying to do from the private sector for the last 25, 30 years. So there's nothing new for me in that regard. But of course, the position is new. Being in the government is new. But with a lot of support from friends, family, professional colleagues, and other people in the industry, plus my co-DGs and the minister, hopefully we'll do well. We're under the Ministry of Arts, Culture and Creative Economy, and that's very, very powerful because it means Nigeria itself has taken a decision to own the agenda. Hopefully I have a good time, have a good tenure, and I don't make any enemies. And well, for me, if you leave a place and the people that worked with you have good things to say, if they feel better about their work and about themselves, and if the brand that you're now leading is now appreciated by the people for what it does and how it brings it to the table, then I've done my job. I think Afrobeats has already established the fact that we are originally Nigerian. Or some people say arrogantly Nigerian. And it was intentional. We built this thing, and it was intentional because we're not going to ever apologize for being Nigerian. We're not going to apologize for being black. We're not going to apologize for being African. And that's front of mind. Because, you know, when you do show business, you have to validate it. So we validated the show maybe at least 10 years ago. So now we're in the business phase. So when you see the exit of Maven Records with UMG, you see Iwaju coming, Comic Republic with Universal Studios, you begin to understand where we're building to. And when you think about where we're coming from, where there was no infrastructure, no funding, no support, and I think part of what we hope to do with government at this time is, because we come from the sector, we can collaborate with everybody in the sector. We don't have to talk at them, we talk with them, we build with them. And together, I think it's limitless. You know, Nigerians like to say the sky is your limit. I think it's limitless. There's no limit to the whole situation. One of the things I talk about all the time is what's the difference between Thor and Shango? Thor is approaching $50 billion in revenue. Shango's broke somewhere outside Lagos. And that's a lack of imagination on our part. That's a lack of us delving into the richest thing we have, which is our mythology. Our mythology is endless. If you look at the Marvel universe and the DC Comics universe, the Orisha are basically the same thing as the X-Men. But the Orisha, some people are still afraid of them, whereas the X-Men are north of $100 billion in revenue. So I think we have to understand and reimagine our mythology, our history, our stories, and how to bring them to the world in new formats. It's not just film. It could be live action, it could be gaming. There's so many different ways to action these things. And when you do them, and you do them right at the right level, as Iwaju is beginning to show you, our stories have always been world class. Our characters are world class. What we have not had is the resolve and the confidence to finish. I think that is coming now. For me, I think it's still the fact there's more to do. My young brother, Misan Harriman, is nominated at the Oscars, the first Nigerian nominated for a director for a short film, because I know what that will do for the next generation of Nigerian directors, right? So for me, there's still more to do. There's so much more to do. When we see our first $100 million movie in the global box office, we need to celebrate it. When you win a Grammy, you need to celebrate it, because these are stages that we were locked out of. The technology and new media has allowed us to invade these spaces we were not even invited to. But now we're beginning to enter them and dominate. So even when you do that, you have to do it with grace and dignity, not with arrogance. And that's something that some of us have to learn. But the truth of the matter is, the greatness of the Nigerians is just beginning to come. And I feel strongly that this century, we're already in the African century, and the soft power that we hold here is what will define the future of the century. I think the most important thing, the first thing to think about is IP protection, because the minister is working strongly, intellectual property. The US, if you take the state of California, California is probably in the top 5 economies in the world, and 70% of the economy of California is driven by intellectual property, by 2 core industries: Silicon Valley, which is coming out of Stanford University, and Hollywood, which of course is the music and film industry. Now, that is for anybody that says, oh, what is this thing that they're talking about? We don't understand it, it's grammar. The grammar is the money, okay? The narrative is the money, the story is the money. So any of your children or your nieces or nephews that have talent, visual art, performing art, arts and crafts, adire, all of these things that we've been taking as vocation, they are occupations. They are extremely valuable. And with digital technology and platforms, we can scale these things and generate incredible revenue. The point being that Nigeria has so much to bring to the world in terms of these things. I think Nigerian cuisine is going to be on the level of Chinese and Indian cuisine worldwide in the next 10 years. And if you understand that, then you understand that the Indian restaurants in the UK, as far back as 2009, were generating more money than the UK automobile, shipping, and steel industries combined. That's just restaurants on the high streets. So that is why we must invest and we must put our energy into this sector, because this sector will provide the jobs, provide the revenues, and provide the global dollars that everybody's looking for. Oh, I think it hasn't even started. It hasn't even started. The Maven Records deal is giving you an indication of that. The reason why that valuation of $150 to $200 million has been done is because of the upside potential of Rema, who's 23, and Arya Starr, who's 20. So they're looking at the fact that in 10 years' time, these guys could have generated $1 billion each. Do you understand? So it's a safe bet when you already have a built global talent at 23, when it normally takes years and years and a lot of money to build the talent, right? So what has happened is that we Nigerians have been able to build global talents, global following, with a percentage of the money it takes people in other places to do the same thing. So because of that, the value and the valuation is much bigger, right? So I would say the Afrobeats wave, it's not even a wave. It's been going for 15 years already. So when you encounter it is when you encounter it. If you think it's an overnight success in 2024, that means you were not around in 2008. 2006, I'd say, is a good time to think when the sort of continental, because we took Africa first, working very closely and collaboratively with South Africans, Ghanaians, and Kenyans. Then we started going into Asia and the UK and America on the black, what I call the Nigerian chitlin circuits, moving through the Nigerian communities. And then by about 2010, begin to come into the mainstream with Oliver Twist and all these kind of records that break globally. And now you have gold records from Oliver Twist in 14 countries. And now, in a situation now where an artist like Ashake can come out of Lagos, speaking a language that is not known to most of these people, and generating, selling out arenas. To become an arena artist, let me tell you, there are only 4 or 5 arena artists from Africa, and they're all Nigerian. Don't take it for granted. I think a lot of people feel that, but what I should tell the rest of the country is that the rest of the continent is also trying to get to Lagos as well, right? It's not just the rest of Nigeria. From Accra, from Luanda, from everywhere on this continent, they're trying to get into Lagos, because if they can break in Lagos, they can break anywhere else in the world. But what I would say is this, from the perspective of my agency, our purview is national and global. We have 10 regional offices. We'll be visiting all of them. And our duty is to spotlight and showcase everybody. So we can't deal with just Lagos. And I think as we go forward, people begin to see the activations and plans coming. But the easiest way to do it, and the way we're going to do our best to do it, is to provide digital platforms to give everybody the opportunity to be seen. Because in this world, we live in the attention economy. So to be seen and to be noticed is very hard if you're not in the place where all the noise is being made. But I know for a fact there's significant talent in all parts of Nigeria. I was watching last week, a gentleman called Ehi Benite was showing me all this content from Jos with these guys rapping, serious stuff. They're rapping in Hausa, they were doing ciphers. And he was like, what do we do about these guys? I said, just keep pushing them, because there's an audience for everything. There's an audience for everything. Don't be worried about that. There's an audience for every single thing, including the thing that you may be doing in your bedroom, but you think is not important. Somebody's interested in it. My label was a hip-hop label. I even refused to sign singers. There's almost every singer you could name was trying to get us to sign them. And I used to do it based on, can you rap? If you can't drop a freestyle, don't bother, right? It was that simple. And we helped all the other singers get signed to labels that we thought could help them and develop them in that direction. Hip-hop has changed, and obviously it's generational, right? So hip-hop has changed, and everybody approaches music from their own generation. Like, oh, I like this kind of hip-hop or that kind of hip-hop. What I feel is that Afrobeats became overwhelming, and it overwhelmed every other genre here. So the hip-hop guys had to fight for relevance, but the best ones always rise to the top. That's just the simple truth. So I don't worry about that. And I've heard enough guys. I even saw there was a whole Instagram series some guy was doing about a year ago, where he was just bringing out fresh rappers every day from Enugu, from Jos, from Kaduna, from Kano, from Benin. I love it. I think they're incredible MCs in Nigeria. A lot of times they need to focus on doing better songs, right? Not just being a freestyle rapper. If you want to get paid to rap, you've got to do better songs. You can't just do the freestyles. And that's something they've got to think about. You've got to balance the commercial side of it with the business side of it. And what has happened is, to a large extent, the commercial side has won because you've got to pay bills. But hip-hop, it never dies. I think, first of all, obviously from the perspective I'm sitting in government, so I'm not in a position to tell government what to do or what not to do. But what I can say is this, is that the agency, my agency will be the home for the music industry, for performing arts, visual arts, fashion, gaming, recreation, festivals, culinary arts, film and television. We're kind of a convening agency for the ministry. So we have a lot of work to do, a lot of places to touch, but we're also going to collaborate with all the other MDAs in the ministry and heavily with the private sector and the developmental sector. Because to answer the question, I've worked in all these spaces for, it's not quite 40 years, but it's a long time. I've worked in all these spaces for a long time. In the institution, we have positive relationships to bring to the table to change the approach and to change the destination of where we hope to go. What I will say as well is that the reality of it is we're just beginning the journey. And there are no magic wands. I'm not going to wave a wand and everything's going to be fixed overnight, and neither is anybody else. But we will be bringing fresh energy, fresh ideas, a fresh engagement, and we're obviously open to collaboration. And that's really important for me to say that, because people feel there are gatekeepers, but in my agency there are no gatekeepers, right? We're not interested in whether you have the biggest reputation or the smallest reputation. We're interested in the value you're bringing to the table. Because the truth of the matter is Nigeria is massive. There's a lot of stuff going on in Nigeria. We're going to try to aggregate those things and bring them into one platform so that even as Nigerians we can know what we're doing. Because to be honest, if you don't know and you don't follow, there's no way you can know 90% of what is happening even in Lagos before you talk about the rest of the 36 states in the FCT. So for me, from my perspective, the journey continues. The objective remains the same. We want to see Nigeria win. But in order to do it this time, I don't think government should ever be disinterested in the nature of the industries in which it is operating. But we also don't need to be owning the space. We want to enable, partner, collaborate, and see how we can push people to do more. Because there are already people doing a lot, and maybe they haven't been recognized, they haven't been brought out, they haven't been celebrated. All these kind of things we can help to do, help to get news stories and people to bring these things to the fore, right? Like I said today, a Nigerian who was nominated for an Oscar as a director, the first Nigerian. It's up tonight at the Oscars. It's not news in Nigeria. That's a problem. We have to be able to tell the stories that are of greatness of our people, because if you don't do that, you can't inspire anybody.
Governor Uzodinma argued that civil education must be a cornerstone of the efforts of government, pointing out that the schools will promote civic responsibility and patriotism by teaching children about the country's history, culture, and values. They will also learn about the courageous acts and symbols of resistance against economic and some social political oppression. Governor Uzodinma was of the view that by understanding our past, we will be better equipped to shape the future. He pointed out that the national unity and inclusivity were paramount in the quest to revive patriotism, adding that Nigeria's diversity should be a source of strength and not a source of weakness, stressing that across all sectors, the government must prioritize policies that ensure social justice for all citizens regardless of their background. Governor Uzodinma stressed that Nigeria must strengthen its national symbols and traditions, pointing out that the national flag and pledge should be recognized and promoted as national symbols and powerful reminders of our collective identity and values. He remarked that Nigeria should restore and promote the old tradition of regular and purposeful use of the anthem and pledge in schools, public institutions, and at community events. Governor Uzodinma added that the media and public figures played crucial roles in shaping the country's national narrative, stating that Nigerians should work closely with the media to highlight positive stories of patriotism, civic engagement, and national achievement.
Is that the issue of patriotism among citizens is currently on the front burner of conversations on how countries can overcome their challenges and attain greatness. This may have informed the decision of President Bola Ahmed Tinubu GCFI, who recently ordered the Ministry of Information and National Orientation to find ways to raise the feelings of patriotism among Nigerians. Personally, I've read many articles and listened to many commentaries on the issue of declining patriotism among Nigerians. One of such articles, the desertion of Nigeria by Nigerians, lack of patriotism, or a need for a better life.
Governor Uzodinma pointed out that we also must consider how far the nation was driven by merit in our public and private life, adding that the nation was not lightly merit-driven, which was its major bane. In his remarks, Governor Babajide Sanwo-Olu of Lagos State commended Governor Uzodinma for improving the social, economic well-being of the people of Imo State, adding that the partnership between Imo and Lagos States will continue. The event was attended by different traditional rulers across the country, including the Oni of Ife, Oba Elegushi, Oba Oniru, captains of industry, the diplomatic corps, politicians, as well as the governor of Ekiti State, Governor Dapo Yebanji, and the Minister of Science, Technology and Innovation, Mr. Uche Unanji. I am Bayo Olaoye, reporting for SOUQ News. As Nigerians tackle the federal government over bad governance, as witnessed during the End Bad Governance nationwide protest, they neglect, fail, or refuse to equally address the same issues at the state level. This oversight hampers efforts to enhance transparency and improve accountability mechanisms at all levels of government in Nigeria. The truth is that most state governments lack transparency and accountability in governance. This has been particularly evident in the recent disbursement of 5.34 trillion naira to state governments from the Federation Account Allocation Committee, having been told that the money was not a grant from the federal government but a World Bank loan meant to aid COVID-19 recovery. In today's news talk, I will be analyzing the need for good governance at the state level in Nigeria. It is annoying that despite the increasing revenue profiles of state governments, they continue to abdicate their responsibilities, hiding under the failures of the federal government. This challenge has become endemic, pushing over 133 million Nigerians into poverty. It cries out for remedy. In Nigeria's federal system, the state governments have constitutionally assigned roles and responsibilities on education, healthcare, agriculture, and social welfare, which directly impacts poverty alleviation and reduction of human suffering. Therefore, state governments should assume responsibility for poverty alleviation and foster a culture of accountability and good governance. This can lead to more efficient use of public resources, better service delivery, and an improved quality of life for citizens. Beyond the legal and constitutional responsibilities, there's a moral obligation for state governors to improve the lives of their citizens. Leaders who genuinely care about the welfare of their people must act to eliminate poverty and human misery regardless of the challenges at the federal level. In so doing, citizens will not need to look to the federal government to solve their basic needs or clamor for a change. Unfortunately, state governance, which controls substantial resources including allocations from the federal government and the internal generated revenue, frequently mismanage these resources. Corruption, embezzlement, and inefficiency often result in funds being diverted from essential services to personal or political gains. Most state governors in Nigeria also lack transparency in the utilization of allocations from the FAAC. For example, before the Supreme Court judgment upholding the autonomy of the third tier of government, local government allocations from the federal account were routed through state governors, many of whom misused and misappropriated the allocations to the detriment of their local governments. Even when the federal government intervenes directly and disburses funds through the states, the funds are often hoarded, diverted for private use, or disbursed to political party leaders, as Nigerians witnessed during the COVID-19 crisis. Neglect by states to provide adequate social services leaves the poor without access to basic needs, perpetuating the cycle of poverty. In some cases, facilities exist, but they are poorly funded or staffed, making them ineffective. Rural areas where a significant portion of the population lives are often neglected, leading to a lack of infrastructure such as roads, electricity, and clean water, and making it difficult for rural communities to thrive. Without these basic amenities, economic opportunities are scarce, and poverty remains entrenched, leaving many people in rural areas to drift endlessly to urban areas in search of the elusive white-collar jobs. Additionally, development projects in many states are often politicized. Instead of being implemented based on the needs and potential impact, projects are often awarded based on political loyalty or the desire to win votes. This leads to uneven development, where some areas receive attention while others are neglected. Instead of focusing on creating an enabling environment for economic development and growth, such as improving infrastructure, providing incentives for businesses, and supporting local industries, some state governments hypocritically prioritize short-term populist projects that do not address the root causes of poverty. This lack of strategic economic planning stifles job creation and sustainable development in the states. State governors should stop relying heavily on federal allocations and instead put more effort into boosting their internally generated revenue through local economic activities. This dependency syndrome stifles initiative and the ability to independently source funds for finance projects in the states. State governors should be reminded that they are closer to the people and better understand the unique challenges and needs of their populations. Consequently, they are in a better position to design and implement targeted policies and programs that can effectively address poverty and human suffering. In the critical months ahead, state governments should implement caring, transparent, responsible, and incorruptible policies that could reduce poverty and make lives better for the people. Given the scandalous increase in poverty and human misery in most urban and rural areas of Nigeria, state governments have the responsibility not to provide the citizens of the state of the chance to live fully decent human lives and to push forward the frontiers of human civilization for the benefit of mankind. Eliminating poverty and satisfying basic human needs remain goals that challenge state governors in Nigeria. The people on their part should demand accountability and integrity from their respective state governments and representatives in government. The federal government should not be made to bear the brunt of all the problems. Failures of the federal government present challenges, but state governments have both the responsibility and the capacity to address poverty and human misery within their jurisdiction. Right now, the governors have disappointed us and should take steps to remedy the situation. This is Bayo Olaoye.
Land documentation a cornerstone of effective land governance, supporting tenure security, economic development, and sustainable land use and planning. It involves recording and maintaining information about land ownership, use, and transactions through various methods, including cadastral surveys, land registration, and Land Information System (LIS). Despite its importance, land documentation faces challenges such as informality, inaccurate records, technological barriers, and political and social issues. In Nigeria, land registration and documentation are plagued with a mere 3% of land formally registered and up to 90% of rural land held under customary tenure, lacking formal documentation. Despite efforts to improve land administration in urban areas like Lagos, the land remains complex and costly, with land disputes accounting for up to 80% of civil cases, and women facing significant barriers to land ownership, and only 10% having secure land rights. Also, informal settlements are common, with over 60% of Lagos population living without secure tenure. However, recent technological advancements offer promising solutions to these challenges. Some of the innovations include geospatial technology, blockchain, mobile and open source tools, which are currently used for enhancing the accuracy, efficiency, accessibility of land documentation. These innovations can improve the effectiveness of inclusivity of land documentation system, supporting equitable land governance. Speaking on access to land ownership, Femi Ayodele on Early Exchange shared more thoughts on this important aspect of land documentation.
As a result of that, the proper documentation and processing that should come into this kind of transaction is not usually done. Because we're in a global world where things have been standardized, and it's important that when you have this kind of transaction that has to do with land, the proper thing has to be done. And so it's important for people to have this understanding, which is why this conversation is crucial. Now, the collaboration between the World Bank and the Federal Ministry of Housing and Urban Development is to ensure that they improve the process, whereby from 10% to 50% when it comes to land documentation and formalization. There is also this capital as well, which the World Bank will be providing. That's about $300 billion. But the concern on the part of World Bank is this capital cannot be accessed until you enforce the issue of formalization and the right documentation for this land ownership. World Bank doesn't want to get involved in things that are not being well organized, which is why it's important to formalize the process of documentation and tagging. And this is why this knowledge is important as far as Nigeria is concerned. The law, according to the Land Use Act, has vested the ownership of lands in the government. But whether you acquire it from the government, formally or informally, it's important that you have all this document, because the time will come where some issues will arise, whether legal issues as regards ownership. Something can change. Even you can have in law of contract, there's what we call consent. We can have consent now, and tomorrow I might decide to change my mind. But when you have a document written black and white to back up the transaction on the agreement, it's a way to make your case valid if any legal issue arises. So that's why in business or in any transaction, don't assume because the person is your father or you're inheriting the land from a particular family, you have sufficient land. But it goes beyond that. The most important is your CFO, which is a certificate of occupancy, to show that you're the right owner. It has, in legal time, that's what you call weight. It's more weightier than when you just leave your documentation to just having deed of agreements or just having receipts. So it's important for people to know these documents and apply for them. Landowner, ensure that you get your documentation from the right source, because anything can arise in the future. You can have a legal battle. In fact, anything can. One of the reasons why it's important is, for instance, if you're acquiring a land from a residential area or a supposed residential area, and the place has been converted to an industrial area, issues can arise at that, because in urban planning, there are areas that are designated for industries, areas designated as residential. But you discover even religious houses are springing up in areas that are supposed to be residential areas. That's part of the abuse we're talking about. So it's for you to be ensured that you have the right ownership, and then if anything arises, you can be covered by the law.
Speaking further on the program, Victor Jibono, a legal practitioner, shed more light on verification of land, titles, and the importance.
For verifying a land before you purchase, whether you are a purchaser or if you are the owner of the land, verification of land in Lagos, it's not usually an easy process. It's not usually an easy process. It takes a lot of process. In fact, the process is very cumbersome and it takes a lot of time before you actually now get the result of your land verification. Electronic search, even you don't even need to visit the Ministry of Lands physically. You can do your search by yourself online by just logging into the search portal, and you can just do your search within seconds. You get whatever information you are searching for, verification that you are doing. But when it comes to the issue of getting the titles and some other documentation with respect to land, that is where there is usually this bottlenecks. It can take as long as 1 year for you to get the C of O, for you to get a governor's consent, which is, to me, not encouraging. If you want to sell your land for the purpose of getting huge commercial benefits, and you require a C of O to do that, if you need to get cashing on, you need to cash in money on for a very urgent purpose, and you need to sell your land with a C of O. You can imagine if your land doesn't have a C of O and you want to get that C of O, you'll be looking at spending over a year plus before you can eventually get that C of O to sell that land. So these are issues that needs to be addressed by the Ministry of Lands, states, Lagos State as it concerns us in our practice. If you have been granted right of occupancy on a particular land, you should know that that right is valid for 99 years. So at the expiration of 99 years, it's either you apply for an extension of that 99 years, or the government comes and pick the land up. So because the land belongs to the state government, in reality, so that is the reason why it is usually advised, for you to be able to have some legal rights with respect to lands, you have to perfect your title. And when you are perfecting your title, like the other time when I was interviewed in your station, I talked about various kinds of titles that can give you legal rights. The certificate of occupancy is the most important. Then you have the governor's consent. For example, the certificate of occupancy, once you are issued certificate of occupancy, it means that you have legal rights to that land for 99 years.
Leveraging technological advancements and addressing challenges such as comprehensive reforms, which include policy and legislation, corruption, transparency, capacity building, public awareness, and public-private partnership, land documentation can play a vital role in securing land rights, promoting economic growth, and protecting the environment. Praise Matthias for SOUQ News.
In the realm of human achievements, goal setting, hard work, and dedication have been proven to be some of the elements towards success. The journey of remarkable individuals with lasting impact on the world are often filled with manifold stories. but through determination, they build their lives and make extraordinary contributions. Join me on the story of a trailblazer in business and philanthropy, Aiboje Ig Mokwede, a lawyer turned banker who has done well for himself, made an indelible mark within the banking sector, and has continued in his ambition of touching lives within Nigeria and across Africa. Aiboje Ig Mokwede. Within the Nigerian business space and philanthropy, few names resonate and are respected profoundly. Such is Aiboje Ig Mokwede. If you're just watching, kindly subscribe to our YouTube channel for more great documentaries. Like, share, and comment. Known as a successful business mogul, banker, investor, and a philanthropist who cares about making difference, Ig Mokwede's story is one of hard work, creativity, and a desire to drive positive change across Africa. Born to civil service parents on September 24, 1966 in Ibadan, Oyo State, Nigeria, he hails from Sabongida Ora, Edo State. Aiboje spent his formative years with his parents in Lagos, where he had his primary education at St. Saviour's School. He enrolled into Federal Government College, Kaduna, and at age 16, he was admitted to study law at the University of Benin, where he graduated at a young age of 19 with a law degree, displaying early signs of his exceptional intellect and drive. Called to the Nigerian bar in 1987, he started his career in 1988 as a lawyer at Continental Merchant Bank during his National Youth Service Corps NYSC year. In 1991, he joined Guaranty Trust Bank PLC, GT Bank, where he rose to prominence as an executive director. His big moment came in 2002 when he led the acquisition of Access Bank, turning it from a small regional bank into a big player, a banking powerhouse in the industry.
So one of the things that lawyers and law students will have you know is that the knowledge that they acquire from studying law makes them able to operate in various disciplines. You know, personally, I think it takes a lot of guts to study extensively as law students do. And that's not to say that people of other disciplines don't do the same thing as well. But law is time consuming. There are facts that cannot be changed. So you have to study what was written many years ago. So it takes a certain kind of discipline to go to school to study law and then be called to the Nigerian bar or any other bar, as a matter of fact. So I think that discipline carries on when they now venture into other projects in their lives. And it's not just Mr. Ig that has done this switch from law to banking. The late Otumba Shubumi Balogun himself was a lawyer and now made a move into merchant banking. So clearly, there has to be something that bankers need from the legal side. I mean, if you are dealing with money and financial, there has to be legal regulations that go into it. So I think having a great knowledge of the law, which will have studied financial, policies and instruments and all whatnot, gives you a slight edge if you now want to move into the money market, which is what I think has happened for Mr. Ig thus far.
I think as a young man who was working in a finance company, with my boss then, I've had contact with him at Guaranty Trust Bank, where he started his career from. I've met him one or two occasions at that level when he was a senior manager, where we were looking for treasury instruments and forward placement far back. But then his background is law, and he has used the instrument of law to advance his practice in the banking sector. But in my view, what is more remarkable in his journey to success and having made success of banking particularly with the acquisition of former Intercontinental Bank, which is now Access Holding, and with some other business that is involved, Coronation group of company, comes to me as a very shrewd businessman, somebody that is professional in outlook, the way he has operated within that sector of the Nigerian economy. But in my view, I think his public advocacy in terms of public sector reform is more remarkable to me as a Nigerian that is committed to seeing reforms work in the public sector. So he has an initiative that he has run with one of the schools of government at the Oxford University in the UK that find a way to support young people, and they find a way to develop those young minds.
Throughout his career, Ike Mokwede has taken on different leadership roles, including Group Managing Director and Chief Executive Officer of Access Bank until December 2013. He later became President of the Nigerian SOUQ Exchange and retired in 2017, but remains on the National Council. Bowing out of Access Bank, he was given a befitting send-off.
No man or combination of men could transform what we met in Access Bank in 2002 into what would cause this type of people to come and celebrate today. It's not possible.
His foresight and managerial acumen have brought him chairmanship and directorial roles in prominent organizations such as African Finance Corporation, Associated Discount House Limited, Petrolon Energy, among others, thereby contributing greatly to their growth and sustainability.
In every generation, there are outliers. There are people that are almost supernaturally inclined to do certain things, and that's not to remove the place of hard work. Now, if you look at how children today go to school, we tend to finish school early, like 19 and 20, right? So in an era that the average graduating age was, say, 22 and 23, and you have a guy that has graduated at 18 and 19, he naturally has a head start, you know, among his peers that will have gone to secondary school. But beyond that, genius, you know, it's not as important as hard work. You know, if you're a genius, yes, you might have that gift, but if you don't work hard at it, it's not going to drive you anywhere. For somebody to be this successful, it can't just be happenstance. It can't just be a gift. Yes, you might have the natural gift for learning quickly, for being brilliant, but if you do not study and apply yourself, there's no way that genius can shine through, which is what I think is the case, you know, with Ike at this point. So him having that head start played a role, but him also being aware of his brilliance and applying it appropriately plays a major role in some of his moves that you've seen. I'm sure there are other people that are graduated at that same age, 18, 19. In some cases, you might find 17, but how far have they gone in creating legacies such as this? How far have they gone in working on institutions that is going to outlive all of them? So those are some of the things that I think stand Ike apart, and the proof is in the work that is done thus far.
Hard work, they say, pays. Igboje Ige Mokwede's hard work earned him many awards and honors. He received the National Productivity Order of Merit Award in 2009, conferred with Commander of the Order of the Niger CON in 2011 by the then President of Federal Republic of Nigeria, Goodluck Jonathan, during his administration for contributing to banking and finance. As a visionary leader, he was installed into the E&Y World Entrepreneurs Hall of Fame in 2011 as the EY West Africa Entrepreneur of the Year and named African Banker of the Year in 2013. These amounting to how much others values his leadership and ideas. He got honored by Chartered Institute of Stockbrokers of Nigeria. Beside his work, Ige Mokwede also gives back to society. This philanthropist is involved in efforts to improve governance and healthcare across Africa through his Ige Mokwede Foundation, making a positive impact on people's lives. He initiated the Adopt a Healthcare Facility program in 2019, and he is the chairman of ABC Health and director of the Private Sector Health Alliance of Nigeria.
He also had done some great work beyond advocacy in terms of actual initiative, particularly in the health sector, health service delivery across Africa. To me, is corporate social responsibility beyond just giving handouts to immediate community, in my view, is one of the greatest testimony that we can say of Imokwede in recent times. So it's somebody to be reckoned with. For me, what is unique and what is outstanding, which you can describe as one of the best Nigerian men of this generation that have impacted their immediate community, that have impacted Nigeria as a whole, and that they are impacting Africa, particularly in the reform which is undertaken in the public service in Nigeria. That initiative has done a lot of service delivery in the public sector.
He is the founder of Chairman of Coronation Capital Limited since 2015 and has contributed to the growth of the Coronation ecosystem. Coronation Capital Limited, with other arms of its businesses, also bettered Coronation Art Gallery in Lagos on the 13th of May 2022, a platform for showcasing exceptional works of art that embodied the essence of cultural significance and artistic expression. Igboje Ige Mokwede founded Coronation Art Gallery with the vision of democratizing art, foster appreciation and understanding for the artistic world, and making it accessible to a wider audience.
Bumi Augusto is, I knew Bumi when she was born. I know her parents, and I know all her siblings. She's a beautiful, wonderful, gifted Nigerian artist, and just like many of the others here. The piece behind me is a triptych, long throats, all up to longer throats. I actually thought that I was going to caption this collection. This is really a microcosm of my entire collection, but I was going to capture it longer throats because this represents a lot of this collecting I did during COVID. Many of these pieces actually were not in Nigeria. I brought them home. I'll tell you something. I'm known for collecting masters, the Enwonwus and the Yusuf Grillos and so on. I still do, okay? And I kind of stuck to that genre of classic. Those are the people who, when I was growing up, as I told you, those are the people who were my parents, either just older than them or contemporaries. So I grew up knowing these artists as my uncles, okay? So my first collecting was, from works, done by masters like that. After a while, these works are really priced in. But Bumi Augusto, her works, which may appear even a bit pricey now, in 10 years' time, So this is also hosted by Coronation, which are companies that are all about wealth creation. So there's also the investment angle. I don't collect for investments, but with all that these great Nigerian and African artists, the young ones, have been doing, and the way their prices have been rising, I've got to focus on investments now.
Even though he's not in the academics, I see some element of scholarship in him, in the way he drives his foundation in particular, and I've spoken to some of those aspects of Ike Imokwede. I think for people to see how they can impact society based on evidence-based research that they believe in, and that if we go into a certain sector, have them make good of their professional calling and investing in some other sector. I do know for sure that they have a registrar department. I think they have insurance businesses, they have services businesses. Just shows a man that is driven by an uncommon knack for entrepreneurship and enterprise development. And I think it's one of the iconic Nigerian of this generation that will continue to impart in terms of mentoring, in terms of coaching, in terms of providing a leadership compass to the new generation. And to that, I salute his courage, I salute his resilience, and I salute his simplicity.
He collaborated with the Nigerian Civil Service to digitalize work processes and public service delivery in October 2021. Recognizing 43 public servants at the 2022 Civil Service Award ceremony on behalf of the Ike Imokwede Foundation with an encouragement of cash prize worth 500,000 naira for each awardees.
A huge criticism of the Nigerian civil service is that civil servants are often disconnected from the nation building process. They just want to clock in, clock out. They have no vested interest beyond what the government pays them, per month. So if you are somebody that was restless as a young Ike was, you want to input some kind of change into it. Working as a civil servant ought to be a thing of pride, and it is. But for many countries, Nigeria being a prime example, the process of civil servants interfacing with their duties with government is often monotonous and boring and mundane. So if you were a smart person that had experienced this firsthand, as I suppose that Mr. Ike had seen it, it naturally falls on you to want to lend your brilliance to expediting the process of civil service. And it's incredible what he's been able to do, offering the services to the federal government, and also look at what he's doing with the art sector. It's not surprising because if his mom was curator of the National Museum, you can see how Ito has invested in art collections, not just for himself, but to give artists, an opening to display their talent, to show up their works, and ensure that the creative sector enjoys the same type of access and privilege that banking has come to enjoy thus far.
It is my understanding that annually 43 public servants will be recognized in this fashion, and so with effect from the 2022 Civil Service Awards ceremony, on behalf of the Ike Imokwede Foundation, we will be putting an endowment with effect from this award session, whereby each awardee receives a cash prize of 500,000 naira. And in the interest of digital culture, the credits will go directly to your accounts.
Among his many certifications, affiliations, and fellowships, Ike Imokwede holds Triumph MBA from the London School of Economics, New York University, and HEC Paris. He attended an executive management program at Harvard Business School in the year 2000, and he is a member of the American Academy of Arts and Sciences, also appointed to the International Advisory Board of Oxford University's Blavatnik School of Government. Ige Mokwede is a honorary fellow of the Chartered Institute of Bankers of Nigeria and had received an honorary doctorate of science from Olabisi Onabanjo University in 2018. Also honored by Chartered Institute of Stockbrokers of Nigeria last year in a groundbreaking ceremony.
If the operators of our markets, of a nation's capital markets, are properly resourced in terms of skill, capacity, and conduct, nothing can stop that nation and its citizens from leaving the tarmac and moving from third world to first world. Nothing can stop it. The correlation between the advancement of financial markets and the advancement of national economies is perfect. It's not almost, it is perfect. And so, you understand why I have tied myself to the future of this market and why I have tried from the very word go that my voice was heard to get the public sector and the elite within the private sector to understand that we cannot ignore this market.
Aiboje is the first African co-chairman of the Global Business Coalition on Health and chairman of the Friends of the Global Fund, Africa. The business mogul has made significant donations to the Global Fund. He is the vice chairman of the Global Citizen Nigeria and creator of the Nigerian Solidarity Support Fund. There is always a story, or say many stories, behind every success, and this Ige Mokwede has shared in a book called Leaving the Tarmac, Buying a Bank in Africa, Red Door 2020. In it, he talked about how he and others turned Access Bank into a major success, showing his determination and vision.
On a personal note, I think the first thing is that I left Access Bank. I retired as CEO in 2013. And I knew that I needed time off just to recharge my battery, so to speak. I didn't think I would have more than a year and a half before my perpetual motion character, kind of took over once again. And so I wanted to use that period as productively as possible. So I had a year and a half, and what better to do in a year and a half, than write a book. And for me, it was an opportunity, for posterity to tell the story to my children in a structured sense, because before then, I just hadn't had the opportunity to sit down with my kids and say, this is what I did today, or this is what I did yesterday, and these are the highs and the lows of this journey. Herbert and I went through a hell of an experience between 2002 and 2013, and for him, that experience has continued. We learned so much, we were exposed to so many things. We had really, really great mountains that we climbed. We scaled some pretty high heights and so on. And in a sense, it would be very selfish of us to, lock this up in a box and not share it with others, because I think our experience, can be used by any other person who has an ambition to go out there and do, whatever it is they seek, whatever it is they dream about. And so the notion of writing for posterity and recording this period in my life, and probably more important, the notion of preparing a way for others, those are the things that drove me to write the book.
Ige Mokwede, former managing director of Access Bank Group, returns to lead Access Holdings, replacing Abubakar Jimoh. His return after a decade aims to realize the shared vision of the late co-founder, Herbert Wigwe. Access Holdings PLC, trading under the Access Corp ticker on the Nigerian exchange, began to feel Aiboje's progressive impact as its stock value increased by 1.52% following his appointments as chairman. Aiboje Ige Mokwede is back again. Ige Mokwede is married to Ofovwe Ige Mokwede and has 4 children, namely Ohiozoje, Aima, Morenike, and Renown. He has been able to balance his family life with his professional achievements, setting an example as a leader and role model to many. He is an ordained minister of the Promised Land Ministry. In the annals of Nigerian business history, his story stands out, showcasing the power of vision, perseverance, and giving back to the community. From his humble beginnings to global recognition, he inspires others to dream big and make a difference. His legacy remains as he continues to make strides in business and philanthropy.
We bring to you the remarkable life of a Nigerian businesswoman who has overcome significant challenges to become one of the most successful entrepreneurs in Africa. Let me tell you about the strength, resilience, and passion for success of a woman who journeyed into the male-dominated world of oil exploration and production. A woman who displayed her love for philanthropic endeavors and her commitment to empowering others, particularly women and young people. This woman is Folorunsho Alakija. It takes only the brave, courageous, and smart-minded people to become rich and influential personalities in the world. In Africa, when we mention the names of rich and powerful women, you must mention the name Folorunsho Alakija, the richest woman in Africa. Her net worth, according to Forbes, is $1 billion. Now, how did she start? Let's take you down memory lane on the life of Folorunsho Alakija. Folorunsho Alakija was born on Sunday, 15th July 1951 to Chief L.A. Ogbara, her father, and Mrs. Ogbara, her mother, who is a businesswoman. She was born into a polygamous family of 8 wives and 52 children. Her mother was the first wife, and she was the 8th child of her mother. Young Folorunsho grew up at her family house located at Ido Oluwo Street, Ikorodu, Lagos. She had her nursery education at Our Lady of Apostles Nursery School from 1955 to 1958, also in Lagos. At the age of 7, her parents enrolled her at a primary school in Wales called Dinoben School for Girls in Wales. She was in that boarding school for 4 years before she returned to Nigeria. After her primary education, she attended Muslim High School, Shagamu, Ogun State in 1963. Well, during the holidays, she would go to her mother's shop to participate in the textile business. She would learn about trading and marketing of textiles. Generally, she learned a lot of tricks about business. After graduation from high school, she enrolled at Pitman Central College, London, to study secretarial studies. In 1974, Folorunsho started her career working as an executive secretary at Sijuade Enterprises. After gaining some experience there, she moved on to First National Bank of Chicago, now First City Monuments Bank, working as the executive secretary to the managing director. Later, she was appointed the new head of the Corporate Affairs Department of the International Merchants Bank of Nigeria, formerly First National Bank of Chicago. She moved on in her career to become office assistant to the Treasury Department. After spending 12 years in the banking sector, Folorunsho traveled to London in 1984 to study fashion designing. She studied intensive courses in millinery and fashion design at the American College in London and the Central School of Fashion. When she returned to Nigeria, she established her fashion label called Supreme Stitches. Within 3 weeks of setting up her business, she was invited to take part in a fashion competition. Folorunsho won the competition that brought her straight into the limelight of the fashion industry in Nigeria. Prominent women from different parts of the country started making clothes with her. Her fashion company thrived successfully, and a few years later, she renamed it to the Rose of Sharon House of Fashion, making it a proper fashion line. As her success in fashion grew, she was later made national president of the Fashion Designers Association of Nigeria, FADON, and a lifelong trustee of the association. By the early 1990s, Folorunsho decided it was time to expand her business tentacles to oil and gas. Her company, FAMFA Limited, was incorporated in September 1991. The company applied for an oil prospecting license, OPL, to explore a 617,000-acre block for oil, now OPL 216. In August 1993, the company was awarded the leasehold rights of OPL 216 oil block, and it was renamed officially. FAMFA Oil was changed to FAMFA Oil Limited. Its goal was to be the forefront of indigenous oil and gas exploration and production in Nigeria. Folorunsho got on board the exploration of a major deep water oil field located 1,500 meters off the Niger Delta, the Agbami field. She gained access by partnering with Star Deepwater Petroleum, a subsidiary of Texaco, through a joint venture agreement. FAMFA Oil Limited then appointed Star Deepwater Petroleum as its official technical advisor for the OPL 216 exploration license. The company received 40% of FAMFA's 100% stake, while the remaining 60% was retained by FAMFA and the Alakija family. It was discovered in 1998 by Shell. Star Deepwater Limited, an affiliate to Chevron, functions as the operator of the field. Through her company, FAMFA, Folorunsho and other companies are oil benefactors of the Agbami field. The Agbami field was first discovered in 1998 but only became active in 2008. Its operations will last throughout 2024. After a majority of its vast reserves would have been extracted, she had to fight back against the government in court for laying claims to a 50% stake in her company. It was initially a 40% stake, but the government later returned for an additional 10%, claiming that the company generated a revenue of $10 million from the oil block. Folorunsho felt it was unfair because her company had worked hard, invested everything in the business. When the fruits of their labor started to manifest, that's when the government took everything away. The Alakija family fought the government in court until they won on May 22, 2012. The first drilling of the Agbami well was done on 15 July 1998. The exploratory well was about 4,700 feet underwater, which was the deepest depth in Nigeria at that time. From the license application to the point of the company's first strike, there was an interval of 17 years. Today, FAMFA Oil Limited is a leading oil and gas exploration company. Folorunsho Alakija has other businesses in property, real estate, and in printing. She owns Dayspring Property Development, a real estate company with investments in different parts of the world. She also owns Digital Reality Print Limited, a printing company and corporate services provider. And in the area of philanthropy, Folorunsho's success story would not be complete without mentioning how she wants to give back to society. She wants to help those in need. Hence, she started the Rose of Sharon Foundation, which was created in 2008. It is a registered faith-based NGO that has empowered widows and their families and orphans to be successful through education programs and scholarships up to the university level within the country, Nigeria. Through Famfa Oil Limited, Folorunsho also hands out yearly scholarships to 9,000 medical and engineering students across the nation. The foundation has also donated a total of 21 chest clinics for the treatment of tuberculosis in 21 states across Nigeria, including the Niger Delta region and Lagos State. They have successfully donated 4 e-libraries and 2 school libraries to schools within the nation. In addition, she has a foundation created to empower women called Flourish Foundation. It encourages women in their different careers and provides grants for female entrepreneurs who want to start a business. Folorunsho is also a writer and has written a few books. For instance, one of the books titled The Cry of Widows and Orphans and the University of Marriage, and also the Folorunsho Alakija Speaks, to mention a few. Now, Folorunsho's personal life would not be complete in this article without mentioning her husband, Mr. Modupe Alakija. Folorunsho and Modupe got married in November 1976. Their marriage is blessed with 4 sons and their grandchildren, and they reside in Lagos, Nigeria.
My name is Bayo Olawe. I'm a veteran journalist and broadcaster. Folorunsho Alakija has made a name for herself as a renowned philanthropist, woman leader, mentor, entrepreneur, and most of all, messenger of God. That's one thing that strikes me. After over 50 years in the media, I haven't seen a woman as dynamic and determined and industrious as this woman. And she's very simple and humble, unlike some of our peers who are always on the high horse and who think highly of themselves, empty vessels. She's, in a way, a messenger of God. She loves God and she practices all the attributes that God wants us to exhibit on earth. That she's giving back to the society and reaching out to the poor, the vulnerable, women and children. She has made a mark for herself worldwide, globally, as a woman of simplicity, a woman of humility, a woman of enterprise, a woman of integrity, above all, a woman that loves her country. She loves Nigeria. She preaches Nigeria. She defends Nigeria. She's proud of Nigeria. I, as a person, an elder citizen, a professional, and a Lagos boy, I am very proud of Folorunsho Alakija.
Interestingly, when people speak about the average Nigerian woman, what comes to mind is that an average Nigerian woman is very entrepreneurial, very hardworking, even to the extent that Nigerian men typically take it for granted. I'm sure that Mr. Alakija doesn't take it for granted, but the fact that Folorunsho Alakija is who she is, is representative of the fact that she has a focus nailed on straight. She has big dreams, and over the last 30 or so years, she has worked so hard to attain that dream. You can see it in how she's been able to move from fashion to oil and gas to printing to real estate, and now she's very focused on philanthropy and works of charity. So what it says to me is that when they say people cannot do it all, she has done it all. And a rather interesting tidbit is that she's married into the Alakija family, and if you know anything about the Alakija family, several generations of notable Nigerians that have built wealth over a long period of time. In this case, the level of wealth that Folorunsho Alakija has been able to generate for herself and her children and her legacy is such that it might almost dwarf the Alakijas, and it just underscores the fact that what she has been able to do is incredible.
Folorunsho holds so many awards and recognitions for her contribution to society. She holds 6 honorary degrees and a fellowship at the Yaba College of Technology. In July 2013, she was appointed as the Vice Chairman of Nigerian National Heritage Council and Endowment for Arts. She became the first female chancellor in Osun State University and Nigeria's first female chancellor on the 9th of March 2016. She is also one of the Lagos Business School's alumnus and a member of the Commonwealth and Investment Council Advisory Board. She is also an advisory board member for Center of African Studies, Harvard. On July 17, 2021, Benson Idahosa University, Benin City, bestowed on her an honorary doctorate degree in business administration. In conclusion, Folorunsho Alakija's story is a tale of hard work, determination, persistence, and courage. She was able to build up her marriage, raise an upstanding family, and build her empire. She also faced challenges in her life, but she conquered these challenges. She is living proof that success is not limited by gender, age, nationality, or financial backgrounds, but rather success is the product of courage to take risks and stand up strong in the face of adversity.
The deplorable state of abattoirs in Lagos, lax and carefree adherence to sanitation measures by butchers, and their transportation of meat in public transport vehicles have continued unabated for years, calling to question government's concern for its citizens. The sordid pictures crystallizing in abattoirs in Lagos is distressing. As concerned authorities fail to play their roles, fears are rife that continuous poor handling of meat could spike foodborne illnesses, promote the spread of antibiotic-resistant bacteria, as well as pose a significant health risk. In today's news talk, I'll be talking about the filthy Lagos abattoirs that are causing concern to everybody. 3 weeks ago, some officials of the Lagos State Traffic Management Authority, LASMA, waded into a rift between a passenger and a bus driver after the passenger got drenched in blood from a carelessly conveyed beef. The embittered passenger, who boarded a commercial bus at Baga bus stop on his way to Oshodi Transport Hub, was unaware that the driver was carrying a butcher and large parts of uncovered meat in the boot of the Volkswagen bus. With the meat carelessly tossed inside a greasy booth uncovered and without resource to customers' comfort or the health implications to the end users who were waiting at the K2 market, the LASMA operatives had to step in to save the day. If meat transportation presents a sordid spectacle that could make a beef consumer think twice before consuming the sumptuous piece of meat set on his dining table, abattoirs where meat are processed are simply horrendous. Sadly, these pictures seem to be duplicated across many parts of Lagos State during my recent visits to abattoirs in the state. The deplorable state of those facilities at Oyingbo, Ojuelegba, Ojota, K2, Sangros, Jankara, Obalende represented an ugly sight. Interestingly, these animals are not inspected by any veterinary doctor before and after they are killed, as the veterinary doctors are alleged to resume work long after these animals have been butchered and distributed. The butchers, usually in twos, clad in filthy clothes, worn for days, haul the animals, mostly cattle, onto the slab, dismembering them right on the concrete floor, laced with traces of feces and blood from the previous day exercise. The large chunks of meat obtained from the dismembered cattle are then piled up on a rusty wheelbarrow. There are no considerations whatsoever for the health implications of the direct contact of meat with the dirty wheelbarrows. Through these wheelbarrows, the chunks of meat are distributed to stalls within the abattoirs. In cases where they are to be taken outside the abattoirs, the bulk of them are also transported on motorcycles and boots of public transport vehicles. In all the abattoirs I visited, the section where hides and skins, popularly called pomo, cow tail, head and legs are processed, appears to be the filthiest part of the abattoir. It is also to the fireplace where disused car tires serve as firewood for roasting these parts. Ahmed Olanino, who spoke with me, lamented the lack of cold rooms in all the abattoirs in the state, adding that they had resorted to buying ice block to help preserve their wares and curtail the huge waste which they routinely encounter. He complained about the absence of designated vehicles for conveying meat within and outside the abattoir. According to him, meat is transported to them by motorcycles, wheelbarrows and commercial vehicles. A visit to Okoba Abattoir in Agege confirmed poor adherence to sanitation measures at the abattoir. Little is done to ensure proper hygiene in meat processing. Although the pungent odor that used to greet visitors and trigger breathing discomfort has reduced at the facility, the situation remains very disturbing. Ishola Alagbe, a butcher in Lagos State, is of the view that things have degenerated this much because of most Nigerians seem not to be interested in the way and manner that meat which they consume was being handled. According to him, the unhygienic handling of meat across all abattoirs stemmed from the average aloofness of Nigerians, which can also be a cultural thing. And for things to get better, he insists that the government must be firm in applying sanctions where the need to do so arise. To address the concern, a private veterinary practitioner, Dr. Abubakar Dala Mohammed, highlighted the risk of consuming meat treated unhygienically and that it can lead to such diseases as tuberculosis, brucellosis, and anthrax. Also, chemical contamination and meat processing can expose consumers to chemicals and pesticides, which can result in cancer. To help the situation, Dr. Abubakar recommended regular inspection of animals before and after slaughter and conducting thorough education and awareness programs campaign for butchers, meat sellers, and consumers. I am Bayo Olaoye.
My name is Shino Gbadegeshin. I'm the CEO of Gozi Micro Insurance. Continue to watch SOUQ News.
Adenike Adeyemi, Executive Director of Faith Foundation. Keep watching SOUQ News.
My name is Shepherd Michael Adewale Onofuye. I enjoy you all to always watch SOUQ News TV.
Hey everyone, Majuli Obaje here representing Gigi. Keep watching SOUQ News, okay? Stay updated with SOUQ News.
My name is Aton Kane. I am the head of MSME Banking. Please keep watching SOUQ News and stay glued to SOUQ News.
I recommend that more and more people should watch SOUQ News because they deal with business news.
Hi, my name is Amaka Wokolo. I am the director of the Faith Institute at Faith Foundation. Keep watching SOUQ News.
The challenge of governance is to see how we can leverage what is on the ground and convert this to wealth for the people.
Russia, China are gaining entry into Africa, and it would appear that some Western countries are losing out.
You're working as an expatriate worker, then you're paid in your currency. But then if you must spend those money, you need to convert those money to the local currency to spend.
When we address this exchange rate volatility, we will see definitely cost of goods and services will come down.
From a security point of view, we should employ the technology to ensure that we can track individuals and goods within the continent.
Early exchange, shaping policy, advancing development.
All right, hello, and glad you have joined us. Daily Exchange, where we talk about issues related to business, finance, and the economy. This is also where the big story lives, and this is where we shape policy and advance development with our conversation. That's a business every day, and we're always proud to say that. What a way to have you join us this Friday morning, and as a way to start your weekend. We hope that you spend the next 2 hours with us. We're going to make your day worthwhile in preparation for your weekend. Don't forget, you can be part of this conversation. All you just have to do is to join us on all our social media platforms, because this is your program. Your voice needs to be heard. Today, we'll start our conversation doing what we call global and local economic update. And we're going to give you an update as regards the plans by the federal government to reopen the land borders in Nigeria. You're aware that the closure was announced in the year 2019, and a year after that decision was revisited. But we're going to look at the impact of that on economic activities and commercial activities in Nigeria. Thereafter, we also go to the power sector, which the federal government has also indicated they plan to release the sum of $800 million to finance some power substations and transmission lines across the country. Now, what will be the impact of this on power transmission in Nigeria? You're aware of the power situation in your area, and this is why it's important for you to be a part of this conversation. It's Friday, so we'll wrap up the conversation by going to the entertainment sector, looking at Nigerian Film Festival, making a reference to the ongoing Venice Film Festival in Italy. It's the 81st edition of the festival, and we're going to draw some lessons for Nigeria as regards the proper way to organize our film festival. All right, for those wondering where is Blessing, Blessing has not been on this show. Yeah, I need to let you know, Blessing, those who are wondering, Blessing has not japa, let me let you know. She's still in the country, and I am very sure she has a lot of reasons to stay in Nigeria. She's just on vacation. A few days now, she's going to join us, and she's going to give us her own experience about her vacation. Maybe she has gone to, Bahamas or wherever it is, or United States of Edo State, wherever. She's going to relay her experience when she comes back on this program. But let's start with our news update, which as usual, we'll switch to our newsroom. But that will take place after this short break. Stay with us.
In the heart of sub-Saharan Africa, where commerce meets progress, welcome to SOUQ News, your source for business, economy, and development insight that drive nations forward. From the vibrant streets of Lagos, Africa's fastest economic hub, SOUQ News takes you on a journey of discovery, analyzing and reporting the facts that lay the foundation for growth and development. We don't just report the news, we create it. SOUQ News is more than a channel. It is a catalyst for change, spotlighting the stories that shape economies, inspire entrepreneurs, and fuel progress. Covering business, finance, technology, energy, and many more, SOUQ News provides a daily deep dive into the stories that matter, interviews with industry titans, and analysis that empowers your understanding of economic landscape. Join us daily as we dissect, discuss, and deliver the most relevant and factual news on business and the economy. SOUQ News is your trusted guide, empowering you with the knowledge to make informed decisions.
Very good morning and thank you for joining us on the news at this hour. I am Timitope Omoli. The federal government is reportedly considering allowing Dangote refinery to set its own petrol prices, reshaping Nigeria's fuel pricing structure. This shift comes as the refinery, Africa's largest, prepares to start local petrol production this week, ending Nigeria's reliance on imported subsidized fuel. While Dangote Group President Aliko Dangote stated that the government would set the prices, sources within the government and the NNPC have contradicted this, claiming that the refinery will independently determine its pricing. The refinery is expected to sell petrol at a price possibly above 1,000 naira per litre. NNPC will sell crude to Dangote in naira, with Dangote refinery selling its petrol to Nigerian marketers in naira as well. As the government has struggled with the cost of subsidies, this move could help align fuel prices closer to market rates. However, it could also lead to higher fuel costs, potentially sparking public reactions, as seen with previous subsidy removals. The Bank of Industry (BOI) has raised £1.425 billion through the senior phase of its global loan syndication, surpassing its initial £1 billion target by 42.5%. This significant oversubscription demonstrates strong investor confidence in both BOI and Nigeria's economic prospects. BOI's Managing Director Olasupo Olusi emphasized that the loan supported by global financial institutions such as Africa Finance Corporation and Standard Chartered Bank will provide low-interest, long-term financing to Nigeria's private sector, helping drive sustainable industrialization. The facility includes over 30 international lenders, marking the largest syndication in BOI's history. The proceeds will bolster financing across various sectors, aligning with President Bola Ahmed Tinubu's vision for expanding business opportunities. Olusi noted that BOI's successful repayment of previous loans contributed to the latest oversubscription, positioning the bank as a key player in Nigeria's economic development. The general phase of the loan syndication is ongoing, with high expectations of further investor interests. The World Bank has advised the Federal Capital Territory Administration (FCTA) to address the housing and transport challenges facing residents on the outskirts of Abuja. World Bank consultant for urban livability and mobility with Bradley noted that existing public-private partnerships are failing to provide affordable housing. He urged the government to upgrade informal settlements instead of demolishing them, as they offer more affordable options for low-income residents. Bradley also recommended that the FCTA implement subsidized bus services and improve transport infrastructure in the outskirts, where many residents lack reliable transportation options. He highlighted that while there are ample funds for city center roads, rural areas are neglected. He stressed the need for a holistic approach to public transportation, similar to Lagos' integrated transport system, and called for strong political will to implement these changes. The United Nations Climate Chief Simon Sterling has revealed that Africa is losing up to 5% of its GDP due to the effects of climate change. Despite contributing far less to global emissions, speaking at the African Ministerial Conference on Environment (AMCEN) in Abidjan, Sterling emphasized the need for more investments in climate adaptation projects to address the continent's vulnerability. Africa currently receives only 1% of global climate finance, far below the $1.3 trillion needed to tackle the climate crisis. Still highlighted the economic toll of climate change on Africa, citing extreme weather events like droughts and floods that disrupt food production, raise commodity prices, and increase hunger. He also called for innovative financing solutions such as debt refinancing, swaps, and carbon markets to support climate adaptation without worsening Africa's debt burdens. Ahead of the upcoming COP29 summit, African nations are pushing for increased access to climate financing to mitigate these growing challenges. And that's it on the news updates at this hour. I am Temitope Omole. Early exchange continues in a bit. Do stay tuned.
Right, many thanks, Temi and the news crew, for giving us a picture of the latest development across the globe. This is Early Exchange, where the big story lives. We'll take a moment now, and when we return, we'll look at our big story for today, looking at the indication that the federal government might reopen the land border soon, and what will be the implication of that. That will take place after this short break. Stay with us.
Get ready to feel the pulse of the world around you. Welcome to SOUQ Pulse, your insert track on the stories that matter most. From the heart of breaking news to the forefront of culture and innovation, SOUQ Pulse brings you the stories shaping our world every week. On SOUQ Pulse, we'll deep dive into the topics that drive our lives, from the latest in technology and science to politics, culture, and
investment, courage, and that commitment in spite of the challenges that entrepreneurship presents in Nigeria in particular.
Perception is propaganda, malinformation, misinformation can be created for you to perceive a certain thing that is false. Sometimes it's true, but many times it's false.
There's no state you go to in the world where you don't see construction that is consistently ongoing. No matter how developed Dubai is, they still construct roads on a daily basis.
We are no longer enjoying the light we normally enjoy. And the university vice chancellor said, it now costs me about 300 million, some 250 million to begin, 250 million to 300 million a month.
Governments should develop a particular product that will be of national value and, if possible, exportable to other countries from their own local government.
Whether it's the next big innovation, a political shakeup, or cultural phenomenon, SOUQ Pulse is there, bringing you the story with clarity and context.
You're not just only getting informed, you also become a solution. Then the business part of it. Then we talk productivity. Then you know you're on SOUQ Pulse. It's that time of the day where we tell you, go get your friends, your neighbors, those you quarrel with, those you have issues. This is time to talk. We'll tell you, yeah, we don't keep quiet. It doesn't matter what policies are affecting you. It doesn't matter what the papers, the prints are telling you in your own side or the neck of the wood or your nation, or what business are pushing, profits, losses, what the stock market is talking about right now, what the Asian market is talking about right now. A whole lot of people are running down to their portfolios and trying to grab, sell off, or get some hedge. But in all this, we just say, let's talk. Your talking can make somebody better, give someone an idea.
Join us on SOUQ Pulse every day by 4 p.m. as we explore the heartbeat of the world's most compelling stories. Don't miss SOUQ Pulse on SOUQ News Television. Tune in and stay ahead of the curve.
The challenge of governance is to see how we can leverage what is on the ground and convert this to wealth for the people.
Russia, China are gaining entry into Africa, and it will
within the continent.
Early exchange, shaping policy, advancing development.
Right, glad to know you're still there with us. And now let's revisit the news stating that the federal government will soon reopen land borders for commercial and trade activities. This was made known by a federal lawmaker, in the form of at a youth engagement forum held recently in Lagos, where the lawmaker gave the indication that the federal government may revisit its decision to announce the ban on the closure of land borders with these neighboring countries. And the question is, what has been the impact of this closure on commercial activities, on revenue? And this is why it's important for us to look at these developments. Joining us for this conversation and in the business of shaping policy in this regard is Dr. Dayo Kayode, who is a socio-political technocrat. Dr. Kayode, pardon me. Glad to have you join us this morning. Good to see you again. It's serving as this conversation is serving like another reunion. I'm glad you have joined us on Early Exchange this morning.
You're looking well fed. Please, when we are doing our protest, don't be in the forefront, because we give a wrong impression about how we Nigerians are feeling.
Oh my, what a compliment. But the truth is, I'm still in Nigeria and I still understand what is going on in the country. We all feel the pain, but I'm quite sure Nigeria will get better. So let's get back to the conversation, which is the decision by the federal government. We need to revisit that decision to announce the closure of land borders to trade and commercial activities. That took place in the year 2019 and it was reviewed in 2020. And as we speak, there's still some ban on some trade and commercial activities at these land borders. But let's start the conversation by revising this decision, even though there's an indication that the federal government might open this border to commercial activities soon. But would you say that the decision to announce this closure has achieved the purpose intended? The reason for this closure was to allow or to prevent smuggling of illegal arms, imported food, and also encourage local production of food. But would you say that the purpose intended has been achieved over time, over the years?
All right. Let's look at it from this perspective. You are closing borders for one, because of illegal arms coming into Nigeria. Two, to encourage local producers of food. Now the question is, after the closure of the border, have we not been seeing importation of arms and ammunition that are being seized by the customs? Two, to what extent has this been able to encourage local farmers to also increase food production while they have been experiencing incessant attacks by kidnappers and terrorists? So if you look at it from those two perspectives, we'll be able to know whether the closure of borders have been able to achieve its aims or not. Secondly, what impact has that closure had on those people living at that corridor, especially Badagry, and that one close to Songo? People there are now suffering because economic activities there have been paralyzed. And when people are hungry, mark you, a hungry stomach has no ears. Invariably, that policy of government has encouraged smuggling activities in that corridor. And what effect does it have on government? Governments have been losing income from import duties there. So what are we talking about? Because even the so-called security agencies that are on those roads, are you saying they are not Nigerians? Are you saying blood and water ain't flowing through their veins? And we know what this means. Again, with those roadblocks, we are all aware of of the status of Badagry when it comes to tourism. Anybody going along those roads to Badagry for tourist purposes, will they be encouraged to come over and over again when others that are planning to come there are being told about the news of what to go through on that road, will they also be encouraged to go there? So the quantum of a revenue being lost due to that policy can never be overemphasized, Femi.
Now, you will understand that the role of government is to create the right environment and also regulate activities, especially when it comes to commercial activities. But in this light, let's talk about the influx of illegal arms. You wouldn't have expected the federal government to fold its arms looking at this development, which was part of the reason that informed making this decision. Don't you think it's justified for the federal government to have made this decision? And if that decision was made and in your own estimation you feel it hasn't achieved the purpose intended, what do you think are the missing links?
Yes. The missing link is nothing other than lack of effective control. Lack of effective control by the security agencies on that corridor. We have customs, we have immigration, we have police, we have DSS, and mention it. So what is supposed to be their work? Which one is cheaper? Which one is cheaper? To further empower them and make the necessary facilities needed to patrol these borders, or make the people face the excruciating pains they are feeling now, while government is also losing revenue to smugglers. Which one do you think is cheaper? Yes, I'm not saying you shouldn't control the borders. We're not saying you shouldn't make policies that will discourage smuggling in all its ramifications, whether food, consumables, or arms and ammunition. But the question is this: government is supposed to make policies that will not have adverse effects on the people and the economy. But this policy has had adverse effects on those two areas. How much do you sell a drone? How much do you sell a drone? What stops you from dispatching one or two to those areas to monitor the borders instead of you totally closing those borders? These are my thinking. Because your policy as regards the closing of borders has not been effective. Has not even moved the country forward. So why don't you look at another option as I'm giving now and try it, and let us see how effective it will be in monitoring our borders as against importation of firearms. I'm not hearing you, Femi. I'm not hearing you again, Femi.
In the heart of sub-Saharan Africa, where commerce meets progress, welcome to SOUQ News, your source for business, economy, and development insight that drive nations forward. From the vibrant streets of Lagos, Africa's fastest economic hub, SOUQ News takes you on a journey of discovery, analyzing and reporting the facts that lay the foundation for growth and development. We don't just report the news, we create it. SOUQ News is more than a channel. It is a catalyst for change, spotlighting the stories that shape economies, inspire entrepreneurs, and fuel progress. Covering business, finance, technology, energy, and many more, SOUQ News provides a daily deep dive into the stories that matter, interviews with industry titans, and analysis that empowers your understanding of economic landscape. Join us daily as we dissect, discuss, and deliver the most relevant and factual news on business and the economy. SOUQ News is your trusted guide, empowering you with the knowledge to make informed decisions. Early exchange, shaping policy, advancing development. Lateef Jakande. Born Lateef Kayode Jakande in the Ekbetedo area of Lagos Island, Lagos State on July 1929. He studied at the Lagos Public School at Enuowa, Lagos Island, then at Bonham Memorial Methodist School, Port Harcourt, King's College, enrolled at Ilesha Grammar School, where he edited a literary paper called The Quarterly Mirror. Jakande began a career in journalism in 1949 with a daily service and joined the Nigerian Tribune in 1953. The owner, Chief Obafemi Awolowo, appointed Jakande editor-in-chief of the Tribune in 1956. Jakande established John West Publications in 1975 after leaving Tribune and began to publish the Lagos News. He served as the first president of the Newspaper Proprietors Association of Nigeria, NPAN. Jakande ran for election as executive governor of Lagos State in 1979 on the Unity Party of Nigeria platform. His administration was effective and open and implemented the cardinal policies of his party. He introduced housing and educational programs targeting the poor, building new neighborhood primary and secondary schools, and providing free primary and secondary education. He gave poor people's children education, and many of them are now very prominent in the society today. Jakande established the Lagos State University and constructed over 30,000 housing units. After the military takeover in 1983, Jakande was charged, prosecuted, and convicted of treason and later pardoned. He served as Minister of Works under the Sani Abacha military regime. He died in Lagos on February 11, 2021. Lateef Jakande was the first civilian governor of Lagos State. Lateef Kayode Jakande, SOUQ Enlightenment.
In today's fast-paced world, staying ahead of market trends is crucial. Whether you're an investor, a business owner, or just curious about the economy, you need reliable, up-to-date information to make informed decisions.
When we pay our tax, or when participants pay or contribute their tax,
there will be development in such an organization or country.
The Ministry of Marine and Blue Economy that is going to address that alone. The National Security Advisor and the Office of the President also need to see to it to ensure that the security situation is being addressed.
On Market Insights, we provide comprehensive market analysis, expert opinions, and actionable insights that you can trust.
Create detention ponds, create facilities where you can manage that water in such a way that you don't destroy the hard work and labor of very diligent farmers.
US has taken the step to say, with every innovation that exists within the financial ecosystem, we will be number one.
Security of all Nigerians, not only the farmers, are well ensured.
The obvious reason why we are experiencing this scarcity is the fact that we are not able to produce tomatoes and other vegetable products throughout there.
Our team of seasoned analysts and industry experts enrich the conversation, bringing you the latest updates and in-depth reports. With our real-time data, you'll never miss a bit.
Urban farming is not a new thing in our society. It has been an old tradition since olden days.
There is this clash of interests as against the word cryptocurrency, most especially like Bitcoin, as you mentioned earlier, and the NSAS and all that came up with cryptocurrency.
Get instant access to market movements, trends, and forecasts. Our expert analysis helps you understand the bigger picture, while our customized reports are tailored to meet your unique needs.
Peri-urban agriculture plays a very, very important role in diversifying urban diets and also providing staple foods for daily consumption.
Additionally, fluctuations in the exchange rates and disruptions in the global supply chain have further inflated costs.
Join us on Market Insights, Monday through Fridays, 11 a.m. to 12 noon here on SOUQ News Television. We are your premier destination for cutting-edge market insights.
Get ready to feel the pulse of the world around you. Welcome to SOUQ Pulse, your insert track on the stories that matter most. From the heart of breaking news to the forefront of culture and innovation, SOUQ Pulse brings you the stories shaping our world every week. On SOUQ Pulse, we'll deep dive into the topics that drive our lives, from the latest in technology and science to politics, culture, and
investment, courage, and that commitment in spite of the challenges that entrepreneurship presents in Nigeria in particular.
Perception is propaganda, malinformation, misinformation can be created for you to perceive a certain thing that is false. Sometimes it's true, but many times it's false.
There's no state you go to in the world where you don't see construction that is consistently ongoing. No matter how developed Dubai is, they still construct roads on a daily basis.
We are no longer enjoying the light we normally enjoy. And the university vice chancellor said, it now costs me about 300 million, some 250 million to begin, 250 million to 300 million a month.
Governments should develop a particular product that will be of national value and, if possible, exportable to other countries from their own local government.
Whether it's the next big innovation, a political shakeup, or cultural phenomenon, SOUQ Pulse is there, bringing you the story with clarity and context.
You're not just only getting informed, you also become a solution. Then the business part of it. Then we talk productivity. Then you know you're on SOUQ Pulse. It's that time of the day where we tell you, go, get your friends, your neighbors, those you quarreling with, those you have issues with. This is time to talk. We tell you, we don't keep quiet. It doesn't matter what policies are affecting you. It doesn't matter what the papers, the prints are telling you in your own side or the neck of the wood or your nation, or what business are pushing, profits, losses, what the stock market is talking about right now, what the Asian market is talking about right now. A whole lot of people are running down to their portfolios and trying to grab, sell off, or get some hedge. But in all this, you just say, let's talk. Your talking can make somebody better, give someone an idea.
Join us on SOUQ Pulse every day by 4 p.m. as we explore the heartbeat of the world's most compelling stories. Don't miss SOUQ Pulse on SOUQ News Television. Tune in and stay ahead of the curve. Idumota Market. Eko Idumota, once a residential neighborhood, is home to Idumota Market, located on Lagos Island. It is one of the oldest and arguably one of the largest markets in West Africa. Idumota is a historic neighborhood adjacent to the Lagos port that facilitated the slave trade and later, under the British indirect rule, it surrounded to exports that fueled the colonial enterprise. Idumota was also the location of an armed forces remembrance cenotaph called Soja Idumota, built as a monument to Nigerian soldiers who served with the West African Frontier Force. An Eyo Masquerade statue and a clock tower are also some monuments at Idumota. Idumota market is so popular that large sales are recorded as early as 7 a.m. The market is made up of hundreds of locked-up shops occupying several multi-story buildings, with some measuring about 5 or more floors. In 2010, the Lagos State government demolished some illegal structures in order to improve vehicular and human movement in and around the markets. During weekdays, the neighborhood of Idumota is densely populated by shoppers, traders, and bus passengers. From the Carter Bridge, ascending into Lagos Island, passengers can see the neighborhood before disembarking at their final destination. Idumota market accommodates the substantial inflow of imported goods. The bulk of import from abroad are routed first through Idumota and then on to other markets through Nigeria and other West and Central African countries. The energy of private Idumota traders and wholesalers facilitate this activity, where millions of US dollars worth of wholesale is exchanged daily. Idumota Markets, SOUQ Enlightenment. The Three Wise Men. Iconic sculptures and statues adorn major metropolitan cities of the world. In Lagos, Nigeria, the statue of three men designed to depict the state's cultural heritage and to usher in visitors and tourists into the ever-accommodating center of excellence is no doubt an astounding work of art. Originally built under the administration of Colonel Raji Rasaki, designed by Bodun Shodende in 1991 and standing over 12 feet high, referred to as Agba Meta or Aro Meta, the three sculptured chiefs were placed along the Lagos-Ibadan toll gate to welcome people coming into Lagos State. The statue called the Three Wise Men by many has become a major signature for the state. Three white-capped chiefs clad in white wrappers, knotted across their shoulders and with clenched right fists are shown in the artwork. The images fascinate and create impressions in the minds of visitors coming into the state, captivating the attention of visitors who look with keen interest, pondering on the messages which the posture of the engraved images signifies. The Three Wise Men has been relocated thrice from its original position at Ojodu Berger end of Lagos-Ibadan Expressway to Magodo area before its final relocation to its present site at Olowopopo Drive. The sculpture has suffered severe damages over the years and renovated. Bodun Shodende, through this sculpture, depicted the highest honor that can be afforded to anyone in the eco-greeting tradition. The Three Wise Men, Arometa, SOUQ Enlightenment. We've got just what you need right here at Femi Wash Media. Call it the Midas Touch and you wouldn't be wrong. Let us record, produce, mix and master your audio like nobody does. Reach us on our contact today for the best quality job.
Broad Street. Broad Street, situated in Lagos Island, is steeped in Nigerian history. Once the biggest financial hub of the country, it housed the headquarters of major banks, linked to CBN, the stock exchange, and the loads of lender companies. Broad Street is a historically significant street. It has played a central role in the development of Lagos and history, an important commercial and administrative center for the British colonial authorities. It was also a home to some of the city's earliest modern buildings. Broad Street was a residential area in the pre-colonial era. With the British came the Methodist Boys High School in 1878 and the Broad Street Prison in 1882, renamed Freedom Park. The General Hospital, which was a British military hospital, was built in 1893, being the first general hospital in Nigeria. The old British Secretariat building, which is now the Federal Ministry of Justice, was built in 1906. Broad Street has seen a full turn into modern commercial office blocks, complexes, skyscrapers, and markets from the outer marina through Akpombo and into the Adeniji-Adele Road. Broad Street is one of the busiest streets in Nigeria on weekdays, where commercial activities take place day and night. From modern buildings to ancient structures, this street gives one a raw dose of life in Lagos. Broad Street is often referred to as Lagos Financial District. It boasts a mix of architectural styles, reflecting its long history, colonial era buildings, Victorian and Edwardian architectural features, alongside more modern skyscrapers and structures.
Yes.
Broad Street remains a vital, vibrant part of the Nigerian economy. Broad Street. SOUQ Enlightenment.
Early exchange, shaping policy, advancing development.
All right, it's important for us to apologize for that unusually long break we had a glitch earlier, but thankfully we're back. I'm glad to know you're still here with us. This is your award-winning program, Early Exchange, where we shape policy and advance development with our conversation. We're still revisiting the decision by the federal government to announce the ban on commercial activities at its land borders. And we still have a special guest here with us, Dr. Dayo Kayode. Glad to know you're still there with us, in spite of the little challenge.
This that it was not the federal government that is announcing the reopening of that border. It was just a pass mark by the federal legislator while he was addressing his constituency. So don't let us give people that hope.
Point I made earlier, the closure. I'm talking about the closure now, which happened in 2019. I said we're revisiting the closure. So the news about the latest development, I know it's not been official, it's coming from the federal lawmaker. So I'm trying to situate the background and the history to this conversation. All right. Good. Now, I would like us to redirect this conversation by looking at the solutions to this problem. You know, the decision is made already. What can be done differently? Our goal is to see how we can shape policy, this kind of policy. Now, let's talk about this. The spirit behind this is to ensure that you encourage local manufacturers when it comes to food and agri products. What do you think should have been done differently this time around? Or should have been done differently to ensure that the gains from this closure is being capitalized on? Let's see what can be done to encourage local manufacturing of food and agri products, which is the spirit behind this decision. What can be done differently?
Yes, thank you. In the whole world, there is no place, there is no country that will close its borders because it doesn't want certain goods and services to come to its country by protecting its local manufacturers. What they normally do is coming up with policies that will make local products to be more attractive, than the imported ones. 1. 2, by giving local producers a level playing ground for competing with the imported ones. And 4, by deliberately, mark that word, deliberately, through policies, protect the local manufacturers and producers through import duties. Are you with me? Now, what do we see here? What do we see here? Are we encouraging or discouraging local manufacturers? Are you aware of how many local manufacturers had departed this country in the last 1 year? Are you aware? I will have mentioned names, but you will not want me to be talking about brand and all that. 2, how about availability of power? Power. Not only availability, inclusive of affordability to these local manufacturers. How about provision of maximum security in the country so that producers and manufacturers can grow? These are issues. These are issues that we need to look at. So, the closure of our border to ensure this has not been able to achieve what it was supposed to achieve. Femi.
You often hear news, people stating that the land borders in Nigeria, they are porous. And then if you look at the neighboring countries, the activities, the bulk of commercial activities taking place in that place cannot be ignored. Now, let's look at what can be done to ensure proper surveillance as regards these borders. You're talking about the right technology that should be deployed, the manpower and all that. What can be done differently to ensure that both the official routes and the unofficial routes are being policed the way it will give proper surveillance in those borders?
Now, talking about porous borders. Talking about porous borders. Porous. Don't we have security agencies? Don't we have security agencies there? We have. But what are they doing?
And okay, it seems we're struggling getting back to Dr. Kade. He's trying to provide insight as regards what can be done differently as regards the porosity of borders in Nigeria. You often hear that news talking about the borders. Now there are official routes and there are unofficial routes. We are aware that most of the time the smuggling usually taking place through the unofficial routes because there are several routes, leading to these borders. But what can be done differently? Because our goal on this program is to shape policy. We're looking at what can be done in terms of deploying the right technology to mount the right surveillance needed at these borders. We are at a age where everything is digitalized. Maybe that is done. That will also help to police these borders. Then we also look at the issue of empowering the right personnel and giving them the right equipment. Those are the issues Dr. Dayo Kayode is trying to talk about, but Ireland is back with us now. Glad to know the internet has given you another opportunity to interact with us.
Yes, thank you very much. Thank you. Now, what I'm saying is, when you say the land borders are porous, why are they porous? We have managers of these roads now. To what extent have they been conniving with smugglers? To what extent? One, to what extent have you given them an enabling environment to monitor these borders properly? What are the facilities? What are the equipments deployed for them to be able to effectively monitor our land borders? These are issues. These are issues. To what extent are you being able to use modern technology, as in use of drones and satellite imagery, To what extent have you been using that? To what extent have you been collaborating with Niger Comsat that controls our satellite in the orbit? So these are issues that we need to look at, Femi, before we can say, yes, our borders are porous. The porous borders, were they man-made or not? So not until when we are able to answer these questions, we will not be able to appropriately come up with solutions.
All right, let me give you opportunity to wrap up your thoughts on this topic before we get to the second one, by asking, what are some of the critical steps you think the federal government can take to capitalize on the gains of this closure? What are other critical steps you know they can take so that the purpose of this thing is being recapitalized and it's being repurposed in a way that the true spirit behind this decision is achieved? What are other decisions that need to be taken to complement this effort as we wrap up on this subject?
Yes, let me be very frank with you. The policy has never achieved its aims. Rather, it has created more problems. Now, what are the things that government are supposed to do? One, you have to encourage local producers and farmers by giving them enabling environment. By giving them enabling environment to operate effectively and efficiently. Two, you also have to deliberately protect local farmers and producers against importation. You don't need to close your borders that goods and services will come in, no. But protect your own. Protect your own deliberately. Three, bring down the cost of production by reducing the tariff on electricity, by reducing the pump price of petroleum products, especially diesel, PMS, and aviation fuel. All right? Inclusively. Protect your own currency and remove all this free fall of naira all of the time so that people can have access, affordable access to foreign exchange, especially those that normally buy their raw materials from abroad. Again, you have to encourage the government parastatals, MDGs, corporations to be patronizing your local producers. It's not that you will be importing vehicles for the National Assembly. Look at how much money Central Bank just use now to purchase vehicles for its top executive. This will have adverse effects on local manufacturers and also have adverse effects on our exchange rate. So if government can put all these things together in proper perspective, honestly, we need not to close our borders for anything. We need not to be afraid of goods and services coming into Nigeria because we know there is a level playing ground for our local manufacturers and producers to thrive. Femi.
Right, well said. Now let's get back to our second story. Let's review the plan by the federal government to release the sum of $800 million for the construction of power stations and distribution lines. This is according to the Presidential Power Initiative, which is meant to improve power supply in Nigeria. Now, what do you make of this plan? Even though the money has not been released yet, but it's a plan to release the sum of $800 million to finance the construction of power stations across the nation. What do you make of this development, Dr. Dayo, and what impact will it be on power supply in Nigeria?
You see, Femi, let me address this in Yoruba. Then I will interpret. Or you yourself will let me interpret. Aluwala Ologbo. Aluwala Ologbo.
All right, Aluwala Ologbo. Please go ahead.
Ogba Atike Ranjeni. Are you with me? Are you with me, Femi?
I can hear.
When you see a cat lying down quietly and rubbing his forelegs, is planning on how to eat what you have kept somewhere. Okay? It is not just today that we have been hearing humongous amount of money being pumped into the power sector. Remember, when PHCN was privatized or unbundled into all these transmission companies and distribution companies, some people, they bought it, yes, quite all right, but they came back to ask for money so that they can improve services to the consumers. I think they were giving 100 billion naira each. Yeah, I think so. But what has become of that money? Instead, they have been increasing their tariffs from one year to the other. Now, I now buy 22.2 or 42.5 with 10,000 naira. A week before, it will give me 153 or thereabout. 300% hike. Now, when you now get this money again, where are you putting that money? And after spending the money, will it reduce electricity tariff? And that's why I gave you that Yoruba proverb initially, that Aluwala Ologbo Ogba Atike Ranjeni Femi.
All right, I understand the point you're trying to make, and I understand your concern as a Nigerian, giving some examples. But don't you agree it's important to invest in this sector, knowing fully well that the power failure in Nigeria is largely attributed to the issue of transmission, and that's what this fund is meant to address. The issue of transmission line, these facilities are obsolete and they are getting old. And according to the minister, there's a need to invest in these facilities to improve them. So that's why there's a plan to earmark the sum of $800 million to improve this distribution line. Don't you think this is justified, irrespective of your concerns?
Sir, my own response is still this. Yes, you might be saying those facilities for transmission and distribution are obsolete. My own question is this: okay, spend the money. Of what importance will that be to the people? Because whatever policy or activities or spendings affected to the people, what kind of gain is going to come to the people? Because at the end of the day, when you have done this, you say, yes, you are now having more lights, this and that. You see, increase the tariff. So why don't you just leave the tariff and then leave the epileptic power supply as is? Because each time government spends all this humongous amount of money, it bounces back on the people negatively. Negatively. That is my own concern. In a better climate, when government spends to improve facilities and equipment on a sector, you see that it gives people respite in accessing such a service. But here, the opposite, it is. Do you know how much money have been invested in power in the last 1 year? What have we gone to show for it? Nothing. The status quo remains. So, Femi, I'm not saying government should not spend money to improve facilities, to improve equipment and infrastructure in the power sector. But my own is this. Let them also tell us, after spending this money, what advantage, what reprieve comes to the people. We also want to know. Then we have confidence in them. But presently, there is a huge truth deficit between the people and the government, Femi.
Allow me to make reference to a statement released in this regard. Maybe this will boost your confidence as regards this plan. According to the minister, this construction of power station is going to happen at Lot 2 and Lot 3. So when you talk about Lot 2, this covers Benin, Port Harcourt, Enugu distribution companies, and then Lot 3 covers areas like Abuja, Kaduna, Jos, and Kano. So it's well stated here that these are the areas that are going to be covered. These are distribution companies that are going to be covered as regards the expenses for Lot 2 and for Lot 3. For Lot 2 is going to be about $400 million, and for Lot 3 is going to be another $400 million. Now, what can be done differently, like the concern you've raised, to ensure that these constructions are actually done? I understand the concerns you are raising, but the point I'm also making is there are plans to improve these substations. And if these are done, you agree with me that it's also going to improve power supply. So what are the loopholes that can be plugged to ensure that the purpose intended for this plan will be achieved and this construction will be of international standard and it will further help to boost power supply in Nigeria?
Femi, in Yoruba, they will say, "Tọ́mọ kékeré bá ṣubú, á wo wájú. Tágbàlagbà bá ṣubú, á wo ẹ̀yìn." That is to say, when a child falls down, he will be looking in front. But if he's an elderly fellow like you and I, we look backwards to see and identify what has made us to fall down. What am I saying? Tomorrow is always, that is, you cannot diverge tomorrow from yesterday plus today. No way. Looking back, as regards this particular sector, when the distribution companies first came, we were buying 45 units with 1,000 naira. 45 units with 1,000 naira. Later, they went to Central Bank to tell Central Bank that they needed money to improve their facilities so that people can have effective distribution of light. they were giving that money. Okay? Not quite 2 months. They now said, okay, we still want to improve this, want to do that. They now increase the tariff. And with 1,000 naira that was buying 45 units before, the thing was now buying, 1,000 naira was now buying about 20 something units. That is about 100% increase. Until today, that is what we have been experiencing. And nothing to show for it. So, if that being the case, what do you expect me? What do you expect of me to say as regards this humongous amount of money they want to spend again? Bearing in mind that in this country, we have been hearing snakes and baboons swallowing money. We have been hearing situations whereby dollars and naira are being kept in septic tanks, are being kept in private houses. So, why do you want me to believe? Why do you want me to believe that that money will be spent to improve distribution of electricity? I won't believe that. Bearing in mind also that supervision, oversight function of National Assembly on executive activities is also lacking. It's not effective. We are not seeing it. We have had situations whereby a National Assembly member went to NDDC to be collecting contract. And when a poll came up in the National Assembly, what happened? They were saying off the mic. We were hearing off the mic. Until today, that mic is off.
Dr.
So
Khaled, if you can hear me.
Yes, I'm hearing you.
We're almost out of time. Let's give you time to just wrap up your thoughts on this by talking about the critical steps that can be taken to improve power supply in Nigeria, which will be a way for us to wrap up this conversation quickly. If you had to highlight some of the critical steps, maybe that the federal government can take to improve power supply in Nigeria. That's a way.
It's just one thing. It's just one thing. They don't need to do 3 or 4 or 5. It's just one thing the federal government can do. And what is it? Sincerity to the people that are freely giving you their sovereignty. Sincerity of purpose. To the people that has freely given you their sovereignty to rule over them. The moment there is sincerity of purpose, the moment there is culture of honor and honesty plus integrity, everything will fall in place in this country and we all get to that El Dorado, a better Nigeria that we have all ever since been desiring.
All right, with that sound bite, we just have to wrap up this conversation. And what a way to wrap up this conversation. Sincerity of purpose, which you have advocated. And I strongly believe that Nigeria will be a better place. Well, we believe in Nigeria, which is why we're having this conversation. And like you said, let's give government the benefit of doubt to see what can be done differently. Dr. Dayo Kade, thank you so much for your time and your submission on this development. We hope to see you again, so enjoy your weekend.
It's my pleasure being with you today, Femi. And for you to know that I strongly believe in Nigeria. Remember, since 2015, I have made a vow that I am dedicating the rest of my life to serve my fatherland, and that still continues.
All right, that's patriotic of you. Thank you so much for believing in Nigeria and for sharing your time with us on Daily Exchange. All right, this is where the big story lives always with SOUQ Policy. But we'll take a moment now. When we return, we'll look at something that has to do with entertainment, which is in the Nigerian film industry, making reference to Venice Film Festival as lessons, to draw some lessons for the Nigerian film industry. That will take place with another special guest after this break. Just stay with us.
In today's fast-paced world, Staying ahead of market trends is crucial. Whether you're an investor, a business owner, or just curious about the economy, you need reliable, up-to-date information to make informed decisions.
When we pay our tax, or when participants pay or contribute their tax, there will be development in such an organization or country.
The Ministry of Marine and Blue Economy that is going to address that alone. The National Security Advisor and the Office of the President also need to see to it to ensure that the security situation is being addressed.
On Market Insights, we provide comprehensive market analysis, expert opinions, and actionable insights that you can trust.
Create detention ponds, create facilities where you can manage that water in such a way that you don't destroy the hard work and labor of very diligent farmers.
US has taken the step to say, with every innovation that exists within the financial ecosystem, we will be number one.
Security of all Nigerians, not only the farmers, are well ensured.
The obvious reason why we are experiencing this scarcity is the fact that we are not able to produce tomatoes and other vegetable products throughout there.
Our team of seasoned analysts and industry experts enrich the conversation, bringing you the latest updates and in-depth reports. With our real-time data, you'll never miss a bit.
Urban farming is not a new thing in our society. It has been an old tradition since olden days.
There is this clash of interests as against the world cryptocurrency, most especially like Bitcoin, as you mentioned earlier, and the SOUQ and all that came up with cryptocurrency.
Get instant access to market movements, trends, and forecasts. Our expert analysis helps you understand the bigger picture, while our customized reports are tailored to meet your unique needs.
Peri-urban agriculture plays a very, very important role in diversifying urban diets and also providing staple foods for daily consumption.
Additionally, fluctuations in the exchange rates and disruptions in the global supply chain have further inflated costs.
Join us on Market Insights, Monday through Fridays, 11 a.m. to 12 noon here on SOUQ News Television. We are your premier destination for cutting-edge market insights.
The challenge of governance is to see how we can leverage what is on the ground and convert this to wealth for the people.
Russia, China are gaining entry into Africa, and it would appear that some Western countries are losing out.
You're working as an expatriate worker, then you're paid in your currency. But then if you must spend those money, you need to convert those money to the local currency to spend.
When we address this exchange rate volatility, we will see definitely cost of goods and services will come down.
From a security point of view, we should employ the technology to ensure that we can track individuals and goods within the continent.
Early exchange, shaping policy, advancing development.
All right, if you're just joining us, you're at the right place at the right time, and we got you covered. Earlier, we had a conversation looking at the plan by the federal government to release the sum of $800 million for the construction of power stations and distribution lines across the country. And now, let's get to the entertainment sector. It's Friday. We want to discuss the Nigerian film festivals, making reference to Venice Film Festival taking place in Italy. It's ongoing. It's the 81st edition of the festival. Now, this festival is considered to be the oldest and technically the most prestigious festival or film festival in the whole world. We want to see the level of participation of Nigerian film producers and lessons that can be drawn for the Nigerian film industry. Joining us in this conversation, we have Dr. Victor Kai, who is a filmmaker, digital marketer, a management trainer and consultant. He's also the president, director, Guild of Nigeria. Glad to have you join us, Dr. Victor Kai.
A pleasure to be here.
I hope you can hear me, Dr. Kai.
Okay.
Very loud and clear. The question is, can you hear me?
Hear you clearly now. Good to see you again. I'm glad to have you join us.
Thank you. Thank you for having me.
For our viewers to understand the perspective we're coming from, or the perspective to this conversation, I would like you to provide a background about the Venice Film Festival. Why is it so significant? You have Nollywood, Hollywood filmmakers across the world, making every effort to participate in this film festival. Is the 81st edition taking place in Italy? Why do you think it's important for every filmmaker to be in track with what is happening at this festival? And how will that impact the filmmaking or film industry in Nigeria?
Thank you very much for that question. First of all, the Venice Film Festival is among the grade A festivals. I mean, they're classified. It's in the same category with the Berlin International Film Festival, Toronto International Film Festival, Cannes, and Sundance, and Rotterdam. There are a few of them in that category. It's like the World Cup of movie making and movie makers, So to be on that, on that global stage, it's unique, it's special. I mean, it's different from an award ceremony like the Oscars, for instance, which is, like you would say, the Grammys for the music industry. That's an award ceremony, and it's mainly for the Americans, but of course, they've opened it up to be able to get films from other countries. But these international film festivals it's a gathering of filmmakers of the best of films from all over the world. And it's not just that, it's also a great networking platform, because that's where all the big and important filmmakers are made, important announcements are made, major premieres are made there as well. And just to be nominated or invited is a big deal. I mean, it's huge. You cannot go there and come back the same, because the quality of networking there is top notch. Plus, one of those things festivals are noted for is the potential for tourism. Venice is how do I put it? Is a Ethiopian how do I put it? But should I say Makoko? I use that just as a joke. Makoko, in the sense that it's a city in water. It's beautiful. You have the gondolas as opposed to, sorry, cause coming here, I should have switched this off. You have the gondolas, instead of cars, so you go in those boats. It's scenic, it's beautiful, it's breathtaking, So there's so many reasons to be there. We don't know how many Nigerian filmmakers have had the opportunity of being invited there, but I think it is. I'm sorry. So I'm on a live program. Please call back later. Sorry, my bad.
Okay.
It's important to get this out of the way. But you can hear me, can't you?
I can hear you now.
Yes, I'm sorry about that. To our viewers, I apologize.
Please go ahead.
Okay. So, so it's a place to be. I mean, it's one of several, but it's a very important place to be. Just to answer a story in a simple sentence, yes.
All right, interesting. Now, I would like you to give us a picture of the level of participation of Nigerian filmmakers, and what is the tendency that an African film is going to be enlisted for an award. Now, this is the 81st edition of this festival. Give us a picture of the level of participation of African filmmakers, most importantly Nigerian filmmakers, and what are some of the benefits that could be derived from this festival as lessons for Nigerian filmmakers?
Okay, so I have to be very honest, I'm not there this year. I haven't even been to Venice, to be honest. And so I'm not so sure I know which Nigerian film or African films are there. But to be able to participate, one of the easiest ways I would say, even if you check the SDGs, say Sustainable Development Goals of the UN, one of the key points there is collaboration. One of the easiest ways to get there is to collaborate. I mean, a lot of the jury members, film is a universal language, granted, but how we tell our stories sometimes is a bit different from how the kind of stories we enjoy. I mean, we like loud, boisterous kind of stories and all that, but it's not exactly how the European mind would like to process film. You might say, there's I always feel like that film is a universal language. I agree. So that elevated form that is appreciated at that level, there are not too many Nigerian filmmakers at that level. We do have quite a few films that can, but there are not too many. So a collaboration will help in the sense that then we're able to fuse what makes us us and what they kind of can relate to and appreciate, and then fuse it to. And then if you have like a European co-producer, for instance, they have the legs, they can go in there and say, look, there's this film. Somebody has to be a voice in the room for you on its own. I have to be honest, because I understand the international politics behind some of these things. Somebody has to be able to say, hey, have you seen this movie? I'll give you a small example. Bami Wata, for instance, could not have traveled as widely as it did if it didn't have foreign collaborators. You will notice that it's not a film that is greatly that much appreciated back home here. It was the box office success because it's not the kind of staple that we enjoy in terms of movies here. But it was something that they could relate to. And so it traveled very wide, went to Sundance, won a prize, went to so many international film festivals. So in order to be able to make it at that level, it's important that, people that we begin to collaborate at the international level with European filmmakers, American filmmakers, and then that collaboration gives us a leg in the room, a voice in the room, and we're able to get in there and then eventually stand on our own, and then we can then present what we want and we take it on some merit. If you look at music, Burna Boy on his own could never have made it if he didn't have international collaborators. Wizkid could never have made it if he didn't have international collaborators. These are the kind of collaborations that we need. Like I say, it's one of the key goals in the SDGs, and the reason it's there is because it helps.
All right, now what we need to do at this segment is to put the two festivals side by side, the Venice, which is like the international standard, and that of the festivals taking place in Nigeria. Now, how will you assess the level of preparation, the attitude towards film festivals in Nigeria? And what are some of the critical issues that have been popping up as regards organizing film festivals in Nigeria?
Okay, so it still takes me back to that SDG, and I'll tell you what. We have international standard, at least one international standard film festival, and that's AFRIF. The African International Film Festival. I've attended various festivals across the globe, and it's by every means, I'd say world class. And the reason for that is simply because of collaborations as well, because they collaborate, they have a lot of local and international collaborators. A lot of embassies are involved, a lot of partners are involved from all over the world. Is the reason it is as successful as it is. And so the film festival industry is still nascent in Nigeria. And if it must succeed, then we have to learn to collaborate, have partnerships. And then, because that's when foreigners come in here to attend the festival. That's when they invite other people. That's when they bring in their films here. That's when people talk about it globally. And then that's when filmmakers market in their calendar for the year and distributors as well, and people market films to say, look, we've got to be at this because XYZ is going to be at that festival. We are in conversation. People say, are you going to be in Berlin this year? Okay, I'm going to be in Cannes. Let's meet in Cannes. It's like the way you say, let's meet at that bar and have a conversation. Are you going to be at, so bar this evening? I'll be there as well, So it's the same way. That's where we meet. That's where we talk. So if we must get there, the key word is collaboration, quite frankly. no matter how high the standard is, if you do not collaborate, then you just remain a local champion. You know, I mean, there's a few done locally here that are equally as good, but they don't have that factor, if you like, because they're not, because they don't have that international collaboration. So that's what we need. I mean, I could tell you a million other things, but that is key. That's a key thing that we need.
It might not be a surprise that an African movie has not been enlisted for award in this kind of festival. So let's address the issue of content, the issue of scripting, the issue of storyline and production of films in Africa, by extension Nigeria, or by Nigeria extension Africa, either way, whichever. But let's look at this in the context of content, scripting, the right production. Now, for an African movie to be enlisted for this kind of international award, what kind of standard is expected when it comes to the issue of production, in terms of content scripting, and how far as Nigerian or filmmakers in Nigeria coping with this standard? Would you say a film produced in Nigeria can compete with this standard in terms of content, scripting, storyline, and when you look at production?
Okay, so I was trying to cut you short when you were talking. It's not true to say that we haven't had films at that level. I mean, I've had a documentary that was selected at Sundance. We almost won, but there was a little politics there. But if you didn't win, you didn't win. And there's so many others. I just told you while I was talking earlier on about Mami Wata that won an award in cinematography at the best cinematography at Sundance. We have had a few films that have gone to, not just Nigerian films, but African films. So to say that that we are not there, it's not entirely true. I mean, it depends on the filmmaker and what we're able to do. I mean, globally, you only need to look at Netflix to know that we're holding our own now. We're beginning to have, high production values where the scripting is no longer as bad. You may say generally a few stand out, but they're not all together bad. A few usually stand out, as you can see. I don't want to mention movies here now. In terms of cinematography, our productions are at par right now. I can tell you that. We don't have the kind of budget that they have. And I can assure you that if we did have just a quarter or a fraction of the budget that these big movies have, we would do more. We would actually, that's why we're called Africa Magic. We would do magic. I can tell you that for free. So it's not about bashing us here now. We're making magic out of nothing. Very little support from government, but the Americans are not necessarily supported by government. So I'm not going to use that as an excuse. Film is a private business like any other, but we are doing it, and we are not really so hot about the festival culture. We don't go to too many festivals or send our films to too many festivals. If we did, we'll probably have more success rate, But a key element to your question is what areas do we need improvement? Yes, we do need improvement. But I can tell you, as I speak to you right now, there are so many Nigerians in some of the best film schools around the globe. Many have graduated, many are in production right now, and so we can only get better. That's what I would say to you.
Quite agree with you. When it comes to the brains, Nigerians, we have it in abundance. This is why we're called African Magic, like you said. You raised one crucial point, Ed, which has to do with the issue of finance or finance and filmmaking. You observe that most filmmakers in Nigeria, most of their projects are either self-financed or they get loans, seeking for loans to produce movies in Nigeria. Now, let's address this issue. What is the ideal and what can be done to improve the plight of filmmakers who will need the right access to the right financing to be able to produce the right films for this industry? This challenge of having access to financing, how can it be addressed in Nigeria?
Okay, so there's no ideal in terms of raising finance for filmmaking. There's so many routes. You can do equity financing. You can take loans. You can sell your property to finance your movie. You can max out your credit cards to finance a movie. And you can also go into collaborations as well. So there's no one way. However, perhaps what we do need is more venture capitalists in that sector. People who are ready to put in money there. A few are beginning to do that, but it's still a new industry. The banks don't understand it very well yet. The few who have tried, some have burnt their fingers, some have smiled. But we're still looking at it. But I can tell that there are a few people who are beginning boldly putting down a lot of money and financing movies, and they're saying, "Hey, bring it on. We're ready to back you up." So government. I don't know. I wish we had a film fund like in Germany and in Europe. You have many film funds where filmmakers can go and get funds from. Lagos State government has made some efforts in that direction. Kudos to them. Edo State government, for instance, will provide facilities, to support. They can give free accommodation or supplement, or subsidize your accommodation, provide vehicles to just take some of the costs off you and all that. So it's beginning, we just have to try. But as filmmakers, we also have to get better organized, have good business plans, and also make sure that we can show people how they can make their money back and then attract funding like as in every other sector.
And now let's talk about the culture of film festival, organizing film festivals in Nigeria. At the local level, we've addressed the international standard and what should be done at the national scene. But at the local level, don't you think it's also important to start from the grassroots to also address this issue of creating the right structure to attract the culture of film festival and even the right talents at the local level? So speak to us about some of the things that have been put in place to promote this culture at the local level, not just at the international level as we've spoken, but let's address the local organizing of film festival, which will also go up the scale to state and also to the national level.
Okay, so that's a very important point. Film festivals can be general, they can be niched as well. There are short film festivals, student film festivals, international film festivals, indigenous language film festivals. You can decide to do a Yoruba film festival, for instance. You can decide to do an Igbo film festival, for instance. You can decide to do a tourism film festival. You can decide to do a film festival that is, you have LGBT themed film festivals, you have human rights film festivals. So it must not necessarily be a festival that brings the whole world to your backyard, And the good thing about it is most film festivals, many of them, the entries are free. For others, you can pay. But it's beginning. I can't even count the number of film festivals we have now. They are growing by the day. So it's a culture that has just started, and it's also a place where filmmakers can look forward to. Like the animation group is small, but they are having, I think, one festival or two where they can go to and also showcase what they have. A film festival helps you showcase what you got, possibly win awards, be recognized. It's a networking platform. It's a place to sell your talent and your products. It's a place to meet new friends and, and also it builds tourism too in the local community. So it started, it's growing, is what I can say. And so.
All right. We're at a time where technology is taking over every sector. So talking about Nigerian film industry.
You're dragging this, you're dragging
of technology. What are the challenges being faced by filmmakers when it comes to the issue of technology? You have software, hardware that have been deployed into filmmaking now. In terms of affordability and the sustenance of this kind of production, what can also be done to ensure that this issue of technology being deployed into filmmaking can be sustained? Give us a picture of, as a filmmaker, give us a picture of what you go through in the use of this technology and the impact on filmmaking in Nigeria.
I thought it was time up, but anyway, let me answer that question. Okay, so there's a convergence of medium right now. Almost everything is on your palm top right now. There's a lot. what has happened, technology has now democratized the space for filmmaking. Before now, you needed very big ARRI cameras for shooting film, Kodak stock, Fuji stock, and the like. And it was very, very expensive to shoot, on film stock. But now with digitization, with digital technology, I mean, you don't even need to have a big camera, even with your phone. Like I often say when I do trainings in this area, I say to people, don't wait to have everything ready with your handset. And they're getting better by the day. You can even shoot 4K videos, some even more higher on your phone. With it, you can write a script, you can, do your casting, you can do your cast calls, you can, do your budgeting, you can shoot, you can edit, you can add your sound design, you can, distribute and exhibit, and finally receive your money without stepping out of your handset. Just an example of the disruption that technology has brought to this. And so there are so many other areas. It has brought us at par. Technology has made it cheaper, the entry level, for us. With technology, many people are sitting in their homes and learning on YouTube how to be filmmakers without going to film schools. With technology right now, you can do green screen technology that could only have been imagined in the past. Right now, you just do it on your laptop, with cheaper softwares. And there's so many things you can do now. With drone technology, in the past, you would have rented a helicopter. I know I did some time ago, just an aerial shoot for a documentary I was doing, and I had to get a helicopter. I mean, who does that? This is just get a small drone, and then you rise up there and you do magic, as a matter of fact. So technology has really helped to make filmmaking, something that it has leveled the playground for filmmaking, between the global north and the global south.
Now, let me also raise this concern, which is also the general feeling as regards the deployment of technology. Don't you also think it will also bring about job loss? You have the good side to it, which is the fact that it's bringing efficiency into film production. But there are also those who are having the concerns that the deployment of technology will also lead to job loss. So situations where you need to deploy human being, you're deploying equipment. What's your concern about this, and what would be your advice?
My advice is go to school or go to YouTube and learn. The truth is, if you're not upgrading yourself, then obviously you're making yourself obsolete, like equipment. I don't see technology is an enabler. Technology helps you scale in a way that you would not ordinarily have been able to. Where you are now, I mean, if you were waiting for a license to be on terrestrial TV, you would wait forever. But with technology right now, you're able to reach people, not just within Nigeria, but across the globe. True? Is that not true? So has it not created a job for you? Has it not, if you were waiting for the few limited stations that were free to air here, you probably would not even have a job yourself. So technology is an enabler. We should stop looking at it like the enemy. It is an enabler. The other thing is for us to be able to understand it, and to be able, people will say robots will come take your jobs, but I don't think so. It helps us rather, and it just takes us to a whole new level. If one area dies, another one, opens up. Yes, today you may say the fax machine will be upset, but there are more phones being created with it. You can scan, you can shoot, you can do your camera work, but that creates more opportunities for the companies that are manufacturing phones. It creates opportunities for people who are along the value chain, for people who are distributing phones, for people who are selling phones, and all of that. So every disruption has, opportunities in it, and so we should stop thinking that they are, going to take jobs. They are enablers. That's what it is, basically.
All right, so let's wrap up this conversation by going back to the Venice Film Festival. What are the lessons here, looking at the level of preparation the organization deployed to this festival for the organizers of film festivals in Nigeria? Then what are your expectations? You know, the festival is still ongoing, and also wrap it up with what can be done differently. I'm sure you are also hoping for a day that an African movie, not going to be enlisted, but you know, to grab an award in this kind of festival. So wrap up your thought on this by, you know, putting all these three elements together to see what can be done differently.
Let me start with the end. If you may be the most beautiful girl in the world, but if you don't go into a beauty pageant, you will never win. You will never answer the most beautiful girl. Okay? And so we can't sit here and not send our movies in and hope to win. So the first thing to do is to be in the field so that you can be considered. They're not going to beg you to come and send your movies. If you make a movie and you think it's good enough, send it in. You never know what they're looking for. And you don't know who is competing that year. You may just be the best of the lot. That's my major advice. And so for us as filmmakers here, or as film festival organizers, it's important to attend this festival so that we can borrow a thing or two, a leaf or two from there. If they've been doing this for 81 years or more, I think more because of the war. I think there was 1 or 2 years that they didn't come on, maybe because of the war and all that. But you know, if they've been doing this for so long, they've been consistent. So if they've been doing this for so long, there's something to learn. We should invest in attending these festivals, you know, in networking, seeing how it's done, you know, getting engrossed in the atmosphere and being inspired by it to be able to come back. Because if you walk with goats, you'll be like a goat. If you move with lions, you'll be like a lion. If you're with the goats, you remain at that goat level. But if you walk with lions, even if you're a goat, you aspire. You want to be like a lion. So it will inspire us to come back and do better than what we're doing at the moment. You know, so, and again, I think government should encourage local film festival organizers because it helps build local tourism. When people attend film festivals, they come to spend their money. It will help to reflect the local economy, get people to know, you know, your culture, your food, and everything about you. And they will be your ambassadors, free of charge when they go back to their various countries.
All right, what an interesting way to wrap up this conversation. Well said. You know, the best way to win a race is also to be part of the race. If you are not part of the race, you can't win the race. Thank you so much, Dr. Victor Okai, who is a filmmaker and the President, Directors Guild of Nigeria. Thank you so much for your time and your commitment, also your submissions on this subject. Have a nice weekend and enjoy yourself, Dr. Okai.
Thank you.
All right, what a way to wrap up today's conversation and our offering for this week. It's been a productive week, and we must thank you for being with us. You know, this program can't be in existence if you're not there. And that's why we acknowledge that you are there. We appreciate you for your feedback and your commitment. Just keep it coming by going on all our social media platforms, Facebook, X. And if you need to do a catch-up of our earlier conversations on these programs, the one we started with on Monday to now, just get on our YouTube channel, search for SOUQ News TV. There you find us. And next thing, we always return bigger and better, not just tomorrow. It's going to return on Monday. And don't forget, Market Insight is going to come up at 11. I remain your favorite host. Femi Adele is my name. Thanks for watching. Enjoy your weekend.
Just what you need right here at Femi Wash Media. Call it the Midas Touch and you wouldn't be wrong. Let us record, produce, mix and master your audio like nobody does. Reach us on our contact today for the best quality job.
This is the story of Julie Coker, beauty queen, pioneer broadcaster, staunch Catholic, fearless woman activist, the Yaito of Lagos. From a historical viewpoint, the first terrestrial signals of television broadcasting in Nigeria occurred when the then Western Regional Government established Western Nigeria's Government Broadcasting Corporation, popularly known as WNTV, on Saturday, October 31, 1959 at Agodi. WNTV was not just a pioneer in TV broadcasting in Nigeria, it also enjoyed the status of being the maiden TV station in the whole of Africa. WNTV belonged to the Western Nigeria Television Service. Africa has seen the emergence of exceptionally gifted stars in the broadcasting industry, particularly television gems.
She's a wonderful woman.
An icon and a legend.
She's paid her dues in that industry. She's done so much.
One of those unique creations of history whose outstanding quality precede them.
Miss Nigeria. Julie. Now, so not be today fine. Long time she was hitting the headlines. When television started, Julie was already reigning as TV star.
Oh, she was a big superstar in Nigeria. She's a great woman and continues to be great. She bears nobody any grudge. She's a happy-go-lucky person, and she takes life as it comes. She's not envious of anybody.
This is the story of Julie Coker, beauty queen, pioneer broadcaster, staunch Catholic, fearless woman activist, the Yaito of Lagos.
A wonderful, wonderful woman. She's an inspiration. I mean, this was somebody that I used to watch on television when I was a child. And when I met her again in England, she would sit down with me, we would have a good chat and about so many things. I've learned a lot from her. And there are times, you know, we'll go out for a meal and she'll be telling me about the good old days of Nigeria. And really and truly, I want the good old days of Nigeria to come back. She's mentored a lot of people, a very down-to-earth lady. And I saw her recently. It was amazing. When she gave me her contact number and she could recall the number from memory, somebody was saying, how could you have done that, ma? I said, I really don't know. An eloquent speaker, elegant lady, a beautiful soul. I mean, there are too many qualities this woman has. And she was saying, do you know what? We have to do something for this generation. And these are people that we admire so much and will continue to admire them because they are like an institution. What can we do? We should have something like a walk of fame, honestly, for people like her. Ms. Taiwo Ajayi Lycett. This is also an institution as well, the veteran actress. And she is a very strong advocate for arts and culture. People like her, people like Chief Julie Coker, they ought to be celebrated. And this is why I always say, maybe this is me putting on my Renew African Mindset cap on again, promoting healthy living in the elderly. They ought to be celebrated whilst they're still alive. And this is what we should be encouraging. To tap into their talents, to bring up the younger generation.
I am the adopted son of Chief Julie Coker. She's actually my auntie, or more. I mean, when my father, became late, you understand, she took me in under her wings, and I've been with her ever since the age of 6. And if I'm going to talk about her memories, there are so many, they are numerous. It's like the memories of a mother and a child. Yet we've done everything. Almost everything we did together. We traveled to Los Angeles together for the 1984 Olympics. She took me along with the NT entourage. We covered the events together. I learned a lot from her. So there are so many memories, but whenever she travels, she along with her son, second son, Richard, always tag along with her wherever she went. So it's normal, my memories are that of a mother and a child. Chief Julie Coker is, to me, an icon and a legend. And the history of Nigerian broadcasting can never be complete or even written at all without the mention of Chief Julie Coker. First, she was more or less the first woman in so many, in broadcasting. She was the first, before Nollywood, she acted. Before you heard any musician, she went into music. So, as I said, the history of entertainment and broadcasting can never be complete without her name.
Incidentally, Chief Julie Coker is a younger cousin to my late father, Wilbert Eden Sr. My background, I'm a journalist by background. I'm a chartered member of the Institute of Public Relations. And incidentally, Chief Julie Coker is a younger cousin to my late father, Wilbert Eden Sr. Well, we've had fond memories of Auntie Julie Coker, let me put it that way back as a child growing up. We used to be very proud and still very proud of her as a pioneer newscaster in Nigeria. She's paid her dues in that industry. She's done so much. She's done, as a pioneer newscaster, like I said, we've always been very proud of her. She has been very professional, and as children, we always look forward to 9 o'clock news, where Auntie Julie Coker it's on to cast the news, and we're always out there to see her. She has paid her dues. She has spent all her time being particular about professionalism in the industry, even up till now. She's done so much in the industry. She's done so much in the industry. Growing up, she has never been someone, and she's a lovely auntie. We always go to her. She always wants people to come around her. In spite of her status, she wants us, the children of her relatives, to always come over to Ikoyi, to Victoria Land, wherever she lived. And there's one particular thing I know about her, is that she never discriminated. For the people who lived with Auntie Julie Coker, I never lived with her. There's nobody that lived with Auntie Julie Coker that never traveled outside the country for holidays. So she's always like that. She wanted the best for everybody around her. Coming to relationship in the church where I attend, where my father and my great-grandfather attended, she was not a member of my church because she was a Catholic, but because she had affiliation with that church, because her mother was a member of that church. She was always particular about the growth and development of that church. and that's Holy Covenant Family Church, the only Chekwe church in Lagos. She was always particular about the growth and development of that church. She put in everything to make sure that the church is improving and all of that. Beyond that, our association with the church generally, our Catholic church, up till now, she's a strong member of the church. She has all her faith daily, has a very close relationship with our God, our Creator, and she's done so much in that direction. Up till now, as I speak with you, she's still a strong member of the Catholic Church, and she has both the UK, in Nigeria, the Holy Cross, the Falmer Church. She's had a good relationship. She's a God-fearing person. She's lived all her life showing care and concern to people, and that has always been a hallmark. A legacy of hard work, dedication to duty, to our profession, a legacy of love. I think the legacy of believing in God in whatever comes our way. You know, she's had her vicissitudes of life, and she's been able to overcome all of this. I mean, so losing 2 children, you never can, you know, the strength to overcome all of this is awesome. But beyond that, more legacy is that she has done so much for this country. I could remember that even, I think just quite recently, she was talking about retraining of broadcasters. That's her passion. She has a legacy. She's done so much. So it's a lot of things that she has put into making Nigeria, into contributing to Nigeria. So her legacy, I can't even say, I can't pinpoint to only one thing. She's done so much across board, and so she's worth celebrating.
Let us honor this world-class broadcaster, a national and universal figure of distinction. Chief Julie Coker was born on July 25, 1940 to an Egba father from the Coker family in Abeokuta, Ogun State, and an Ishekiri mother from the Okorogeye Bodo family of Warri, Delta State. She was raised by her mother on Lagos Island and attended St. Mary's Convent School for her primary education.
One of those unique creations of history whose outstanding qualities precede them. My own recollection is that she was already a public figure, very glamorous on television before our past course, and of course, as it so happens in such circumstances, you actually, the reputation precedes the actual meeting. So, and I think it must have been in the early 60s when she was the glamour girl of Western Nigerian television. And I think before then, she was at Holy Child College, and from there proceeded to a much more public posture. And of course, if you go even earlier than that, you have to admit that she is the product of the cross-culture of the Benin, Warri, Sapele axis, and then of course in Lagos where she went to school. And then to cap it all, Ibadan, which was at that time the melting, not just the melting point, but the boiling point in Nigerian political affairs. But so she was already in the public consciousness through being being a regular feature on television. And then, of course, she married one of the Nauros, Michael Nauro, was the was at St. Grace, was an old boy at St. Grace College, and I've been a superstar in football, athletics, music, and what have you. And I think at that time, St. Grace College boys had a monopoly on Holy Child girls.
Julie na Saple girl. I'm from Ogwanja in Saple. Right now, I'm president of Saple Boma Boys. So I know Julie after she was born. Miss Nigeria. Julie. Now, so not be today fine. Julie. Long time she was hitting the headlines when television started. Julie was already reigning as TV star in Ibadan. That's where TV started in Nigeria. The rest is history. She's still fine. Making headlines wherever she is.
Well, people see her outside as a celebrity. I see her as an auntie. Like, you know, she's my mother's first cousin. Her mother and my grandmother are sisters. Or we are sisters because they are all late. And it's an auntie I've always admired. As a child, she was a big superstar in Nigeria. And we grew up knowing Auntie Julie as someone who worked in WNTV, WNTS in Ibadan. And we all grew up to love her. She was very beautiful. She still tries to be beautiful now, even at her age of 84, she'll be 84 in July, like, you know. And we worked together in NTA. I left NTA some years ago. We left NTA around the same time. I was the company secretary, legal advisor to the NTA. And I was the closest to her because we saw every day at work, being that she's my auntie as well. We got on very well. She's very patient. And she's a great woman and continues to be great. She bears nobody any grudge. She's a happy-go-lucky person. And she takes life as it comes. She's not envious of anybody. She's accepted all God has given her in a very, very graceful way. She continues to be happy, and I just wish her all the best. In those days, they didn't have the gadgets we have now. Then, most things were very practical. Today, a lot of things are automated. We had very hot studios. They used to rehearse a lot. But now the internet has made life very easy. Now you can just be in a room and have it as your station and everything. Then we had huge transmitters. I remember going from state to state to launch transmitters in the 80s. And Auntie Julie was one of those people who started television, one of the first broadcasters. And they did a very good job, and they should be honored for their role in the pioneering television services in Nigeria. We don't know the criteria they use these days to honor people. I've seen many people who've done so much, they are not honored, and people who've done nothing and are honored. At the end of the day, it's God that honors you. I know she's a very good Christian. She goes to church regularly. I'm not that super religious, but she is. She doesn't joke with her religion. She doesn't miss her masses. And I believe that's what has kept her going in spite of all the tragedies she's had in life. She has good relations and a big family. And she's, like I'll tell you, a very, very happy and contented person. Contentment is a virtue that one has to have. So at the end of the day, if they talk about television, I mean, she should be honored as one of the pioneers of television in Africa, because the first television in Africa was in Ibadan, like you know. So, and if she's one of the pioneers, I guess she has a place in history. That's what I've been talking about, being a pioneer television star, a superstar. I mean, she did a lot of programs, like you know. She was a beauty queen. We should not forget that aspect. So in those days, people want to see beautiful faces on television. And she combined both beauty, eloquence, gait. She was very calm. I've never seen her lose her temper. I do. I lose mine. But I've never, no matter how you sort of annoy her, she's always very calm. She never loses her temper. And she has a lot going for her. But contentment is the greatest, I say, and the fear of God. Like I told you, she's very religious. And I think that's her greatest strength.
And only child college, Obalinde, Lagos, for her secondary education. Her journey to the limelight began with her winning the Miss Western Nigeria Beauty Contest in 1957 and her coming second in the Miss Nigeria Beauty Competition in 1958. She joined the Western Nigeria Television, WNTV, in 1959 as the second female face on television in Africa. She attended numerous courses in England, United States of America, Germany, and Norway, where she was groomed in the art of television broadcasting. Upon her return from one of these overseas courses, she joined the Nigeria Television Services (NTS), which later became the Nigerian Television Authority (NTA). She became an icon at the WTA, where she anchored the network news and numerous programs and events. She retired as an assistant director of marketing and state operations. Though now retired, she is not tired, as she tirelessly runs a pet project, Richard Coker Foundation, a charitable organization established in memory of her late son, Mr. Richard Coker Enaro. The major objectives of this organization is to help people suffering from sickle cell anemia. This documentary spotlights Julie Coker, particularly her family life and her days in the broadcasting industry, from her humble beginnings through the various travels and triumphs of being raised by a lone parent, her dear mother, her meteoric rise to stardom, and managing fame and popularity at a young age.
I am a broadcaster by training, and broadcasting has been part of my life since I was 8 years old. And by the grace of God, I practiced the profession and got to the pinnacle of my career, having worked with the NTA as a news correspondent, sports commentator, and sports anchor. Chief Julie Coker is not only a beautiful, delightful, immensely talented woman, but is a Nigerian, and I dare say a human being that comes only once in a lifetime. And when God created her for a purpose, because she's been able to effortlessly, effectively, and joyfully serve God and save humanity. She is a Catholic by faith and religiously goes to church every day, even at the age of about 83 years old. And she's been a broadcaster by excellence. She's been able to impact the lives of not only Nigerians but foreigners alike, both in Nigeria and in the United Kingdom, where she presently resides. She's from Delta State originally, and we've known her and admired her and worked closely with her all these years till date. Reverberates in my heart and in my mind is the fact that she's been a beacon of hope for both young men and women, but particularly for women. Because for any woman that aspires to be something in life, you look at the life and time of Chief Julie Coker, you know she's a woman who has gone to school, who has practiced her profession, who has served God religiously, and who is still serving God, and somebody that is a good example of what a woman, a mother, and a grandmother should be.
Yes, my name is Stephen Kola Balogun. I happen to be a legal practitioner. I've been at the bar now for well over 40 years, and I'm also a former commissioner in Osun State. Chief Judy Coker. Well, Chief Judy Coker is an icon of Nigerian broadcasting. I don't think there's anyone of my age who would know her. I'm 64 years, and of course I've known Chief Judy Coker since I was a young boy, when she was at the NTA. She also happens to be a good friend of my mother, and I've retained a good relationship with her ever since. But most importantly, she remains a household name. I think she's what we call a mother of the nation. Everyone is very fond of her, and everyone remembers her for the good and sterling work she did while she was with the NTA. I said, when I was a young boy, we used to watch her on television. She was very well spoken, very well presentable, and she came across very well. And that's an everlasting memory. That's the memory I actually still have in my mind. I mean, obviously now she's much older now. She's like I said, the granny of the nation. But that long-term memory of her on the NTA, reading our national news, remains a lasting memory for me. Well, I think the most important thing they can learn from her is to be professional. Chief Judy Coker was professional and remained steadfast. Up till today, she is very committed to broadcasting. I don't think there's any broadcasting program that Auntie Judy Coker is called upon that she does not attend. She goes out of her way to attend, and she does her very best to promote Nigerian broadcasting and information in general. So I think that the lesson people can learn from her is the fact that you should remain dedicated and committed to whatever your lifetime profession is. Well, the legacy she has left behind in the media is the fact that you must make yourself enduring. You must also appeal to a wide audience as well. And Auntie Judy Coker has done that very successfully. She remains an icon. She remains a woman who has appealed to the nation. Even though she's in her 80s now, she's still very fond of, still very much loved. And it's important, therefore, that whatever we set out to do, that we endure ourselves to the vast majority of the nation or the people we work with, so that we leave a lasting memory and legacy for those people. And that's what Auntie Judy Coker has done rather successfully. Nowadays, our politicians, our leaders, enter government, get themselves engaged in all sorts of things, and there isn't what you call total commitment to the cause. They're not particularly interested in trying to improve the lot of the masses. Neither are they very thoughtful in the legacy they will leave behind. And I think the likes of Auntie Judy Coker, at least from that particular generation, have shown that it's important not only to remain steadfast in your chosen profession, but also to think of how you can possibly improve your profession, endure yourself to a wide audience, and always think about how you can possibly improve the lot of the people. And most importantly, it's not always about financial gain. It's more about service and commitment. And I believe those two words, service and commitment, are the important things that this particular generation of leaders can learn from Auntie Judy Coker.
Auntie Judy Coker is a legend. She's known globally for being a legendary broadcaster in the business, from Nigeria to the UK to the US. She's had a history in her career of being someone that everyone looks up to. She started her career in the late 50s, and even in the 60s she met people like the late great President of the US, John Fitzgerald Kennedy, and she also met people like Muhammad Ali in her time. She's well known as not just a broadcaster, but a music artist and someone who has an album with an artist like Anderson .Paak, who sampled her song Erayon on his own album Saviour's Road a few years ago, something that got to #1 in the Billboard charts in the US. I know a lot about her. She's someone who has gone through life's tragedies, but through that she's become strong in the sense of running a charity like the Richard Coker Foundation, which was founded in 2004 on the passing of her beloved son, Richard Coker Enahoro. And it's run by herself and my brother, Baba Epega. They are the chair people of the whole foundation. And they forge a way to make people aware of sickle cell illness, something that affects so many people in the diaspora of Africa and people of African background and some Asian people as well. And it's something that she's a very strong and vocal voice for, not just in the UK, not just in Nigeria, but all over the world. She's a relative of my mother's, and her son was our beloved cousin, so she's a great aunt to us. And in fact, like a mother, because on the passing of my late mother, Ibiene Adokia Pega, she became like a mother to us since 1992 and has been very close to all my family, myself, my sister Yewande, my brother Baba that I mentioned, and my daughter Dylan Ibiene. So it's something that I can say that she's very close to us, like a mother to us. Has in fact stood as a mother to us in many, many, many circumstances and life occasions. My memories of her go back to the first time I remember being at one of her shows, her 7-Up birthday party that used to be on Nigerian television. I remember attending that as a child, and it was a wonderful, wonderful experience, and something that I treasure very much so. You know, we shared so many wonderful memories with her. It's something that I just can't forget. And what legacy has she left in broadcasting? Her legacy is something you can't stop even, because it's something we all look up to. Most recently, this past April, we had a visit by Tom Parker Bowles, the son of Queen Camilla of the United Kingdom, who came to Lagos to take part in the food festival, GT Bank. And he spent time with Auntie Julie. We introduced him to Auntie Julie, and he was thrilled when we told him of her background and who she was. And it was something like meeting the equivalent of Elizabeth Taylor of Nigeria. She has left a brilliant legacy, not just in broadcasting, but in film, in her mentoring, in a legacy that goes back to even working with the late Orlando Martins, who was a great uncle to us and the first African actor to carve out a career in Hollywood. Orlando Martins was somebody she worked with over at NTA in the early 70s. Her legacy for Nigerian women, I would say, is that she's somebody we can look up to. She's somebody that we can regard. And we have great people like Sade Adu, who's the greatest singer of all time, I must say. But someone like Auntie Julie is somebody we can forge a career and look to her if we want our own career in broadcasting, in marketing, in entertainment, in public speaking, because she's just brilliant. And for all Nigerian women, she's somebody that we can all look up to and really admire, because when you think of great women of Nigeria, like her niece, Senator Danjuma, Senator Daisy Danjuma, she's in that scope of people that we look up to and say, yes, you know, someone that she can be a guiding light. Because like I say, my late mother, Ibiene Adokia Pega, was very close to her, and they were like sisters. And so for me, when I see her, I see a mother figure. And what the government should do, in finality of this discussion, is to give a Julie Coker Day. Why don't we have a Julie Coker holiday? I think it would be wonderful for the government in Nigeria to give up a day, a media day, where people get introduced to broadcasting the history of Nigeria, influence in the arts, because we're doing so well. I mean, we have great artists to this day. We have people like Burna Boy, we have Davido, we have actors, Chiwetel Ejiofor in Hollywood, we have Davido Yellowo, we have wonderful talent, and people like Auntie Julie paved the way.
I retired as the Director of Public Prosecutions of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, and later served as Attorney General
and Commissioner for Justice in Lagos State. It dates back 50, 60 years ago. We were young. We were just starting life. Then later she lived close to me. She's super. Her nickname is JC. JC, Judy Cooker, superstar. Not in the sense of acting, but because she's a unique person, a woman of empathy and concern for others' well-being. And she's very truthful and loyal, which are rare qualities around today. She's a very, very sincere person. If Julie tells you she's with you, you have nothing to worry about. You can't doubt her sincerity. We've had high and downs, and we've been there for one another, which is what life is all about. Julie has climbed so many heights and smashed so many glass, but she doesn't carry it as an ego. She's one of us. She's real. And whatever has happened to Julie in life has not weighed her down, has not stopped her from being who she is, which is a great talent, a great virtue, a great quality. That's what I like about her. She's not one of these people who worship for the sake of worshiping. She's of true faith. Easygoing. She comes and goes with a clean heart. How many people do that today? How many people have been through what Julie has been through and still the same loyal, friendly, happy, easygoing person? Not many. She's received so many knocks, but she comes out in flying colors.
This documentary is a recount of her rise to stardom from a harsh start of life, which teaches us that with determination, perseverance, and aid of helpers, anyone can reach his or her divine destiny. She surmounted all the barriers that would otherwise have put down or derailed the faint-hearted. In summary, this documentary teaches us that with doggedness, ability, creativity, and integrity, we can reach for the stars. Julie Coker is an inspiration not only to broadcasters, but to all aspiring broadcasters. Life is an epigram, a vital spark, a quest, a solemn message to the world. We must do everything within our power to leave the industry better than we meet it.
Innocent Chukwuma, the entrepreneurial life of the founder of Innocent Vehicles Motors. In the heart of Africa's most populous nation, Nigeria, lies a testament to human ingenuity and entrepreneurial spirit. Innocent Vehicle Manufacturing, founded by Chief Innocent Ifediaso Chukwuma Nwachukwu. Innocent has become a symbol of African automotive excellence. Chief Chukwuma, a self-made billionaire, is not your typical car manufacturer. His journey is a story of resilience, determination, and a burning desire to change the status quo. Early life of Innocent Chukwuma, his apprenticeship. Innocent Chukwuma was born on 1st October 1961 into a humble family in Uru-Umudim, Inewi, Anambra State. Chief Chukwuma's formative years instilled in him the values of hard work and perseverance. His father, Chukwuma Mojeku, was a junior civil servant, while his mother, Martina Chukwuma, was a stay-at-home mom. He is the last of 6 children, 4 boys and 2 girls. He had his primary and secondary education in his hometown. His educational journey commenced at St. Stephen's Primary School, Uru-Umudim, in Anambra State, where Innocent completed his elementary education. He continued his academic pursuits at Holy Ghost College in Umuahia for his secondary studies, demonstrating a persistent commitment to knowledge. After Innocent completed his secondary education in 1978, he dreamt of becoming an engineer. He applied to study engineering at the university, but couldn't get in that year because he did not make the cutoff mark. Before then, he was assisting his elder brother, Gabriel, in his medicine store while he awaited the admission results. During this process, Innocent discovered that he has a natural talent for trading. Since he was not doing anything, he decided to pursue this talent to the fullest by learning how to improve his trading skills. Apprenticeship. When he did not meet the admission cutoff mark, he easily moved on since he has a flair for trade. His brother, Gabriel, took him to Chief Romanus Eze Onwuka, who was at the time the biggest motorcycle spare parts dealer in Inewi. He was popularly called Ron Jenny. Innocent Chukwuma served as an apprentice for 1 year. Working with Chief Romanus Eze Onwuka enabled young Innocent to nurture his business acumen and technical knowledge. Entrepreneurial journey. Within a year of his apprenticeship, he mastered the art of buying and selling of motorcycle parts and later returned to his brother Gabriel. At this time, his brother has registered Gabros International to trade in motorcycle parts and gave Innocent the sum of 3,000 naira to start the business. With a free hand to run the new venture, Innocent rented a shop and bought the first goods. A year later, Innocent and his brother took stock of both the medicine store and the motorcycle parts business. They found out that Gabros International was generating 10 times more income than the medicine store. His brother then decided to close the medicine store and paid full attention to the spare parts business. Launch of Innocent Group of Companies. Chief Chukwuma's foray into the automotive industry began in 1980. As a spare parts trader, he quickly identified a gap in the market, the lack of readily available and affordable spare parts for vehicles. Armed with this knowledge, in 1981, Innocent Chukwuma departed from his brother and started trading in Honda motorcycle parts. He had his savings and the cash his brother gave him, so he began trading under the name Innocent Nigeria Limited. As time progressed, he started importing motorcycles. He realized that people were buying second-hand motorcycles because the new motorcycles were expensive because they were imported and assembled into a 40-feet container which could only take 40 motorcycles at a time, and this also increased the cost of the motorcycle. Innocent Chukwuma sought out ways to cut down the cost of imported new motorcycles so Nigerians can afford new motorcycles. This he did by importing the motorcycles disassembled so more motorcycles can fit into the 40-feet container and getting them assembled here in Nigeria. With this new idea, he was able to import 200 units of motorcycles in the same 40-feet container and reassemble them upon their arrival in Nigeria. This gave him the edge to sell cheaper than his competitors at the rate of 60,000 naira to 80,000 naira instead of 150,000 naira. The skillful entrepreneur Innocent Chukwuma was the first person that introduced Jing Cheng brand of motorcycles into Nigeria. This was how Innocent Chukwuma's company started assembling branded motorcycles just like Leventis and Bulus Enterprises. Today, the company is one of the major importers, suppliers and assemblers of motorcycles and motorcycle parts in Nigeria and West Africa as a whole. Expansion of the business. As the saying goes, expansion comes from wanting more and more until there is nothing left. The entrepreneur is always innovative, looking for new markets and new ways to sell to his customers. Innocent also ventured into the plastic business. He decided to produce all plastic components in his factories so that more units of spare parts can fit into the container. Today, his plastic factory is one of the largest manufacturers of crash helmets in West Africa and also the largest manufacturer of plastic products in Nigeria. Subsidiaries of Innocent Group of Companies. Innocent Nigeria Limited. The company was incorporated in July 1987 and entered into a joint venture of assembling motorcycles in Nigeria with Chinese motorcycle manufacturer Jing Cheng in 1994. They specialize in the manufacturing of motorcycles, tricycles, spare parts and accessories. And the factory is located in Inewi, Anambra State. Innocent Technical and Industrial Company Limited. The company commenced operations in October 2002 with its head office at Plot WL Industrial Layout, Emene, Enugu State. They produce high-quality household and industrial plastics, health and safety accessories, storage container, fixture and fittings, electrical components and accessories. Innocent Vehicle Manufacturing (IVM), the first indigenous vehicle manufacturing company in Nigeria. One of Innocent Chukwuma's cutting-edge achievements is the establishment of an automobile manufacturing company in Nigeria. The business mogul established the first indigenous vehicle manufacturing company in the country. According to him, he noticed everyone was involved in motorcycle business, including the Indians in Nigeria, and also the state government has started banning commercial motorcycles due to the involvement of the riders in heinous crimes and high fatalities. So he decided to go into manufacturing of motors. This insight led him to establish Innocent Vehicle Manufacturing, a company that would not only distribute parts but also manufacture vehicles specifically designed for Nigerian roads and conditions. In his words, he saw a need, a gap in the market, and he knew he could fill it. And he also believed that Nigerians deserved high-quality vehicles that were built to withstand our unique challenges. Chief Chukwuma's vision extended beyond simply assembling cars. He was determined to create a truly indigenous Nigerian brand from design to production. The company was incorporated in 2007 and commissioned on the 15th of October 2010 by President Goodluck Jonathan at Nnewi in Anambra State. Today, Innocent offers a wide range of vehicles from SUVs and cars to buses and trucks. Each vehicle is meticulously crafted with durability and affordability in mind. The company also provides good services for repairs and parts supplies. Innocent Motors vs. Guaranty Trust Bank, the legal battle. The legal dispute between Innocent Motors and Guaranty Trust Bank is a significant event in the Nigerian automotive industry. It is also a complex case that has spanned several years and involved multiple court rulings. In 2011 and appeals, Chief Innocent Chukwuma got his victory when the Court of Appeal in Ibadan ruled in favor of Innocent Motors. The court ordered GT Bank on 29 July 2011 to pay Innocent Motors the judgment sum of 2.4 billion naira with a 22% interest per annum on the judgment sum until its final liquidation. Guaranty Trust Bank challenged the court's decision, and in another court ruling in 2013, GT Bank was also ordered to pay 4.7 billion naira to Innocent as restitution for arbitrary charges. Guaranty Trust Bank also challenged the ruling of the High Court at the Court of Appeal, the Enugu Division. In December 2014, the Appellate Court asked GT Bank to deposit 6 billion naira in an interest-yielding account to be supervised by the court's registrar. The money was to be domiciled in an account that will accrue interest, pending determination of the suit. Guaranty Trust Bank challenged the Court of Appeal's decision and filed an appeal with the Supreme Court. And in a surprising turn of events, the Supreme Court overturned its initial dismissal of GT Bank's appeal in 2022. The court acknowledged an error in its previous procedure and allowed GT Bank's appeal to be heard. The final outcome of the case is still pending as GT Bank's appeal is being heard. Innocent General Tires and Tubes Company Limited. Innocent Chukwuma expanded his business to include tires and tubes. The company produces motorcycles, tires, and tubes. They produce about 8,000 pieces of motorcycle tires and 13,000 tubes daily. The company's plant is located in Enugu State's southeast region of Nigeria. Boards where Innocent Chukwuma serves. He was made Honorary Life Vice President of the Nigerian Association of Chambers of Commerce and Industry, Mines and Agriculture on the 23rd of November 2013. Innocent is also a Grand Fellow of the Nigerian Institute of Strategic Management. In addition, Innocent Chukwuma currently sits on the board of IVM, Innocent Group of Companies, and a member of the Manufacturer Association of Nigeria. He also serves as a Chancellor at Imo State University, Owerri. Innocent Chukwuma, marital life and family. Chief Innocent Chukwuma's wife is Ebele Chukwuma, and the couple is blessed with 5 children, 3 sons and 2 daughters. In conclusion, Chief Innocent Chukwuma's unwavering belief in his dream as a successful entrepreneur has paved the way for a brighter future, not just for his company, but for the entire African continent. He has inspired a new generation of entrepreneurs to dream big and strive for self-sufficiency. He pursued his talent, he learned skills to improve on his trading abilities, and grew to become a very successful entrepreneur in Nigeria and also in Africa. In addition, Innocent Chukwuma's net worth is estimated at $1.5 billion. Innocent Vehicle Manufacturing is more than just a car company. It is a symbol of African potential, and Chief Chukwuma's success story has resonated across Africa.
My name is Bayo Olaoye. The Supreme Court has given Nigerians something to chew, something that will absolutely be constantly on their minds. Since its July 11, 2024 verdict, which granted autonomy to local governments, the nation has known no rest. Political and legal pundits and other members of the society have said one or two things about the judgment. The debate is raging. Nothing unsettles the minds of politicians, in particular, than a troubling issue. In today's news talk, I shall be analyzing the views, sentiments, and emotions being displayed by politicians on this issue of local government autonomy in Nigeria. The verdict has caused disgust in their camps. Many of the states with the hidden agenda of their local governments were also dazed and humbled by the judgment. The states had it coming. They had been warned by the same Supreme Court in several past decisions to let the local governments be. In those judgments, the apex court categorically declared that local governments were not appendages of the state. In 4 cases which is cited in its July 11, 2024 landmark judgment, the court recalled saying in Ajunwon versus Governor of Oyo State 2021, Governor of Ekiti State versus Olubunmi in 2017, Eze versus Governor of Abia State and others in 2014, Friday versus Governor of Ondo State in 2022, that the local government is autonomous and should be left alone. In these judgments, the Supreme Court ruled that it is unconstitutional, illegal, and of no effect for a local government to be run by a caretaker committee, interim council, administrator, or any other name, agency, or body. It ruled that a democratically elected local government does not exist at the pleasure, whims, and caprices of either the governor or the state house of assembly. The misconception by the state authorities that the Constitution does not intend to grant and guarantee autonomy to the local government can be described as sheer aggrandizement and the selfish instinct to conquer and make the local governments mere parastatals of the state. It is unthinkable that a democratically elected governor will embark on wholesome, undemocratic tendencies which no doubt endanger democracy and the rule of law. It is also almost becoming a national phenomenon and embarrassment that governors have constituted themselves as special species most dangerous to democracy in the country. Disdainfully disregard, disrespect, and disrupt democratically elected councils and appoint their lackeys as caretaker committees to run the affairs of the councils. The nation owes a debt of gratitude to the current Attorney General and Minister of Justice, Lateef Fagbemi, SAN, for taking this matter up by filing this suit. The only new thing that the Apex Court did not do in other places was to make a formal declaration on how local government funds should be remitted. The Apex Court did not make the order then because it was not sought. As we all know in law, the court is not a Father Christmas. Contrary to the thinking in many quarters, the local government's autonomy is an all-encompassing issue. It is not only financial, it is political and administrative. The local governments have for long suffered in the hands of governors who treat the council chairman like serfs. The chairman must kowtow to them or be removed from office with ignominy. Local governments may not be known under a federal system like ours in the same way that the federal government and the states are recognized, but they have a constitutional role to play in governance. The states should allow them to play this role. This is what the Supreme Court had been saying in a number of judgments, but the message did not sink well until July 11th, 2024. The clincher or final blow was his bearing of the states from no longer taking custody of the funds of local governments. By that singular action of striking down Section 162B of the Constitution, the Apex Court pulled the rug from under the feet of the states. Up till now, they do not know what has hit them. They are stunned. All the humiliation, suppression, and oppression of local governments have now stopped. The local government council have now been set free. All eyes are on the chairman and their councillors to develop and enhance the dividends of democracy. A lot depends on them for the autonomy of the local government council to be meaningful. They have a chance of a lifetime to live their dreams and make a difference in the lives of people in their council areas. They should not be intimidated by the governors. We also appeal to the governors not to lay mines and obstacles or hurdles on the paths of local government councils within their area of jurisdiction as they play their role under the Constitution as an autonomous political institution. I am Bayo Olaoye. The National Union of Food, Beverages and Tobacco Employees Senior Staff Association has made a passionate appeal for urgent presidential intervention by President Bola Tinubu to resolve the crisis created by the refusal of the National Agency for Food and Drug Administration (NAFDAC) to comply with the resolution of the House of Representatives directing it to lift the ban on the production of alcoholic drinks in sachets and small PET bottles. The association made the appeal in an open letter sent to President Bola Tinubu and made available to our newsroom on the 16th floor of Necom House, 15 Marina, Lagos. In the petition signed by National President of National Union of Food, Beverages and Tobacco Employees, Comrade Garba Ibrahim, and the National President of the Food, Beverages and Tobacco Senior Staff Association, Comrade Jimo Uyibo, the union requested for the fatherly intervention of the President in what is called this lingering, unnecessary, intransigent refusal of the Director General of NAFDAC to comply with the resolution of the House of Representatives which directed it to lift the ban on alcoholic drinks in sachets and small PET bottles in its resolution on the whole House dated on the 14th of March 2024. The union expressed its profound gratitude to the President for his fatherly concern and exemplary leadership in the resolution of the minimum wage crisis, and expressed the hope that this groundbreaking achievement will go a long way in calming tensions in the unions and the organized private sector in the quest for the improvement of the economic well-being of the struggling but ever-enduring Nigerian working masses. It explained that it had resorted to the last-ditch attempt to resolve once and for all the avoidable impending crisis in the industries, which, if not quickly tackled, could appear to jeopardize the industrial peace that the resolution of the minimum wage negotiations are expected to lead to. The union noted that there have been copious presentations by the various stakeholders in the industry in response to what is called the sudden, ill-advised and ill-motivated draconian imposition of the ban of NAFDAC at the beginning of the year on the production of alcoholic drinks in sachets and small PET bottles, pointing out that the proposed ban will kill industries and investments. The union was of the view that the ban will invite economic disaster in Nigeria, which will affect hundreds of thousands of businesses, homes, and families in the country. The petition stated that as members of the unions dealing with food and beverages, they were of the opinion that the actions of NAFDAC was injurious to the economy at this difficult time, stressing that it was no surprise that the patriotic, honorable members of the People's House of Representatives unanimously passed the resolution due to stave off the looming danger to the economy. It observed that the position of the Director General of NAFDAC, Professor Mojisola Adeyeye, after the resolution was that she was waiting for ministerial directive before compliance. It wondered how long it will take the DG of NAFDAC to get the so-called ministerial directive months after the resolution of the House of Representatives. The union said that it did not want to allege or suggest that it appeared that the DG of NAFDAC was acting against national or public interest, as even the Distillers and Blenders Association of Nigeria, the BAN, have appealed to NAFDAC to suspend the ban. In its resolution, the House of Representatives stated that government regulatory bodies should place more emphasis on regulation, monitoring, and enlightenment campaign to educate stakeholders and the general public on the dangers of underage consumption of alcoholic drinks and its sale in motor parks. It also resolved that the enlightenment campaign should be carried out in secondary schools across the country as practiced by the National Drug Law Enforcement Agency (NDLEA) to educate students on the dangers and vices associated with the abuse of alcohol. It tasked parents, religious bodies and non-governmental organizations (NGOs) should be tasked to counsel their children or ward, especially the underage, on the dangers of alcohol consumption and that regular regulatory mechanisms should be strengthened to ensure enforcement and compliance. We call on Professor Muji Adeyeye, the DG of NAFDAC, to conform to and comply with the resolution of the House of Representatives in the interest of the public and adhering to the rule of law. There is no individual in Nigeria that is above the law. She should do the needful by lifting this ban on the production of alcoholic drinks in sachet and small PET bottles. I am Bayo Olaoye. About 39 dams spread across the 6 southwestern states are potential economic benefits to both the agricultural and industrial aspirations of the region, but for the obsolete and disgraceful look they are now wearing. A tour of the facilities show that they have been poorly maintained, grossly underutilized. Indeed, the dams account for about 12.7% of the estimated water needed in Nigeria, and experts believe that if they are not put to maximum use, they can boost agriculture and food production, improve the state's internally generated revenue (IGR), and increase employment. Given the federal government's proposed $500 million loan to ensure the safety of dams across the country, it has become imperative for political leaders in the region to begin reassessing dams with the political will to bring them to optimum performance. Apart from the average purpose of water supply and fisheries, which most of the dams in the southwest currently constructed to generate hydroelectricity for surrounding communities have hardly served objective in the last 3 or 4 decades since they were built. About 75% of the dams in the country were constructed for domestic and industrial water supply. 33% were built for irrigation and water storage. 29% were meant for fisheries, and 16% were aimed at recreation, and 4% hydroelectricity. But alas, no dam in the southwest region currently functions beyond 50% capacity, and others were discovered to have been abandoned. For instance, some major and multipurpose dams like the Onya Dam in Ogun State, Owena Dam in Ondo State, Ikere Gorge in Oyo State, Ashedire Dam in Oyo State, and others constructed with an intent to produce electricity have hardly performed to such capacity since they were built. It was learned that apart from the fact that over 85% of the major dams in the country are located in other region because of the poor rainfall in the area, more government attention over the years seems to have been given to dams in the region at the expense of the ones in the south. Perhaps one reason adduced for this is that the northern region is said to have less rainfall compared with the south. Therefore, the zone might need dams for more irrigation purposes. Another finding is that many of the political leaders in the southwest have been paying lip service to dam capacity and maintenance over the years, which perhaps had resulted in poor agricultural products, a lack of water supply in most cases, and flood disasters. It is the same story of dam failure or inadequate performance from Oyo State, which has the largest concentration of dams, to Osun, Ondo, Ekiti, Ogun, and Lagos states. The dams are simply not functioning up to their full capacity and may therefore need urgent attention and maintenance by the appropriate authorities. Among the challenges affecting dams in the region is the poor or lack of electricity supply. Findings reveal that none of the dams can be easily operated by power generating sets. Sediments are also another challenge hampering the capacity and performance of most dams in the southwest. Sediments have rendered the water in several dams unfit for use, especially for fishing purposes, and in some cases lead to massive flooding whenever the dams overflow their banks. Another challenge facing the dams is obsolete equipment or lack of appropriate maintenance of facilities. Ironically, some of the dams were never seen completed after construction began. For instance, the Ashedire Dam, which cuts across the Oyo and Osun boundary at Ashedire, is said to have been redundant for more than 5 years due to lack of power supply. Some years back, the Ibadan Electricity Distribution Company (IBEDC) cut off its supply, citing up unpaid bills. Ashedire, whose capacity is lower than that of Ikere Gorge and other major dams, needs at least 4.4 megawatts of power. According to the diesel price to run such a dam, Eleyele Dam in Ibadan also faces a similar electricity challenge to Ashedire. However, the dam is still supplying water to nearby communities and some corporate organizations. Most of the underground pipes that carry water to households are currently in bad shape, and it will take a lot of money to rehabilitate them. So, what are the governors of the southwest region of the country doing with the robust allocations they receive and the loans they have taken both locally and internationally? Your guess is as good as mine. I am Bayo Olaoye. Declaring a state of emergency on the education sector in the state was a bold step, perhaps the only way for Governor Abba Yusuf to clean up the rot he said he met upon his assumption of office on May 29 last year. The first thing that motivated Governor Yusuf to take the action was when he heard that a staggering 4.7 million pupils were sitting on the bare floor in primary schools in the state. But the worst is the alarming proliferation of 989,000 out-of-school children of both genders, a situation that threatens to rob an entire generation of their right to education and a bright future. Governor Abba Yusuf did not just wake up in the morning to declare a state of emergency on education. He studied the situation and understood the problems. The governor said the Kano educational landscape, once a beacon of hope and opportunity for the youth and an example for others to copy, now stood shrouded in the shadows of unacceptable neglect and decay. These problems are multifaceted: shortage of qualified teachers, inadequate teacher training program, and lack of basic amenities such as clean water and sanitation in many schools. These issues, coupled with the socio-economic challenges that many students face, create an environment where education is not just difficult, but nearly impossible. Governor Abba Yusuf lamented that schools, which should have been sanctuaries of knowledge, discipline, and growth, were in a deplorable state, as dilapidated infrastructure was a common sight. Roofs were caving in, walls crumbling, and classrooms that could no longer provide a safe and conducive learning environment. The governor stated that he will tame the decay by building additional 300 state-of-the-art laboratories in 100 schools across the state. The state has allocated 29.95% of the state budget to education, based on the realization that only significant allocation of financial resources will address most of the hydra-headed problems afflicting the state's educational system. The governor reminded everyone that responsibility of improving the educational sector does not rest solely on the shoulders of government, adding that it was a collective endeavor that required the cooperation of parents, communities, and shareholders. This is Bayo Olaoye.
In today's fast-paced world, staying ahead of market trends is crucial. Whether you're an investor, a business owner, or just curious about the economy, you need reliable, up-to-date information to make informed decisions.
When we pay our tax, or when participants pay or contribute their tax, there will be development in such an organization or country.
The Ministry of Marine and Blue Economy that is going to address that alone. The National Security Advisor and the Office of the President also need to see to it to ensure that the security situation is being addressed.
On Market Insights, we provide comprehensive market analysis, expert opinions, and actionable insights that you can trust.
Create detention ponds, create facilities where you can manage that water in such a way that you don't destroy the hard work and labor of very diligent farmers.
US has taken the step to say, with every innovation that exists within the financial ecosystem, we will be number one.
Security of all Nigerians, not only the farmers, are well ensured.
The obvious reason why we are experiencing this scarcity is the fact that we are not able to produce tomatoes and other vegetable products throughout there.
Our team of seasoned analysts and industry experts enrich the conversation, bringing you the latest updates and in-depth reports. With our real-time data, you'll never miss a bit.
Urban farming is not a new thing in our society. It has been an old tradition since olden days.
There is this clash of interests as against the word cryptocurrency, most especially like Bitcoin, as you mentioned earlier, and the NSAS and all that came up with cryptocurrency.
Get instant access to market movements, trends, and forecasts. Our expert analysis helps you understand the bigger picture, while our customized reports are tailored to meet your unique needs.
Peri-urban agriculture plays a very, very important role in diversifying urban diets and also providing staple foods for daily consumption.
Additionally, fluctuations in the exchange rates and disruptions in the global supply chain have further inflated costs.
Join us on Market Insights, Monday through Fridays, 11 a.m. to 12 noon here on SOUQ News Television. We are your premier destination for cutting-edge market insights.
On SOUQ News Television today. Many thanks for joining us on the program this beautiful Friday morning as we take a look at the issues defining the markets and commodities therein together. I am David Chiedu, and today we're beaming the spotlight on the current fuel scarcity and the downstream sector woes, as well as examining ways to move forward. But before we get to the heart of the conversation, let's take a look very quickly at what's happened so far this week on the floor of the NGX. Now, at the end of yesterday's trading session on the Nigerian Stock Exchange, a total of 388,606,400, or rather 945 shares in 9,897 deals, corresponding to a market value of 9,565,141,073 naira 18 kobo were traded. That was compared with the previous NGX trading day, talking about Wednesday, September 4. Thursday's data showed a 17% improvement in turnover, but 18% decline in deals. Now, the current market capitalization of the Nigerian Stock Exchange is 55.3 trillion naira. In the aggregate, 117 NGX listed equities participated in trading, ending with 20 gainers and 29 losers. Burger Paints led the gainers with 10% share price appreciation, closing at 17 naira per share, followed by Mayor going up plus 10%, McNichols going up 10%, and Tantalizers going up 7.81%. On the losing side, on the other hand, RT Briscoe came out last with an end-of-day price depreciation of 10% at 2 naira 34 kobo per share, followed by FTN Cocoa Processors going down a negative 9.8%, Owando going down a negative 9.65%, and Deep Capital Management and Trust going down 9.57%. Zenith Bank recorded the highest volume of 56.6 million traded shares, followed by Owando at 43 million, Guarantee Trust Holdings at 28.5 million, and FTN Cocoa Processors at 25.4 million. Regarding the performance of the NGX market indices, the benchmark NGX All-Share Index shared 327.28 points to close at 96,210.20, representing a one-week loss of 0.21%, a four-week loss of 1.94%, but an overall year-to-date gain of 28.67%. Other remarkable indices that performed were the NGX Top 30 Index, including the NGX Insurance Index, the NGX Oil and Gas Index, the NGX Industrial Index, and the NGX Premium Index, as well as the NGX Consumer Goods Index. And now we get to the conversation. But before then, we'll take a very, very quick break. When we return, we continue. Join us.
In today's fast-paced world, Staying ahead of market trends is crucial. Whether you're an investor, a business owner, or just curious about the economy, you need reliable, up-to-date information to make informed decisions. On Market Insights, we'll provide comprehensive market analysis, expert opinions, and actionable insights that you can trust. Our team of seasoned analysts and industry experts enrich the conversation, bringing you the latest updates and in-depth reports. With our real-time data, you'll never miss a bit. Get instant access to market movements, trends, and forecasts. Our expert analysis helps you understand the bigger picture, while our customized reports are tailored to meet your unique needs.
Peri-urban agriculture plays a very, very important role in diversifying urban diets and also providing staple foods for daily consumption.
Additionally, fluctuations in the exchange rates and disruptions in the global supply chain have further inflated costs.
Join us on Market Insights, Monday through Fridays, 11 a.m. to 12 noon here on SOUQ News Television. We are your premier destination for cutting-edge market insights.
In the heart of sub-Saharan Africa, where commerce meets progress. Welcome to SOUQ News, your source for business, economy, and development insight that drive nations forward. From the vibrant streets of Lagos, Africa's fastest economic hub, SOUQ News takes you on a journey of discovery, analyzing and reporting the facts that lay the foundation for growth and development. We don't just report the news, we create it. SOUQ News is more than a channel. It is a catalyst for change, spotlighting the stories that shape economies, inspire entrepreneurs, and fuel progress. Covering business, finance, technology, energy, and many more, SOUQ News provides a daily deep dive into the stories that matter, interviews with industry titans, and analysis that empowers your understanding of economic landscape. Join us daily as we dissect, discuss, and deliver the most relevant and factual news on business and the economy. SOUQ News is your trusted guide, empowering you with the knowledge to make informed decisions.
Welcome back, and thanks for joining us again on Market Insight today. As I mentioned earlier, we're talking about the fuel scarcity and the downstream sector woes, and charting a course for a forward thrust as far as Nigerians are concerned. Now, for weeks that feel like an eternity, Nigerians across the country have agonized over the excruciatingly painful hassle of queuing for long productive man hours to buy petrol, which is a very essential commodity that is crucial to daily living, and also getting said commodity at extremely high prices unprecedentedly. Now, this has seen businesses suffer, transportation costs hiked, and the general overall cost of living going up. Now, many wonder how long this will continue, but the underlying issues remain. The federal government, the NNPC, the Nigerian Midstream and Downstream Petroleum Regulatory Authority, and the major as well as the independent oil marketers, among other stakeholders, all have critical roles to play in tackling these issues. But as yet, it appears that the woes of many Nigerians who are already finding it difficult living day to day has worsened. Now, the questions are, where do we go from here? Would this commodity ever be readily available and at affordable prices, perhaps, for Nigerians to purchase? Is there ever going to be an end in sight to this difficulty that has always been with us since time immemorial? We discuss these and more on the program this morning with our guest. Joining us in the studio, Mr. Beningus Okorie. He's a downstream sector expert. Good morning, Mr. Ben. Thank you for joining us.
Good morning. Thank you for having me.
We'll take a very short break as we get into the conversation, but we will delve into what Nigerians currently are going through via a short report, giving us a sense of what has transpired over the last couple of days. Stay tuned.
Just imagine that we have 4 refineries and no one is working, so we are going to depend on an individual enterprise. So that means there's a lot of a power game. They have been taking all our money, and yes, the citizen is our commonwealth. The NPC is eating anyhow, and that's the truth. People, they have been spending money, billions of naira or dollars, repairing a refinery for the past 3-4 years. Nothing is working. And NPC people are all there. Nobody is paying for it. Nobody is held responsible for all the millions they are spending or billions they are spending in dollars. Yeah. So we just pray for our next generation to be better. So fortunately, we have a government that what they call it is not too sincere with his people, and I just see he's trying to manipulate Nigeria government, and that is all. At the end of the day, he's still going to benefit him more than Nigerians. That's it. So that is my view about it. It is not going to be fair pricing. It has an edge over the Nigerians. Yeah. Okay. That is kind of a businessman he is right from time.
First time that we came, they are not selling. So they told us, I was about leaving when they told us that they are selling. That's why I'm here now. And look at where I am now since morning. So all this, let government allow this man to be selling his fuel. This is Dangote. They don't have to do that. They're supposed to allow him to market his product by himself. He's the one that built his refinery with his money. Why are they now controlling him about price? He has to market his product by himself. Federal government is supposed to dictate for him. He has to dictate for himself.
So when I hear that the federal government, they are giving him inauguration to start selling the petrol, it's appreciation. So me, I was thank God, sir, if they can be selling the petrol to the price that we can be able to avoid it. So that's what we'll be happy. So for the federal to be set up in a way that we'll be start getting our Nigerian fuel is something we need to be happy about it. Because this is under the government. It's under the government. He cannot just fix his price on his own. So now I think always you follow the government price, whatever price the government selling. Except maybe you want to do your own, maybe to minimize the price, so it can be what people can be able to avoid. But have to make sure yourself the government price.
All right, you've heard the report, or you've seen what Nigerians have to say. You've heard their thoughts regarding the issues, and it's curious as to what would happen next. They've mentioned a few things. They mentioned issues of sincerity. They've talked about our refineries, and when talking about our refineries, we're talking about the state-owned refineries and even the $20 billion Dangote refinery, which is ready and about to start firing on all cylinders, amongst other issues that have been mentioned. Now, let me come to you, Ben. Much has been said, while some others will say that not much has been said regarding the issues by the authorities, especially when we have conflicting reports from different quarters and all of that. Yesterday, for instance, we saw the Minister of State for Petroleum Resources, Mr. Lokobiri, giving a press briefing, talking about the fact that the federal government wasn't particularly responsible for the prices, high prices and all of that. While some might agree with that, some others will say that, listen, at the end of the day, the buck stops on the table of the, federal government. But that's by the way. Then, of course, he spoke about a few other things, including, the fact that the sector is being deregulated. He didn't quite state to what extent, whether fully or partially, given what we have at the moment. We know that AGO is deregulated. So what do you make of all of this, first of all? Let's start there.
Okay, thank you, David. The first thing we need to understand is that when the new president took mantle of office, the first thing he mentioned is that subsidy is gone. And when he means subsidy is gone, is that sector is fully deregulated.
And what it means is that following that, government granted licenses to downstream operators to be able to import PMS. So nothing is stopping a downstream oil and gas company today from going into the international markets to import PMS. But the problem is it economically viable for you as a downstream company to import PMS today? The answer is no. Because PMS today, the landing cost of PMS today is hovering between 1,100 to 1,300 per liter. In the market, even with this recent price increase in quotes to 855 naira for Lagos and down the line, it is still below the landing cost of a liter of PMS, essentially meaning that the product is somehow
still being subsidized.
So again, it now leaves the question is, government is not saying you should not import PMS, but the question is you can't sell your PMS that you've imported in Nigeria. And because of the quasi-subsidy regime that is being practiced, it still gives room for smuggling of the product. Because essentially, if the subsidy is there, there is an incentive for people to smuggle the product out of the country. Now, remember that sometime last 2021, the PIA was passed into law. Essentially, what that has done is that it has made the NNPC a private limited liability company, no longer a government parastatus, meaning that they are actually backed by law to allow the market forces to determine the prices of the commodity that they sell. So now the question we are seeing, which the NNPCL owned up to, is that there is a huge debt for the government in terms of bringing in PMS. Now they are looking at the alternative, which is buying from Dangote refinery. I'm sure they are trying to fine-tune the fine prints of that agreement. But what we have going on within the sector is that by September 15th, NNPCL will be able to lift PMS from Dangote refinery. So as Dangote is producing, they are storing it in tank now, waiting that 15th when I'm sure it will be finalized and will begin to lift. Now, Dangote has promised Nigerians 25 million liters of PMS per day. Absolutely. Mind you, current consumption of PMS in Nigeria stands between the neighborhood of 45 million liters to 60 million liters per day. Meaning that even if Dangote is able to meet his full capacity for September and 30 million by October, there's still a shortfall of that's just meeting about 60% demand. Whether that demand is real demand or demand exasperated by smuggling, we are yet to find out. But the truth remains that as long as that product is sold below the landing cost of PMS, it will still give room for smuggling.
We will expand on that, the shortfalls and all the other things you have just spoken about. But there is also another twist to this, where the NNPC, through its VP downstream operations, came out to say that they're having forex illiquidity and, of course, balancing debts with balancing imports rather with existing debts, and also distribution challenges as well that he mentioned in his own press briefing, sort of kind of like we saw Mr. Heineken coming to say. So in the same vein, him speaking for the NNPC, these were his assertions. So he also said that they were actively working on resolving the issue, but didn't quite give any timeline, So I want to know, in your view, what does this do for the confidence, if you like, of Nigerians? What does it do by way of, any hope that there is to see that this problem goes away?
So in terms of the problem of scarcity going away, I want us to understand that we have two problems that are key to us. One is availability of the products. The other one is affordability of the products. Now, in terms of scarcity, which is availability of the products, I believe supply will improve in the coming weeks, primarily because, one, Dangote coming on stream means more competition for the foreign players who will be more amenable to talking points with the government. The second reason why is, I think, availability will improve. If you look at across all the depots in Nigeria, both Lagos, Warri, Calabar, Port Harcourt, we already have about 2,000 trucks already parked waiting for these products to dock, and they will start loading and distributing nationwide, and supply will improve. And like with basic law of economics, if supply improves, the prices will definitely come down. What you are seeing with arbitrage of price is because of the scarcity that exists, especially in the rural areas of the country. Now, is that supply going to be sustainable? Is still left, a question left to be answered. Because the truth remains, fundamentally, NNPC needs to pay off some of its debts to allow these suppliers to continue to grant products to it. In terms of illiquidity of forex on the market, I've had this conversation with different analysts and experts, and one thing is clear: getting the products from Dangote will reduce pressure on liquidity, but not pressure on the conversion rate of the currency. Now, it sounds a little bit technical. Let me break it down.
I was going to say that.
So, when you are going to sell the crude to Dangote, don't forget, NNPC is selling this crude to Dangote at the prevailing market rate. And the market rate has been unified, meaning that the difference between the black market and the official rate is no longer that wide. So, when they sell, so today government wants to sell 20 million barrels to Dangote, they're going to price it at the prevailing market rate, today going close to 1,650 naira per dollar. That means that the pressure on the exchange is still there because it's still priced at that rate. But because there is no physical exchange of dollar, the liquidity aspect of it, there is no pressure. So because Dangote is taking in that product at 165 per barrel and per dollar, for whatever the translation becomes in barrel, he will also price his PMS based on that cost. Essentially meaning that the cost of his PMS is still directly driven by the exchange rate of the country. So you see that the pressure on the currency itself will continue to increase, but the liquidity will be there. Now, in the long run, when we have excess liquidity in the market, again, economists will play. The supply will shock the market and the price might likely begin to reset. But that is in the long run.
Interesting. Now, we still have the issue, just like you mentioned a moment ago, of the debts owed to foreign suppliers. That is an issue. That has been an issue. In fact, there were reports about it some weeks back, but what we heard from the NNPC was if you want to call it a denial, for want of a more, euphemistic term, So that was what it was. And then they came right back to, they circled back, if you like, to say that this is actually what it was, or this is actually what it is. And, we saw the actual figure. And this has led to a lot of, it's led to an attendant difficulty where we see that these foreign suppliers have decided, it's according to reports anyway, decided to withhold, quote unquote, transacting anymore because of the debts owed. Now, the question here is, as far as optics are concerned, what's your assessment of it, back home here to Nigerians and, who've had to bear the brunt of, NNPC's activities per se, and then, of course, to the international eye?
And I think the basic problem here is not just about debts. In the downstream sector, we are in a cash, huge cash dependent sector. So we need a lot of funds for the activity. The turnover in the downstream sector is very high. There is no way you can do without debts. I'm yet to see the downstream company that doesn't have one form of debt or the other. And most big companies, really, they take money from banks to do business. What you see with foreign companies trying to withhold their product essentially is what we call uncertainty being played in the market. And if you look, I'll challenge you to look at historically. Whenever there is uncertainty around the Nigeria economy as it concerns downstream oil and gas, there is usually scarcity of PMS, i.e. whenever there is an election, during festive periods. So what essentially is happening is that your foreign partners are actually looking at how that will play out and how the impact, and their business continuity plan kicks in motion to say, let's halt and watch out how these things will play out. And which is exactly what is happening now, because of they are not certain how the Dangote refinery coming on stream will affect the downstream sector. So most of them are playing the stance, trying to understand how that will affect their business essentially. So you see that there is a squeeze in that supply. That doesn't take away the fact that we are owing them and the fact that we need to pay. But trust me, the foreign counterparts are always happy to extend loan to you as long as there is confidence that you're going to pay them back. So I think that the major challenge we are having is the uncertainty around how throwing in Dangote into the homies will affect the business of the foreign parties.
All right, we will get into some more conversations, some more parts or angles of this particular conversation, bringing in and facing squarely what Mr. Aliko Dangote is looking to do with his $20 billion refinery here in the country, and also, bringing in the NNP, or rather staying with the NNPCL side by side with what Mr. Dangote is doing, because at this point in time, the NNPC is going to be the sole off-taker of the Dangote product, as he were. But there's some concerns lingering with regards to feedstock and, of course, determining appropriate pricing, as he were, of said commodity. We'll talk about these and more when we come back. Still Market Insights. Stay tuned.
In the heart of sub-Saharan Africa, where commerce meets progress. Welcome to SOUQ News, your source for business, economy, and development insight that drive nations forward. From the vibrant streets of Lagos, Africa's fastest economic hub, SOUQ News takes you on a journey of discovery, analyzing and reporting the facts that lay the foundation for growth and development. We don't just report the news, we create it. SOUQ News is more than a channel. It is a catalyst for change, spotlighting the stories that shape economies, inspire entrepreneurs, and fuel progress. Covering business, finance, technology, energy, and many more, SOUQ News provides a daily deep dive into the stories that matter, interviews with industry titans, and analysis that empowers your understanding of economic landscape. Join us daily as we dissect, discuss, and deliver the most relevant and factual news on business and the economy. SOUQ News is your trusted guide, empowering you with the knowledge to make informed decisions.
Welcome back. You're still watching Market Insights this beautiful Friday morning, and we're talking about the fuel crisis in the country, which is plaguing Nigerians and charting a course for a forward movement. Perhaps we could find a way around this permanently, dare I say that tongue-in-cheek, by the way, because some people or some thoughts might have it that that is an impossibility. Some others would be, could hazard a guess and even err on the side of optimism and say that, listen, it is indeed possible, but hey, we will never know now, would we? We're being joined in the studio by Mr. Ben. He's been talking to us about the issues. Mr. Ben Okori is a downstream sector expert. Now, let's go further in the conversation. I did hint earlier that we were going to rope in Dangote, what Dangote is doing for Nigerians at this point in time, well, for Nigeria and Nigerians at this point in time, and how the NNPC fits in. I did mention also that they are going to be the sole off-takers of said product. In fact, he did say, by he, I'm talking about Dangote, that filling stations any minute now could have the product, being distributed, and so that they can sell to Nigerians. But there is still the concern of adequate preparations or arrangements or modalities of securing feedstock for Dangote, Dangote's refinery to start all of that. You mentioned some of the figures earlier that Nigerians could take receipt of this month in terms of barrels and all of that. So with all of these at play, what do you see is the bigger issue for Nigerians right now and the wider economy, as far as this particular concerns that I've pointed out is concerned?
Okay, the first thing first is that Nigerians today don't have PMS. People are queuing endlessly to buy PMS. Dangote refinery will improve supply. Now, how will Dangote refinery affect the ordinary man on the street? I will play a typical role of how Dangote refinery affected the typical man when he began to stream HU. Remember, before Dangote began to stream AGO, we are buying AGO at 1,650, 1,700. Dangote came on stream and AGO crashed AGO prices to 1,300, 1,200. And the market since has stabilized at 1,100, 1,200 as the pop prices. So that is what Dangote, I'm presuming, will also do in the PMS space. But the difference in the two sectors is that whereas AGO was already fully deregulated before Dangote stepped in, he was now able to bring down the costs. But PMS today, we still have some form of differential payment on PMS. Today, the landing cost of PMS is 1,300. Quite a number of that cost is due to the freight cost. So if Dangote comes on stream and we're able to eliminate the mother vessel freight costs and other antecedent international water costs, including marine insurance and all, that product should be able to hover within the neighborhood of 900, 1,000. Now, that would be, a wide guess free estimate of what the fair price, X freight costs should be. And of course, giving attention to Platts and foreign exchange that plays a key role, holding all those things constant. So we should be able to get the product at 900, 1,000. Now, if NMPC has an agreement with Dangote to get that product below...
Is this devoid of differentials? Talking about the 900, the 800, 900 that you talked about.
Yes, it's default of differentials.
That's Dangote's own fuel, not ours.
Yeah, Dangote's own fuel. Because, if you are buying from international waters, you need to pay for a mother vessel, charter it, and pay vessel costs. Those are very significant. Some vessel costs can cost you as high as $60,000 per day.
Consider also that his product is assumed, let me use that word so I'm careful, it's assumed to be high grade, it's assumed to be clear, it's assumed to be much better, quote and unquote, to what we are much better than what we have currently that we refer to as PMS. So you want to put that also into consideration, when we are making our permutations, if you like, or our hypothesis regarding what the final price could possibly be, because we're still erring on the realm of, if you like, speculation.
Okay, so I've seen the report that his product is of a better quality than what we currently have. But I've seen the video where he was holding a can of PMS and it was clear as water. Every PMS that is being cracked has that same color. We only add the coloring so that people are able to differentiate between PMS and water. The same thing when we produce gas. Gas is...
Does it reduce the quality?
It doesn't really. Then when we produce gas, it is also odorless. We also add that odor so that you know when gas is leaking. Now, Dangote Refinery, by virtue of its size and the kind of machinery it has, and the grade of crude that it receives, should produce a higher quality of PMS. But again, these are the initial productions. When we begin to mass produce, and that's when we really test the quality of what is coming out from the Dangote Refinery. And really, it is the authority that actually should pronounce whether the quality meets Nigeria's specification or not. But, the quality of the product in itself, we have, little or no really significant impact on the final costs of the product. Like I mentioned, the two key significant things that will affect the costing of the product is one, the crude price, and two, the FX rate. So those are the two factors that if NMPC wants to continue to provide some kind of rebates for the Nigerian economy, that they need to tackle. And because they are supplying Dangote crude now at a cycle about 400, 500,000 barrels per day, they now have significant, bargaining power, so to say, to come to Dangote on the table to say, I want to lift this year 25 million liters of PMS.
Now, let's go back to the issue of the modalities or the plan which the NNPC has with regards to supplying Dangote's refinery. We still have the issue of feedstock not being available. What are your thoughts regarding that?
So you remember the recent confrontation between Dangote
About a
and
month ago, yes.
Yes. They had a meeting in SOUQ, and I think they found a landing there. Today we don't hear those complaints, and we don't see.
Actually, 2 days ago, Mr. Dangote mentioned that, and in fact, some of the players within that space have said the same thing.
So yes, you hear mentions here and there, but the reports that we are seeing is that Dangote Refinery is receiving quite a number of crude, oil.
But when you say quite a number, is it adequate? Because I reckon that what Dangote needs is about 15, barrels, I reckon. But what they have right now is 6. So where does that leave us with with what's left?
So Dangote Refinery is a 650,000 barrel per day capacity. The reports we are seeing is that they are getting about 400 to 500,000 barrels per day from NNPCL.
15 cargoes, I meant, not
Yes,
barrels.
yeah.
15 cargoes, but what they have are 6.
Yeah. So the reality is that, these things are not rocket science. Supply will not be that consistent at the initial stage. Remember that NNPC, before Dangote coming on stream, already has obligations, already has, commitments to their international players, and also a quota to meet, with OPEC and all that. So I believe the supply to Dangote will improve because it's a balancing act. They need to keep satisfying those international players to provide supply to the local market while giving Dangote enough crude to be able to kick off. So once they begin to lift from Dangote, the need to satisfy the international players will reduce, and the availability that they can give to Dangote will increase. But all these things are being compounded by the challenges with the upstream production, because really Nigerians' production quota forecast is 2.2 million barrels per day, and today we are still struggling with about 1.6 million barrels per day. So if they have that adequate,
You call that a struggle. Some will say that that's an upgrade because we're hovering at somewhere about 1.6 and 1.8 at the time.
Sometime last year, we were as low as 900,000 barrels per day.
Exactly.
And that has improved following the
Significantly.
different, arrangements with the security outfits, both the independent and the Navy. But are we still where we are supposed to be? The answer is no. But our government making efforts within the upstream sector? The answer is definitely yes. Currently, there is an upstream bid round that is going on, and where players have been invited to see how we can improve the production of crude in the Nigerian domestic market. So we are optimistic that that will add to the production. The reality still remains that Dangote needs feedstock to be able to meet the output. But NNPC needs to get some kind of value so that it begins to balance the whole arts out.
Interesting. Now, let's also talk about another major player, which I mentioned at the very beginning, the NMDPRA, the downstream regulators, as you were. At the risk of, coloring them in a negative light, but some players, industry players, have said that so far, especially given what's happened with the whole, brawl in the last month or thereabouts, that the that's a word, that's a mouthful, the NMDPRA haven't exactly clothed themselves in glory. What do you make of this?
Well, regulators are always seen, with a stern look from most people. But they need to do their job. That's the honest truth. The Nigerian Midstream and Downstream Regulatory Authority, that's the NMDPRA, right? There was a concern around the quality of Dangote production, which they pointed out, and which I believe is a learning curve, right? The reality remains that they do their job, and is left for a forensic auditor to audit them to say, oh, they are not doing their jobs well, or they are doing their jobs well. The reality still remains that in recent time, we've not seen the kind of, remember, sometime I think last 2 years or 3 years, there was a batch of bad petroleum product that entered into the country that made people's engines to knock and all that. We've not seen that in recent time. And it is their job to flag those kind of things out. Remember too that they need to work within the fine prints of the law. And if somebody thinks they are not doing what they are supposed to do, they should challenge them in court. So personally, I don't have an opinion because I'm not qualified to give an opinion whether they are actually doing well or not until we have evidences that suggest otherwise. But what I can talk about is the physical evidences that we can see, which is primarily their job is to protect the downstream sector from abuse. And so far, significantly, we can't see any abuse that is outside the law.
Interesting. Now let's also take our attention to the state-owned refineries in the country. For what seems like, forever, many stakeholders have called for the divestment of, the state-owned refineries, the major ones, as it were, because, monies have been pumped in over the decades, and we still have them being relatively moribund, as the case may be. But last week, I reckon it was late last week, we saw Mele Kyari, the NNPCL boss, coming out to announce officially, albeit via its social media handle, that they were looking for private operators, to maintain and to handle said refineries, particularly Warri and Kaduna. Some embrace that particular piece of information, or more like took it with a pinch of salt, as it were. What are your thoughts regarding this? Because, for all intents and purposes, many Nigerians reckon they wouldn't be where they are, as far as these recurrent crises are concerned, if we had those refineries working. And so far, in the hands which it is right now, they haven't particularly done a fine job. So why not just, give it to people who can actually, see that the wheels of those refineries keep turning? What do you reckon?
So today, Nigeria has 4 state-owned refineries, 2 in Port Harcourt, 1 in Warri and Kaduna, with a combined capacity of 445,000 barrels per day. And 445,000 barrels per day at optimum capacity can give you something within the neighborhood of 20 million liters of PMS per day. Now, the question or the challenge with those particular establishments is that they've never been at full capacity. I read a report sometime that said at best they've been at 25% capacity in terms of their production and output. Challenges running from dilapidated equipment to poor maintenance and etc. and etc. The reality is that personally, and this is my personal view, I'm a proponent that the private sector are better managers of assets than government, because really the primary responsibility of government is to, first of all, secure life and property, and then create a conducive environment for businesses to thrive. Most governments really have no business running establishments, because for you to run successfully a private company requires some form of capitalist mindset. And governments, because of their nature, especially in the democratic settings, are more socialist than capitalist. Now, am I in support of divesting? Definitely. Personally, I support divesting of those state-owned assets. Primarily, 1, because it will stop gulping Nigerian resources. 2, it gives it to people that will better manage it efficiently. And 3, it will transfer the risk of running those facilities to a third individual. Now, where are my concerns? My concerns are in the process of bidding for those assets or transfer of those assets. Is it going to be free and fair? Is it going to be transferred to people who have the capacity to actually make it work? What are the covenants that will surround the transfer of those assets? Remember, sometime in 2018, government granted about 25 licenses to people to drill wells. Today, less than about 6 of those licenses have come to fruition. So it's not as much as to say I want to divest Kaduna and Warri refinery, but it's to whom are you going to divest it to, and does that person have capacity to actually make it work? Those state-owned refinery in combination with Dangote refinery will have significant impact in terms of availability of the product in the market. And once there is excess supply in the market for PMS, and you will see that the forces of demand and supply will come into play and try to drag down the price like we've seen play out in the AGO markets.
Interesting stuff. Now, on a final note, let's give Nigerians something to hold on to, quite tangibly. Do you see all of what we're going through becoming a thing of the past in the near future. We have Dangote doing his thing, which is, about to hit Nigerians any minute now. And we have what the NNPC wants to do with these refineries, as he were. That's, like I mentioned, Warri and Kaduna. And what basically Nigerians have had to suffer over the last couple of weeks. Do you see us? I mean, earlier you mentioned that if Dangote's, when he does start to sell, the price rather would hover between 800 and 900. Did I get that correctly?
900 and 1,000.
Okay, between 900 and 1,000 naira, which is more or less what Nigerians are buying right now. And, considering where we are with some even buying as much as 1,100, 1,200 right now. Anyway, putting all of that together, within the next couple of weeks, perhaps months, where do you see the crises that we've had recently?
Okay, thank you very much. The last time I was on air, I mentioned that unless subsidies, removed, we will still be experiencing this perennial problem. And today, when I started, I also mentioned that the landing cost is hovering between 1,100 to 1,300 per liter. And today, the Nigerian market is buying between 855 to maybe 1,200, meaning that the product is still being subsidized. Now, in terms of giving Nigerians something tangible, personally, I believe I'm supporting what the Minister of State for Petroleum said. By next week, definitely after 15th, there will be more supply in the market. So we'll see the queues easing up in the market. And we will see the price hovering between, for major marketers, around 890 to 920. And for the independent marketers, somewhere between that 900 to 1,000 naira. Then as you move further from the major depots, the prices will increase because of transportation cost. That is what is going to happen in the next, give or take, 7 to 14 days. But is the problem going to be solved? I'm expecting it to return in another 2 to 3 months, primarily because the subsidy is still going to be there. Now, what the players or the smugglers will be looking at is, does the differential in subsidy warrant me taking the risk to move the product to the other parts of the country? And once that answer is yes, we'll see another pressure on the site, and we are back to where we are, and government will have no other option, in another maybe 6 months, 8 months, or 1 year to come back to say we need to take these prices up to meet the market forces of demand and supply.
Very interesting thoughts there. A lot has been said about this particular one. And I mean, at this point in time, the only thing we can hope for is the availability of this particular commodity, whether it's at 855, it's at 900 and something, or over 1,000 naira. In the end, it's been established that there is still some differential, which is indicative of the fact that there is subsidy. And unless many analysts, including Ben here, have all opined that unless this particular subsidy regime is done away with completely, we might be circling back to queuing for productive man hours over and over again. And this is indeed a really big issue. Just as an aside, subsidy is not in and of itself a bad thing, as he were, but in the current Nigerian climate, what has really bedeviled us is 3 major subsidies. We're talking about the electricity subsidy, we're talking about the FX subsidy, and, for context, petrol subsidy, which is the major bone of contention. And so where this takes us is left to be seen. Much as I'm said about the sincerity of the powers that be, talking about the regulators, the stakeholders, the government, and all of that, talking about Mr. Dangote and what he wants to do or intends to do, and is more than ready to do for Nigerians with his refinery, and, the economics of it all, as far as the downstream sector is concerned. There is indeed, on one quarter, hope for Nigerians that very soon the queues will disappear. But on the other hand, would we really be happy to keep coming back to these issues? Well, it's left to be seen. Many thanks, Mr. Ben Korea, for joining us on the program today. We do appreciate your time indeed and your insightful remarks. Many thanks for joining us.
Thank you for having me.
That's Market Insight this morning. But before we go, let's take a very quick look at what's happening on the currency market. Now we start with the, the official market and what happened during the course of the week starting Monday, where the Naira was trading to the US dollars at 1,525 Naira, and it stayed constant on Tuesday with the same price. On Wednesday, it went up to 1,565 Naira and maintained that bearing on Thursday. And then on Friday, today that is, it's gone up to 1,575 Naira. That's how it's fared so far, the official market, the entire week ending today. That's our total package for you today on Market Insight. Many thanks indeed for joining us on today's edition of the program. Until next week when it comes your way again, do have a fantastic weekend and stay very close to your set, your TV set that is, or your mobile devices for more engaging and insightful programming here on SOUQ News Television, Lagos. I am David Chiedu. Good morning.
Relocation and winding up exercise of some ministries, departments, and agencies, MDAs, in line with the revised Steve Oronsaye report, is unsettling many Nigerians across the country. If you recall, the federal government had on March 7, 2024, inaugurated a committee led by the Secretary to the federal government, Senator Akume, with a 12-week deadline to submit its report on the planned mergers and scrap of some MDAs. Previous efforts by the administration of former President Goodluck Jonathan to implement the Steve Oronsaye report ended up at the National Assembly even after the administration had issued a white paper on the report to prune down bureaucracy in Nigeria. The report proposed to merge, scrap, and relocate various government agencies as a pragmatic approach to addressing the bloated and ineffective duplicative nature of Nigeria's bureaucracy and prune down the cost of governance. According to the report submitted, some agencies have been merged. Among them is the Federal Radio Corporation of Nigeria, FRCN, which is merged with the Voice of Nigeria, while the National Commission for Museum and Monuments will be merged with the National Gallery of Arts. The National Theatre will merge with the National Troupe of Nigeria, while the Nigerian Meteorological Development Center will merge with the National Meteorological Training Institute. The National Agency for Control of HIV/AIDS, NACA, is to be merged with the Center for Disease Control in the Federal Ministry of Health, while the National Emergency Management Agency, NEMA, is to be merged with the National Commission for Refugees, Migration, and Internally Displaced Persons. The Directorate of Technical Cooperation in Africa will be merged with the Bureau for Public Enterprises. The Nigerian Investment Promotion Commission will merge with the Nigerian Export Promotion Council, while the National Agency for Science and Technology and Science Engineering Infrastructure will merge with the National Center for Agricultural Mechanization and the Project Development Institute. Similarly, the Air Force Institute of Technology also will be merged with the Nigerian Defense Academy to function as a faculty of the Nigerian Defense Academy. The Border Communities Development Agency will be subsumed to function as a department under the National Boundary Commission. The National Salaries, Income and Wages Commission is to be subsumed into the Revenue Mobilization and Fiscal Allocation Commission, while the Institute of Peace and Conflict Resolution is to be subsumed under the Institute for International Affairs. The Public Complaints Commission is to be subsumed under the National Human Rights Commission, while the Institute of Trypanosomiasis is to be subsumed into the Institute of Veterinary Research. Among the agencies to be relocated, Nigerian Delta Power Holding Company is to be relocated to the Ministry of Power, while the National Agricultural Land Development Agency will be relocated to the Federal Ministry of Agriculture and Food Security. However, while the Akume-led committee was delaying in making public its recommendations, an ad hoc committee of the House of Representatives on restructuring of government agencies and commissions has summoned the Secretary to the government to shed light on the veracity behind the decision to implement the Oronsaye report. This is Bayo Olaoye. The sudden death of Onyeka Onwenu touched many Nigerians across the country and beyond, mainly due to her multifaceted status, which facilitated her easy identification with people across diverse interests. While many people remember her as a music artist, some recollect that she was a renowned broadcaster. Yet, some others knew her as a journalist of high repute. In truth, Onyeka Onwenu was more than these identities. She was a singer, songwriter, broadcaster, entertainer, culture ambassador, politician, rights activist, artist, and social influencer. Her influence on generations of artists and fans was immeasurable. She was a trailblazer, a mentor, and a role model. In today's news talk, I shall be celebrating the life of a woman, the elegant stallion, Onyeka Onwenu, who had contributed to the development of music, the arts, and entertainment generally in Africa. I am Bayo Olaoye. The legacy of Onyeka Onwenu will continue to inspire and shape the music world for years to come. She was one of Africa's brightest global stars, a shining star, a true legend, and a shaper of Nigeria's cultural identity. 40 years ago, Onyeka Onwenu launched herself into national consciousness with the documentary Nigeria, A Squandering of Riches. That documentary brought her more popularity, evoking enthusiasms from Nigerians who were tired of the looting of the Commonwealth by politicians. Onyeka Onwenu graduated from Wellesley College in Massachusetts in the United States of America with degrees in international relations and communications. She also had a master's degree in media studies from the New School of Social Research in New York. Before getting into music, Onyeka Onwenu worked as a journalist with the Nigerian Television Authority, NTA, where she was known for her investigative reporting, particularly on social topics. While at the NTA, she authored the globally famous BBC NTA documentary on corruption, Nigeria, A Squandering of Riches, in 1984. Her multifaceted career spanned over 4 decades, during which she demonstrated remarkable flexibility. She has been in the forefront of the struggle for a just, rewarding, and enriching copyright system and stood firmly on her principles. Her music was a testament to her innovative spirit and her ability to bring people together through her music. Onyeka Onwenu's success in music and pop culture paved the way for her entry into Nollywood when Nollywood exploded in the 1990s. Her iconic nickname, Elegant Stallion, was born out of entertainment journalism and became a brand she proudly identified with until her death. Reputed for her unique combination of traditional African music and contemporary pop, Onyeka Onwenu's music blended genres such as highlife, reggae, and pop, often addressing social and political issues. Some of her most popular songs include One Love, Iyo Gogo, and Ekwe, all classics in the Nigerian music scene. Her love for ballads and songs about women's rights was a soothing balm during Nigeria's rocky 1980s and 1990s. Her hit song, You and I, was repurposed for the 1999 movie Conspiracy, which she also starred in, and is widely regarded as one of the most iconic soundtrack of Nollywood. In 1989, she recorded the popular duet Choices, which centers on consent on birth control with Juju Maestro King Sunny Ade. In My Father's Daughter, her 2021 memoir, Onyeka Onwenu revealed that after the release of Afrobeat icon and legend Fela Anikulapo Kuti was released from one of his numerous detentions, he asked her to marry him, a request she emphatically turned down, although with good humor. She told him that she was a jealous lover and would not be able to cope as an appendage of his harem. Before switching to become a gospel singer in the 1990s, the late music maverick released 4 albums and was awarded national honor by Nigeria in 2003 and 2011, this of the National Center for Women Development in Abuja. It is a measure of her huge place in our hearts that in spite of the upheaval in American politics, the ongoing wars in Gaza, Ukraine and Sudan, and the late bad governance protest, her said passing dominated the headlines and animated the social media space. Onyeka Onwenu gave robust effect and energy to Igbo culture. She rendered some of her immemorable songs in the Igbo language. She epitomized the energetic resilience for which the Igbos are known for.
Welcome to the news update on SOUQ News Television. I am Lavina Emma. President Bola Tinubu has hailed the deepening economic partnership between the People's Republic of China and Nigeria. Speaking at the opening of the Forum on China-Africa Cooperation (FOCAC) in Beijing, he highlighted the exponential growth in trade between the two regions, now estimated at $280 billion. However, the partnership has been lopsided, with China benefiting the most from trade between both regions. Tinubu's eyes are fixated on increasing foreign direct investment and strengthening bilateral relations with China.
Began as a China support for African nations' independence, has evolved into a rich, multifaceted partnership spanning trade, investment, and diplomacy. Over years of our ties, we have been solidified. We share through high-level engagement, strategic agreements, and a shared vision of growth. China has consistently demonstrated its commitment to Africa, not only through financial and developmental support, but also through cultural exchanges that bring our people closer and closer together.
Vice President Kashim Shettima has met with the Minister of State for Petroleum Resources, Heineken Lokbobiri, the National Security Advisor, Nuhu Ribadu, and the Group Chief Executive Officer of the NNPC and other stakeholders over the issue of fuel price hike in Nigeria. Shettima summoned the stakeholders for a closed-door meeting on the orders of President Bola Tinubu, who is in China on the Forum of the China-Africa Cooperation (FOCAC) to resolve the crisis around fuel price. At the end of the meeting, the Minister for Petroleum Resources assured Nigerians that there will be sufficient supply of petrol by the end of the week, and it is hoped that afterwards the hike in price situation will fizzle out naturally.
We believe that between now and the weekend, there will be availability of products across the length and breadth of the country. The price could be high in some other areas, much more. Higher in some other locations, in some locations much more than other areas. But we believe that by the time there is availability of product across the country, the price itself will stabilize.
The regulator is ensured that there's increased operating hours from all loading depots. Vessels are being cleared promptly, and extended hours where safety can permit for truck outs as well. More importantly also is the reinforcement of the support being given to local refiners, because with increased production from them, indeed, like the minister has said, there will be higher supply, which will stabilize the price.
Zimbabwe's state-owned railway operator has invited private companies to help revitalize its freight operations after years of underinvestment, reduced capacity. The National Railways Zimbabwe (NRZ), which once moved 12 million tons of cargo annually in the 1990s, now handles less than 3 million tons. To address this, private firms like South Africa's Grindrod have stepped in, deploying locomotives and wagons to support the network. This move comes amid a surge in mineral production, driven by chrome and lithium exports primarily to China. Grindrod's Zimbabwe subsidiary, Baitbridge Bulwayo Railway, has contributed 3 locomotives and 150 wagons since March to augment NRZ's capacity. As demand for rail services grows, especially with the rise of mining projects in Southern Africa, the NRZ is exploring more partnerships to manage the increase in freight volumes. The region holds significant deposits of copper and lithium, key components for clean energy technologies, which require improved rail infrastructure for export through neighboring Mozambique. Japanese yen rose to 0.6%, and MSCI's Asia-Pacific shares edged up to 0.2%, but Japanese stocks fell due to a stronger yen. Asian markets struggled for direction as investors remained cautious ahead of the U.S. non-farm payroll support, which could shape up upcoming Federal Reserve rate cuts, while analysts expect 160,000 new jobs and a dip in unemployment to 4.2%. Softer economic data could lead to a more aggressive 50 basis rate point cut. Oil prices are also facing their worst week since October 2023, with Brent crude stabilizing at $72.68 a barrel, down to 8.3% for the week. Treasury yields continue to slip, and market sentiment remains mixed as investors brace for potential volatility following the U.S. jobs reports. Many thanks for watching the news updates. I am Lovina Emma.
What you need right here at Femi Wash Media. Call it the Midas touch and you wouldn't be wrong. Let us record, produce, mix and master your audio like nobody does. Reach us on our contact today for the best quality job.
Welcome to another edition of Inside Life, where we have exclusive communications and discussions and every other thing about special people from across the country, across the city, and at large across the world. Today on the show, we have a very, very special guest. He needs no introduction. His name precedes him. His work precedes him. His music precedes him. You might know him as Blackface Naija. His name is Amedu Augustine.
Yes.
Black.
Mr. BIO NRC.
Welcome to...
Good to have me.
Welcome
man.
home.
Good to be on this.
You know, we have come a long way. We have come a long way.
We surely have. We surely have.
30?
Yeah, like 30, 31 years.
That's a long time.
That's a long time. Since the days of IMT.
Right.
And I see you doing big things. Congratulations,
and likewise, I love how you're looking.
Yeah, you too, bro.
So, introduce yourself the way you want people to perceive you.
Well, for those that don't know me, my real names are Amedu Augustine. And as a singer, I have a stage name we call Blackface Naija, and I used to be a member of. I'm still a member though. I used to be a part of.
Sorry, before you proceed, it used to be Blackface. So come from that Blackface story before it became Blackface Naija.
Blackface Naija.
Yes.
Yeah. So many people were wearing blackface, and I wanted to be recognized and remembered as the blackface from Nigeria. So if I added Naija to my name, that would make it sound good. So I was like, okay, well. Not just blackface, where there are several imposters. Let me just have Blackface Naija, which I will be the only one bearing the name. And that's the reason why I decided to add Naija to my name. Because I love my country so, so much, and my country people. So I wanted to rep for my people and say, I'm repping for Naija. So it's Blackface Naija. Hate it or love it. That's
Blackface Naija. So I hope there are no lawsuits, because I know some other people that had name changes and from common sense to common and all that stuff.
Yeah.
I know they had lawsuits, they had court things and all stuff. Yeah. They wrote him and they said, listen, stop using this name. If not, ... you know.
Maybe there was a common before.
That's what I'm saying. The people that were common sense.
They were
common sense.
Oh, so you say common didn't have that?
No, so they had to take out the sense and he became common. So I hope that's not what happened with you.
It's just totally different from mine.
So you were going on with your introduction, please.
Yeah, so Blackface Naija, and people know me as the leader of the band Plantation Boys. You know, I started the band from way back, from when I was in school in IMT in Enugu, where I met you, where I met Easy Chi, where I met Don Hill. I met several people, and these people are just musically inclined and creative people, and they're still doing their creative work till date. So me, I've been doing what I've been doing since the time I started, and I'm still on my biz, still doing what I know, or what my passion drives, how my passion drives me, which is making music and trying to impact people's life one way or the other. You know, that's just my...
Blackface Niger, you have done this so long, so I'm going to ask you some pertinent questions about the music.
Okay.
Some intricate questions.
Okay.
So I'll start with, what is missing in the Nigerian music scene? Is it enough that we have this global attention that our music is making? Do you feel there's something missing, or you feel we have peaked, that we are where we are supposed to be, where we are planned to be, where, because it's easy for people to throw us out there and be like, yeah, we're running things and all that. So is there something missing with this global attention we're having currently?
Well, there's some things missing.
Talk to us about that.
And the first thing is that the attention is good, because once there's attention on you, it is going to put you on the spotlight to do good or show that you're doing bad. Because you can be praised from your vicinity, and when they compare your works with people's outside, they find out that either you're jacking off them and you're not being creative, or you are still way below par from how the level and the standard of music making, music writing, music production should be. You know, so I feel like we still have some gaps to fill, and there are several people that have tried to fill these gaps, but you know, it's not that easy for people to just come out and bridge this gap, because the real musicians are not heard, and the real writers and singers are not being patronized. So you're going to have an industry that is shaky. You'll be like, are we good enough? Can we really make it? Because you're having people that really don't.
When you say they're not patronized, how do you mean? Shed some more light.
Yeah, like the real artists are not being patronized. The real artists are not on the social media like they should. You know, because music is a kind of profession where you stay away from the regular, you stay away from the crowd. If the social media is a crowd, the real artists would not want to be in that crowd. They just want to go somewhere, stay away, don't get caught up with the distraction of what somebody might be telling you or what somebody's not telling you. So the real artists really don't, you know, but people like us be like, I know I'm a real artist, but I don't want to let that hit me. I will still be in that media space, and I will still tell them, yo,
chart your course,
check my stuff out. I think I got what the industry is missing. And that's the reason why many of them have to come to my catalog to look for what to take to create.
Okay, let me come from this angle. You know, recently major labels are coming to Nigeria, right, and setting up shop and stuff. Okay. And more recently, we're talking about the Universals, the Warner Brothers, Atlantic Records, and all the major labels, right? And recently there was a deal that went through. You know, they invested 200 million in the record label in Nigeria. What's your take on such a combination, or such a collaboration, or such an investment? What do you think about that? Do you think that the West might be colonizing Afrobeats? Let me put it like that. Or make it theirs and stuff. What are your thoughts? Because this has come from several quarters.
Well, you know, where there's a fallow land, people tend to, you know, try to look to that side. And our industry is like a fallow land right now, just trying to grow. And we have the populace. And, you know, so these people have seen it that the industry has developed to a level that people are really ready to patronize what the artists are doing. So if it's a fallow land and it's a virgin land, they're definitely going to be thinking about trying to invest in the sector. If the government is not giving the small record labels grants and giving small record labels, you know,
or even investing themselves.
You know, if they're not doing that for the people, they're going to see that there's a space here. And then they can come with their own orientation and with their own plan. You know, I listened to some big artists who used to sing about liquor, who used to sing about different things. But these people really don't do those liquors. They don't drink and they don't smoke. But they're the ones writing, making music about drinking and about smoking. And when you find out that they don't do these things, it tells you that the labels are probably telling them what to rap or sing about. So if they are coming to invest, I hope they're not going to be telling our people what to sing about, because our people have their own pain and their own plight and their own direction that they should be independent to create. But if they come in and they support the movement and support the heritage of the people, they will understand what I'm saying. But if they are here to make people buy into their own product or buy into their alcohol, buy into their drugs, buy into their stuffs, then they will have the artists in Nigeria or wherever they invest in to promote those things for them. And that's my only fear. Because if these labels are big and independent enough, they'll be able to say, this is what we want from our artists, regardless of who is paying the piper. You understand? So that's just my own take. It's a welcome development, but the artist and the label have to stay on their feet and stay strong on their aims and obligation to give entertainment to the people and educate the society.
How many artists actually know that?
Well, it's the label's responsibility to pass that to the young artists who are growing
When
up.
you're on the right label.
Right label.
Okay,
that's like Loud House Entertainment. Come to Loud House.
So there's a conversation, ongoing conversation about what Nigerian music is called across board. So everything is being collapsed unconsciously into Afrobeats. Everybody's calling, our music Afrobeats. What are your thoughts? Should we care about what the music is called, or should we be focused on the substance, on the content?
Well,
because right now, we see people. Anyone gets an opportunity, they give their music a name. They fuse all sorts of things. So in a week, you would hear 10, 15 different genres of music. But in the long scheme of things outside, were called Afrobeats.
Wow.
What do you think about that?
Well, I said this before when I went to one interview and they were talking about Afrobeat. And I was like, the music that people are making these days is not Afrobeat. Like most of the people are making these days is not Afrobeat. But they're using the name Afrobeat to sell it. They're just trying to sell the music by using the name Afrobeat. And then when you go back to how far Afrobeat has come, you get to realize how authentic these guys that have been doing Afrobeat before, these legends like Fela Kuti, Kola Ogunkoya, you have all those people that are Afrobeat artists. You will now see their originality and how they've come. Now, since the new guys didn't come with no originality, they had to take the name Afrobeat and put it as their own for people to
Let's remember to separate it. There's Afrobeat and there's Afrobeats with the S.
Okay, if we
no, I'm trying to clear on what you're breaking down,
Yeah.
so our people that are listening will understand that there's a line.
No, of course, there's a line, and the music itself separates it. The sound of the music, separates the genre.
Correct.
Aside, you cannot be singing a song and you're what song will I use, and you're telling it Afrobeat. You don't just do that, but it's because they want to cash in. It's just like somebody say you want to sell a Peugeot, and Peugeot is not selling anymore. Maybe a Mercedes is more in vogue, and you turn your car Mercedes just because you want to sell it. And that's not right.
I see what you're saying.
And that's not right. And that's why I'm saying that stick to your genre, stick to what you know how to do.
Be proud
best.
of what you're bringing.
Of course, you don't have to go following other people because that's what they know how to do best. So you now want to join in the greats and water down their music. No,
painful.
We have to. That has to be some Watergate case or something.
So when you came in, what was the music called at the time, and what was the music on the scene? And talk a bit about that.
Yeah, when we came in, basically there was really no particular genre that was like, because there was rap music was also in vogue. There was reggae music, rap music because of Felix Moses and Junior Pretty and all those people.
Mode 9 at the time.
Mode 9, yeah, Mode 9.
You yourself.
Really, yeah, but I'm talking before we came.
Okay, before. Okay.
So we had those. You know, there were different genre. There was Raskimono with his reggae. There was Magic Fashek with his own reggae and his own style. There was Abami Eda with his Afrobeat. There were different people with different genres. So we didn't have to say, there was no reason to stigmatize all Nigerian music as one.
Yes.
Don't forget, when you go to the East, you're going to see the likes of them, Oliver De Coke, and Sadebe. They were not doing Afrobeat, but they were making high life music. Just like everybody tell me Nigerian music not to be high life music. How would that sound?
Exactly.
When I'm rapping, Kenny Big Deal, I mean Big Deal. I'm cruising through the hood with big wheels. Is that Afrobeat or high life? I'm doing rap music. So there's rap, there's Afrobeat, there's R&B, there's dancehall, there's reggae, there's different genres. So I don't feel good when they try to term all Nigerian artists as Afrobeat artists. They don't even make Afrobeat.
It's sad. So at the point that you came into the game, so let's backtrack.
Okay.
A few years back, when did you decide that it was music for you? I'm not talking Plantation Boys now.
Yeah.
I'm talking pre-Plantation Boys. Yeah. Then tell us the Plantation Boys story and how it went. So when did you decide that, listen, it's music?
Yeah, I decided it was music from when I went to Shevu nightclub.
Where's that?
Shevu nightclub. Shevu is in Onisha.
Really?
Yes, Shevu nightclub.
When was this?
Shevu, that was like in 1980. That should be 1989, 88. Around that time, you know.
Wow.
That period. Very, very long.
Okay.
You know, and then while I was in school, I used to go to, you know, Enugu. You know, go there, perform, come. Even in school, we used to go to all this normal inter-house or inter whatever.
The school sports.
And we go and make music and all of that. You know,
Correct.
so I started saying that, man, if people like my music that much, so why don't I take it serious? And so I decided to take it serious from that time. And when I also started taking it serious was when I started going to Rap City jams, and with the microphone out, we could rap for hours. I found out that, man.
Please explain what Rap City jams is.
Well, for those that don't know, I know you know Rap City, but there are people that don't know Rap City jams. Rap City jams was a store, a musical store that was in Enugu, and there we all used to go there, and from DOH, definition of hip hop, to adding to
NRS,
Corporate G, and everybody, we used to go there. It was a place where we all used to rap and pass the mic. So then I was like, man, I think I can keep doing this, because what am I going to do again? And I just fell in love with music, and so many people being involved. It was really, really nice, because my friends there, they really gave me encouragement. Yo, I like your rap, I like your flows. And I was like, yeah, you know. And that was how I built my courage from, to say I want to take it as a professional job. And that's what I'm still doing till today.
So from that time, segue into Plantation Boys, how did that begin to take shape?
Yeah, I had to leave school. We left school. I left school because I finished my ND, and I didn't want to wait another year. It was like, I'd waited like 2 years with a strike.
And you had taken this decision?
Yes, I'd taken the decision, and I was like, man, I'm not going to do this school anymore. I'm just going to go straight to Lagos, where they say that's where the
city of dreams.
Yeah, and I was going, and then I had my friend who was with me then, Mr. Innocent, you know. So I was like, man, I'm going to Lagos though, you know. And it was like, he's going to come with me. I was like, well, if you want to come, it's cool. I just need to finish one or two things. And so we came to Lagos and started the journey as a band, Plantation Boys. And as Plantation Boys, we made some records. We made like our first single was a smash. Our first album was a smash. At least we changed the mindset of the Nigerians, thinking they can't make that international sound. Although there have been people before us trying to do it, respect to them. I'm not trying to downplay their effort. But I know that the moment I came in the game, I know what I brought in because I've been prepared for me to bring my contribution in. It wasn't like I was just caught up, I was surprised about it. No, I knew. So that's the reason why when they give shower praises, I'm like, no, I know where I'm going. I don't really take it to heart. Like, yeah, maybe they felt I was too pompous because of that, but they don't know that. You have what you are striving for and all of that. So the Plantation Boys started. I made Face to join the band, and we became a trio. We made some records, and we parted ways. Some people went to different record labels. Just like
talking about different record labels. Do you remember that time? I think it was Christmas. You were in Enugu with your brother, Innocent, one other person. You had was it a Supra?
Yeah, my Supra. We had a problem with my car on the road.
No. You guys were in Enugu at that time. You were talking. That was the first time you talked about leaving Dove. Was it Dove?
Yeah.
So you talked about leaving Dove, and that when you get back, you were going to shop for new labels and stuff.
Yes.
At the time, Dome Workers was in Enugu. We had a meeting.
Yes.
In Jerry at Chris's house. If Dome had tried to make you an offer, would you have taken it?
I don't know, depending on what the contract would have stated then. But then, when you're ambitious, you're just looking for that headway, and it's good for you to be sought after when you're already aware of who you are. Because sometimes you might not be aware of who you are.
It gives you a negotiating power.
Yes, because then you can negotiate. But then, there wasn't really total cohesion about what we really wanted to do because there were individual preferences. Some persons wanted to be on the label. I wanted to be independent. I wanted to be independent, like start up my own label, start up my own publishing house. I wanted that. But I couldn't do that with the beginning. I had to, first of all, be able to work with some other persons, learn the process, learn how this thing works. So that's why I was open to working with anybody. But not just anybody, because I turned some people down to work with them. And
can you divulge one of those people?
No, everybody knows. It's not like
it's been online. It's been
the media
go back and forth.
Yeah.
And one other name that has featured in the story is Efe Omorogbe, right? So it was recently said that they split up. Efe used to manage Innocent, right?
Yeah, I heard
they split up. Do you have any thoughts on their working relationship and how it concerns you?
Well, I made my views very, very open and clear the moment I heard that news. I said, I hope he left my Let Somebody Love You behind.
Really?
Yeah, because he put his name on my song as a writer.
No, but I thought that had been squashed. When
When
there was we had
that, but they
mediation.
They didn't go all the way to finish what the mediators said they should do. They left it, they abandoned it.
So what are you doing about that?
I have not done anything yet. I'm still waiting for them to get their senses together. And I'm still waiting.
Because I know you both were in courts, you had your lawyer.
Yeah, they decided to settle out of court.
Then, yes, I know about that meeting.
Yeah.
So what, are you able to speak about that meeting? Because I know NDAs were passed. Are you able to speak about it?
Well, there's nothing to hide about it. It's just the fact that they didn't go to the extent that they were supposed to do.
What was said
give
at the
me
meeting.
credit for what my works were.
And it was agreed upon?
Yes. But they've not done that.
From then till now?
How
long has that been?
That's been some time. That's been some time.
2-3 years?
Yes, that's been about 2-3 years. And I'm still patient. Still waiting for them to wake up in the morning and say, I'm supposed to do the right thing. I don't
So the question now that this poses for me is, being that they agreed at the mediation to do the needful.
Yeah.
It's a rhetoric. Why all the hula baloo all these years? It's been set up that you didn't know what you were saying, that it wasn't, you didn't like the music. Why did all that happen?
They only just try to discredit me. They only just try to discredit me and discredit my personality and put me down like I'm not somebody they should be listening to. That was all they tried to do.
Why do you think they would want to do something like that?
Why would they want to try to do something like that? They should try to do something like that because
it's like taking out competition, quote unquote, right?
Of course. So most of the niggas don't want no competition. See me when they play my video for television. You know, it's competition. And they're not ready for the competition.
Right. Okay, so do you feel misunderstood by sections of the audience? Because I'm asking this coming from hard life, smash it.
Yeah.
I'm coming from ahead of the game, smash it.
Yeah.
So how does the things that happened around that period differ from now? Do you feel the audience, let me ask it again, do you feel the audience misunderstands you? And if so, why?
Well, I don't think it's the audience that misunderstands me. I don't think it's the audience. I think it's a set of people with their agenda trying to make it seem like the audience don't like my music. So that they can have a reason to downplay me when they are on the table with entrepreneurs and investors. That's just the reason. It's not because I'm a bad guy. It's not because I'm
You look like a bad guy, though.
No, I may look like a bad guy, you know?
Yeah.
But inside, I'm that guy to make it happen.
Like Eclairs, right?
I'm that guy. Just say, what's the issue? That's the reason why you can see me doing the Plantation Boys project on my own. Because I'm that guy to make it still happen.
I was going to
regardless of whether there's sponsorship or there's no sponsorship. When I came to the game, there was no money for Plantation Boys. We didn't have any money. I kept on the program. I kept on the process. I believed in the process. And I kept telling them, believe the process. Until the process paid out when we went to the Rothmans Groove and we were able to have money to record our debut album. If I didn't believe in the process, I won't be here today. I won't be here today.
I remember Rothmans Groove.
Yes.
97, 98?
Yes.
You guys were big at the time.
We were big because the sound was big. We were nobody.
Oh my goodness.
We were nobody. Nobody knew us.
Massive.
But the moment you heard us on stage, we were sounding like Drew Hill or like New Edition. Yeah, because the standard was not all about where we were, but what was upstairs. It wasn't ever about
the music.
But the music. So that's the reason why people see us that way. We didn't have an album out, but we were big. We didn't have a private house of our own. We were squatting with people, but we're big. We were having people come to our house to come and visit us. Plenty people. We didn't have our own personal car or bus to convey all of us, but we were big. Why were we big? It was because of the work we put in. And the people loved the work. So they regard us as our work. So you are as big as your work. You're not as big as how much money you think you have in your bank from last year. You're as big as your presence
What you're doing
now.
Currently.
And that's how the people took to us. And they really respected our craft. And they saw the vision about where we were going. And they respected us for that. You know, until, while they were respecting us, until people got to realize that the more they are respecting these people, almost, that guy, we have to make sure nobody talks anything about him. And that was how they started targeting me.
Again, I'll ask why.
As then, yeah, because they don't want no competition, bros. They don't want no competition.
You were actually ahead of the game at the time.
I told them I was ahead of the game in 2005. I told them I was ahead of the game in 2005. And I was even asked to take that song down, and I refused to take it down.
Whoa, please speak on that.
Yeah, I was asked to take it down. I was asked to take it down. I was actually approached. Take the music down.
By whom?
I was approached by the owner of Hip TV.
Okay.
I was approached by him.
Why?
In Abuja. I was not approached in Lagos. I was approached in Abuja. Like they traveled to Abuja to meet me in Abuja.
Why would he ask you to do that?
Because the damn hip hop world me to check my profile. Say me better than you. Let them got myself signed. Mediocre. It's time to resign. I knew they'd be mediocre in 2005. They'd be mediocre. So they took my awards that I thought I was supposed to get. Best album was supposed to be Ghetto Child for 2004. Or best single was supposed to be Hard Life. Or best collaboration was supposed to be the Pain Me, Malan Spicy, Rock Steady. Those were supposed to be the awards given to us for the work we put in.
Because those songs were big at the time. They were the
but
biggest
they
songs
gave
that
it
year.
to other people because we were not part of the people that they want to promote. That's what I feel. I may be wrong, but that's what I feel. And that's the reason why it propelled me into being, I know you people have your plans about me, but no problem. Keep doing what you're doing, and we'll see who's going to last long in this game. Because they say, I'm nothing without the press. The beginning will be the press, and the ending will be the press. I said it's a lie. The press can't press me.
I like the sound of that.
That's what I told them. I said the press can't press me. And this is me 2023, 24. I'm still here, bros. The press have tried to press me for how long? Go to my Facebook page. They're out there. What are they doing there? Just talking about me wrongly. I wear my suit. Oh, this your suit is too hot. Why don't you wear a suit? Do you know the car I drive if I have so much AC in my car? Oh, this your glasses. Why don't you change it? It's my glasses. Oh, you should, because they always say that once they want to cancel you, they always have a reason to complain. And they send people to your page and to complain and complain and complain. Even if
I've heard that thing, right? That people are actually engaged to sit in a room
and do that
and type.
Yes.
Either to promote a song or promote
person,
an agenda or a person,
yes,
or to take or discredit.
Yes.
I've heard that.
Yes, they do that. And see, I got songs for this. Wait till I release it. But I have a line that I said, I've been a victim of it. So many times they try to take my peace. Some of them wish make a RIP, trying to separate me from my family. But I kept my head up, I stood strong. Court cases for what I know not. Eviction from houses I paid for. Deleting my works from my catalogs. But now, fake friends with them evil agenda. And when you die, then go post you for media. But now them be the architect. The fit even sponsor your burial. So these people are there. They are there with envy and hate. They are there just looking at you like you can't be more than them. You shouldn't go further than where they go. You shouldn't set a standard more than what they have done. The moment you're setting a standard that is more than anything they've achieved or tried to do in their life, you are a problem for them. They're going to always get at you to tell you to stop what you're doing.
I can relate, totally.
So I tell them they shouldn't play that.
I can relate.
I'm not going to listen.
So talk to me about Chibuzo. I love Chibuzo.
Chibuzo,
how did he get onto the Plantation Boys? How did he get in? And just tell me Chibuzo's story.
Chibuzo, I virtually I heard him. You know, we actually went for.
Why did you feel you needed a third member?
Harmonies. Harmonies.
The more the merrier, right?
The more the merrier, bros.
Correct.
And we had gone to Ray Power. So shout out to Ray Power. We had gone to Ray Power to go and do 10th anniversary for Ray Power. So when we got there, we met Kenny Ogungbe. And Kenny was like, you guys should do a jingle. It's Ray Power's 10th anniversary. I was like, okay. We went to the studio, the additional studio.
Right there?
Yet, right there. And Byron and Park. So Ray Power history is a 3rd anniversary. Ray Power history, and it's going down in the history. Ray Power history. It's a 3rd anniversary. And that's how we wrote the jingle for Ray Power. And then FaZe heard it on the radio.
Okay.
And then it came to the house in Festa. I heard what I heard, I love it. I'm like, wow, well, thank you. And it was like, he sings too, blah, 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 blah. Like I said, I'm that guy.
Yes, you are.
So I said, come. You say you make music, let's go listen. And then we left the house. He was singing for me. And I found out he really has skills.
Oh, yeah.
And I told my friend, my partner then, that this guy has skills, Benny. That harmony would he talk. I said, this guy didn't get the harmony. Make this guy for joy. That was how the conversation to bring FaZe into the picture started. And then I took him to the karaoke competition at what's it called? Ademola Tokumbo or something. VI.
Yes.
I paid for his fees to compete. Only that they didn't know that I had plans to make him a plantation boy. So we went there, we won the money.
Really?
We wonder who's going to win FaZe.
Oh, true.
Nobody's going to win him.
True.
I already, in short, when FaZe was singing, it was Backstreet Boys, because Backstreet Boys was hot. You know, I don't know who you are, where you're from, as long as you love me. When FaZe sang, they said it's a lie. The karaoke is not off. That the voice of the person that sang the song is the one that is still singing.
What did they do? They
put it up and I told them to do a cappella. That's the only way out. They should off the music, let the guy sing live. And he sang live and they believed.
You know what intrigues me with FaZe is he hits Mariah Carey notes.
No, the boy is good. I just say there's one thing about FaZe. I wish he can understand, come to realization that you are who you are and you are who you aspire to be. You're not who people tell you to be, but you are who you want to be. So you have the skills, you have the talent, you have the looks, you have all the projections, you have people around you to push you, you have me. So what's the problem?
What if who you say you are is not positive and is not enough?
Then you have to believe in people. You have to believe in, because sometimes
the person that believed to take
you, the person that believes in you will tell you
Correct.
you can do it.
Correct.
And that's the encouragement. You know, like I said, I like to be a football coach someday.
You're one of those people.
I'm one of them. Trust me. I'm like Alonso. See, Alonso went undefeated in his whole league. That's the kind of coach I like to be. Or maybe train a boxer. I'm that guy. I can't do it. Like, I know it's at the back of my head. All I have to do is, what is our obstacle? What are we up against? And how do we beat that? Then we go. We plan it. We discuss it for hours, days. We come to a solution. We move towards the...
Where's FaZe right now?
I wouldn't know. Maybe he's in Abuja or he's in Lagos.
Does he have new music?
I don't think he has any single out here. Maybe he's working on some. You know, he should be working on some because his fans are really... even me, I'm waiting to hear from him. And, you know, just like I'm waiting to hear from Two-Face as well. I'm waiting to hear from them. New music, because they should keep stirring up the industry and not have to feel like they've given...
No, but you said you're waiting for Two-Face as well. I hear he's not too healthy right now. So you can't be expecting too much from him.
Well, I don't know about his health, but I believe that as long as you can talk, as long as you can talk.
It's not that easy as you say.
Yeah, but I believe, because that's the reason why I went into this music. First of all, I closed my eyes. I said, let me see, how far can I go? I thought to the back of my head, how far can I go? If I can sing, can I talk? Of course I can talk. I got the power. Not the beat till I got the power, bro. Just say only one phrase. It's music, ain't it?
True.
It's what's
talking, actually.
Whatever you do is still cool. Let's just say I feel the rhythm. You don't have to be the same artist. You can evolve.
Correct.
You don't have to stay the same. So I'm still expecting, because I don't expect them to be giving up right now when me, I'm just getting warmed up. I'm just getting ready to start.
I hear that.
You understand what I'm saying?
So something came to mind. You remember, there was a time, there was a serious thing about you guys getting a reunion. This was many years ago.
Yeah, some 2 years ago.
There was so much investment in it. Three of you agreed, and that was the height also of the whole hula baloo.
Yeah.
What happened? Because the fans were waiting, and it seemed like an endless one at the end of the day.
I will apologize to the fans for that. Like, let me take full responsibility for it not happening, because I believe if I had made some other moves, maybe look for some other investors, or maybe I would have made it happen myself without waiting for an investor. But as be that as it may, some people can decide to sponsor. Don't forget that there was a Take-It-Tom that wanted to sponsor the project from the beginning.
It was before Take-It-Tom.
Yeah,
even talking about
Donald Duke. They thought about Donald Duke one time.
Before Duke.
So I can't remember.
The marketer.
The marketer that was
Tijo.
Tijo actually did the Plan B album. Tijo was the person that sponsored the Plan B album.
Yes, but
the Plan B album was 30 million, but they paid us 15 million. Tijo is on the run. He has about 15 million. He should bring it. Since then, he hasn't given us our money. That's like since that album came out, he still has our money. And so Tijo was the only person that invested that kind of money on the band. And were able to go to the studio and all of that. But then, you know, you can have a kind of investment. With investment comes commitment.
Correct.
If there's no commitment to an investment, it's a total waste for the investor. And no investor wants to go through that. And I think that's what Tijo went through, and that's the reason why he didn't worry. He just straight up went to P-Square straight, and he went to get us. They do me. Abroad, shot the video, bam, history. I know he made more money to cover. I know he made more money from P-Square to cover for the Plantation Boys' loss or anything that happened during that period. Yes, because he invested, bro.
So where was the non-committance coming from? Was it from you, the artist, or was it from him after?
It was from we, the artists. It was from the artists who were not committed to going to the studio. Some wanted to be in the comfort of their hotel room, making music. Some wanted to lie down and have microphone brought down. They'd be sleeping and they'd be singing. You know, say now they run the show. You know, those kind of things. But you got to go where the game is. You can't just. You know, so they didn't want that, and Tijo felt like that's why the album, the Plantation Boys' last album, Plan B, was released when it was not yet totally finally mixed and finished. But the investor has the right, but the right reversed to us after some time. Right now, Plantation Boys have the right, and I am the plantation, so I have the right.
So is that a good thing or a bad thing? Because the 15 million is not coming.
It's not coming. It's not coming.
Because the project didn't finish.
The project didn't finish, and the person might have his reasons to say. But then since he released the album, he's still indebted to the band. True. Regardless of sales or no sales.
Or if it was finished or not.
If it was finished or not. Because he shouldn't release it if it was not finished.
Correct.
Exactly. But he had his way, he has his own way, or why he did what he did.
So why didn't you follow through? Why didn't the group? And when I say you, I mean the group. Why didn't you follow through with the people that wanted to invest? You know, the Duke, the Ateke Tom.
But Ateke couldn't continue because the band was not together. Some persons didn't want the project to happen. So we're giving excuses. They don't want to be around. Some were like they want to travel. So we're just giving unnecessary excuses. That was not necessary. So the people that were trying to invest had to be discouraged. Like Ochacho was discouraged, I believe so. You know, so they just be discouraged and they'd be like, man, I don't think these people are together. But then the plantation is working regardless. And I'm going to put the album out.
So what's happening with the plantation right now? Because I know there's new music out. New music been out for a while.
Yes, some new music coming again.
What's the plan for the Plantation Boys?
Well, the plan for the Plantation Boys is the name is going to stay. But there'll be features. Different people will come and feature for the band and go. If you write for the band, you get your royalties. If you feature on the song with the band, you know how that pans out. You get the shows, you get paid, you go to Sound Exchange, you register, you get all those things, you register, you get your money to yourself. So, but if you don't want to participate, you can stay in the comfort of your zone. Then let the people that want to take the name to the next level, take it to the next level. Buhari was president last dispensation. He's not president this dispensation. There has to be continuity. So it doesn't mean that the members of the band must stay in the band. If they don't want to stay in the band, they can't go.
You know, you remind me of my brother, my friend's speech from Arrested Development. I always like to use him as an example. You know, remember Arrested Development from back in the day?
Yeah.
Mr. Wendo. Everyday people.
I wrote a song one of their beats.
Arrested Development are still here. So Baba Oje died, 2 other members left, Speech added new members, and the group continues.
Exactly. But Nigerians are finding it difficult to understand that I can add new members. If the other members die or they don't want to...
It's a Nigerians thing?
It's a Nigeria thing. It's not
I
like...
think some people...
See, understanding come late to us. Let's be honest. The things that come out in the Western world come to us late. When did we get cell phones, for God's sake? Came to us late.
Don't forget that our GSM is ahead of theirs. They still use flip phones. They still use black and white
screen.
They still use
all those old phones. The phones are ahead of them. But I'm talking about...
The network.
The network. We got it late. People were using Turaya in Nigeria here. I'm forming big boys when everybody would have had flip phones. So why was that? What was supposed to be? We were supposed to be on the same pedestrian. Everybody equal.
True.
So some of these things don't come to us for us to have general knowledge. So it takes some time. So few people get the knowledge. Before they can pass it to the rest of the people, the harm is already done. So that's where the media has to help in sanitizing the society and send information to the society on time for them to be aware.
Positive information.
Positive information.
Good information.
Yes.
Helpful information.
Yes.
Which is what we do here at SOUQ News.
You guys are doing a great
the
job.
IL 104.9 FM. That's what we do.
You guys are doing a great job, man. Shout out, shout out, shout out, shout out, shout out. You guys media is the best, man. Perfect.
Right.
Man, you guys blow my mind when I came
So-
here.
so-
I won't bring my employment letter when I do the job.
So
But I said that the Oga chair I want to sit down. No, I don't want to get a job for another place. So the Oga chair I want to sit down. That chair, I love that chair. You see that chair, see the view. Can't tell it.
So talk to that young man, that young girl that wants to make music for a living in Nigeria.
Yeah.
Talk to her.
Yeah.
As a record label owner, as a producer of music,
Yeah.
as someone that has done
Yeah.
almost
Yeah.
40 years,
Yeah.
30,
Yeah.
35 years in the
Yeah.
biz.
Yeah.
Talk to that person.
The first thing you have to understand about your music is stay dedicated to your craft. If you believe your craft is what you're going to use to, survive and take care of your bills, family, and dependent relatives, you have to concentrate on your craft. There are several people that say they want to make music today. They wake up in the morning, the first thing they do is they're going to do one petty job outside. Then they go do a petty job, they come back, they would have had some misunderstanding from the petty job is affecting their mental. They can't think straight. It's going to affect your music. So music is a total commitment job. Music is not a part-time. And to be a singer, you have to be educated. You have to read. Because you need your similes to write your verses. You need your metaphors to write your raps. You need all the things that encompass an English language. Unless you want to rap in your own particular language or sing in your language. You study your own language and learn how the language works and master it to put it to your craft. And then copying somebody else's work is the first thing I'll tell you. You can't do that. I know when we started, we did Plantation Boys, but that was because we were trying to introduce
That was the
ourselves.
first thing, yes.
First thing, because it was the beginning. So that beginning, we have to introduce
Come with a
ourselves.
bang.
And we chose the name that is Plantation Boys.
Title of the song.
We had to just sing Plantation Boys because the song actually was Plantation Boy by Bonnie M. So if you see the credits we gave, it was originally done by Bonnie M.
And you gave credit on the CD.
Is there originally by Bonnie M. But then there was no cover. You couldn't do a cover of somebody's song without getting permission. But Bonnie M was far from Nigeria. We just had to just say originally by Bonnie
That's the
M.
credit. That's the way to
So
go.
do what you got to do. Stay original. Be creative. Hang out with the right pairs. Don't go with pairs that all they do is teach you how to smoke, drink, and do things that are just bad for your health. You're gonna be 25 looking 79 if you're doing that. You're not gonna be like me. You know what I mean? So stay positive, concentrate on your music, and the rest is just gonna fall in place because people are gonna notice your work and they're gonna support you. Trust me.
Blackface Niger.
Yes.
Ahmed.
Amedu
Augustine.
Yes.
What's the middle name?
Obiabo.
Thank you for being on Inside Life, SOUQ News Television, the IL 104.9.
Thanks for having me,
coming
man.
through.
Thanks for having me, man. I
Thanks for
appreciate
coming
it.
through.
Thanks for having me. Big up, Blackface Niger, signing out.
So it's the end of a special edition of Inside Life. We had Blackface Niger, Augustine Amedu on the show. My name is Ike Namba. See you same time next time.
Cocoa has more than tripled in costs over the past year and is up 129% this year. The rise in cocoa prices is likely due to a global cocoa shortage. Climate change-induced drought has ravaged crops in West Africa, which contributes around 80% of the world's cocoa output. According to the International Cocoa Association, global cocoa supply will decline by almost 11% over the 2023-24 season. The world produces nearly 6 million tons of cocoa beans each year, and consumers may begin to feel the impact of this shortage by the end of this year or early next year. Nigeria's cocoa earnings in the first quarter of this year surged by 279%, driven by a sharp increase in its prices in the international market. Data from the National Bureau of Statistics (NBS) indicates that in the first 3 months of the year, the value of cocoa exports totaled 408.66 billion naira. This represents an increase of 279% from the 179.5 billion naira recorded in the first 3 months of 2023. When compared to the preceding quarter, total cocoa exports increased by 138% from 117.29 billion naira recorded in the preceding quarter. Despite the significant depreciation of the naira in the first quarter of the year, the dollar value of cocoa exports saw a significant increase both year-on-year and quarter-on-quarter. There was a 63.3% increase in the dollar value of Nigeria's exports between the fourth quarter of 2023 and the first quarter of 2024. Using the closing rate of the dollar to the naira at the end of December 2023, cocoa exports for the period stood at $188.83 million. This increased to $312.19 million at the end of the first quarter of 2024, using the exchange rates at the end of March. Year on year, the dollar value of exports in the first quarter of 2023 stood at $223 million. Bayo Olaoye, SOUQ News. The Nigerian Civil Service, which is the hub of internal administration in government, is faced with an existential crisis in many fronts. Essentially, there is a problem of trust and confidence, as well as bureaucratic bottlenecks that lead to inefficiency, ineptitude, and redundancy. Many Nigerians now perceive the Nigerian Civil Service as a relic of the growing, outdated Weberian bureaucratic model of public administration. The Federal Civil Service Commission (FCSC) has been alleged to have compromised the philosophical construct of the first principle of its founding in 1855 in the way it questioners and members of the public. The recent Oransaye report suggesting the merger and reorganization of the ministries, departments, and parastatals of government should be implemented to the letter so that there will be square pegs in square holes. The congestion in most government institutions where idleness and redundancy prevail should stop, as this leads to inefficiency, ineffectiveness, and ultimately corruption. News Talk today calls on the federal government to immediately set in motion the critical machinery to overhaul and revamp the country's civil service. I am Bayo Olaoye.
Hello sports fans, enthusiasts and pundits. Welcome to SOUQ Sports.
Welcome to your humble boy, your loyal boy from the hood, Kevin Ojefe, and I'm glad to be here. This is SOUQ Sports.
To do the business, the money that makes the wheel go round.
Barcelona and Napoli. Napoli is out and Barcelona has qualified for the quarterfinals of Champions
League. For different ways to make money. Sports is best way to be creative.
Now, the next 45 minutes are going to be very exhilarating.
Hello, my people. Happy Friday, and we know what Friday is all about now. It is weekend, and it is Owambe weekend. I say, with your humble boy, Kelvin Ojefia, your boy from the hood, and this is SOUQ Sports, where we give you all the latest information about sport, transfers, international breaks, tennis, golf, and anything that has to do with sport. We don't just give you the fun part. We also tell you about the cash, the money. Like Juve will say, money, the money. Yes, we also tell you about the money. We tell you how many persons is cashing out and those that lost. Yeah. And I know some of you will be wondering why I am here. Don't worry, you'll see this from next week. Definitely, you'll see this here again. They say na pikin when they follow mama they enter kitchen, now they sabi cook. So I can actually fit in for this here anytime he's not around. But I'm not here to do the show alone. I'm with one of our runaway brother. He has been with us before. He came, he saw, and he conquered. But later, he's just jackpot. But now he's back.
Thank you, Kelvin. What's up, my SOUQ family? I still remain your boy, Delight, although I have been long away from the show. But trust me, the steez is there.
Yeah.
The vibe is there, and I'm here to give you guys 100% good content on sports news. And we are going to be taking you from F1 to golf to tennis down to football, which most of us are waiting.
Yes.
And, also, we are not forgetting boxing, and we are taking you around the world of sports, and we are going to give you the current updates on what's happening and what's trending. Kelvin, over to you.
Okay, you had him. What's happening and what is trending? First on our list, let's go on boxing. Yes, let's do our feast. Let's see how it's going to be like. So Anthony Joshua, when fully drilled, is unbeatable. You understand?
Yeah.
When fully drilled, is unbeatable. Usyk could be after Daniel Dubois fight Anthony. Joshua will want to box. Joshua wants to box for undisputed title if he beats Daniel. But do you see that happening? It's actually very funny when someone like Joshua, not even funny, someone like Joshua saying he's going out for Usyk. We know who Usyk is. Usyk is not just a fighter; he's a warrior. He's very, very aggressive when it comes to the ring. He owns the ring. He did the same thing to Tyson Fury. But now, Joshua, our own Joshua, our Nigeria brother, is saying that when he's done with Daniel, he's going straight to Usyk. But let's talk about Joshua and Daniel's fight first. What will be the outcome? Do you see Joshua coming out successfully or Daniel?
If we are to go by the sporting psych or the sporting psychology, I see Joshua actually winning Daniel because of his target actually really isn't Daniel.
Yeah, true.
You get?
True.
So his target is Usyk. And for him to be able to be prepared for Usyk, he obviously has to win Daniel. Do you get?
Okay.
So I feel that Joshua has to come out superior in Daniel's fight, because if he doesn't, it will affect his mentality towards Usyk. And Usyk is not an average boxer.
Mm-hmm.
We are talking about someone who is
the world. Who is the word average?
Who is very aggressive. And let's not forget that they fought about 2 times in the past.
Yes.
And Joshua hasn't come out victorious in any.
He lost both. He lost both. Yeah.
But let's not forget that though it was a competitive boxing match, but now who win? Now so Nigerians now who win we they know say now he gets the match. So the truth of the matter is it's the psychology is going to really play a big game in this match, because Joshua's target is to win back all the heavyweight belts that has been taken from him. And so we have to expect that the match against Dubois will be one easy one but it will not be easy. But it will not be easy. But
be mindful of what you are saying.
It will not be easy. But Joshua has to make it look easy so that he can go in to face Usyk with a strong composure.
Daniel is not an easy match. check his last record. He has been doing very well. He has the height, he has the physique, he has the strength, he has the heavy punch. So it's going to be a very tough match for Joshua to for me, I actually want him to come out successful in that game. I want him to win so that he can actually face Usyk. But it's going to be an entertaining one. Guys, hope you are ready to see that game. It's coming up on the 21st of September this month. Yes, we have like 2 weeks from now. You see both of them. Approximately 3 weeks from now, we see both of them on the ring. Success to both of them. But what do you think would happen if Joshua actually lost the match?
That's why I
apart from the psychic thing, what do you think would happen apart from it affecting him psychologically to face Usyk? Because even he can actually beat Daniel and also lose to Usyk. Yeah. Possible. He can lose to Usyk and also beat. He can lose to Daniel and also beat
Usyk. Yeah, that's possible. But regardless, I've been hearing comments around the boxing world where people are saying, regardless of the outcome against Daniel, the fight against Usyk is inevitable.
Okay.
So that he is going to actually, because will I say, okay, I don't want to say this, but I feel that he has lost the 2 matches against Usyk.
So are you saying that as a revenge?
I don't want to say that.
Or as a comeback?
No, I don't want to say it as a comeback, but obviously we know how these things are, how it affects us. So he wants to register that win against Usyk. You understand?
Okay.
So that's why I made the statement that Joshua has to make the match against Daniel look easy. Because if he does not make it look easy, the fight against Usyk, him going into that fight will be difficult. You get? Because Usyk is not just an average boxer, but it's one who is to be reckoned with in the boxing world.
Okay, you can hear that. Usyk is not just an average boxer. We know him. We know what he has done. We've seen it several times. We saw what he did to one of our brother, Tyson Fury. And I know I think they have an outstanding match. Let's see what happened after the match between Joshua and Daniel. Yeah. So over to Michael Anchor.
And let's move to the world of Formula One now. Lando Norris, McLaren driver, says early career struggles with pressure helping in F1 title race. Lando Norris opens up on how he has dealt with pressure in Formula One. Norris is involved in his first title fight against Max Verstappen, so extra scrutiny has been put on the McLaren driver. Lando Norris says his early struggles in F1 have benefited him mentally in this year's titles race as he looks to catch Max Verstappen in the championship. Norris, who is 62 points behind Verstappen with 8 events remaining, is experiencing his first F1 title fight after McLaren's surge in form since the Miami Grand Prix in May. What do you have to say?
So when Laurie said he is looking for a way to get up to Max, I don't see that happening in the next meeting Max in the next 2 years.
Don't forget that he's 62 points behind.
Come on,
and still has 8 matches to go.
This young man has a very long way to go. Now, I think he's saying this because he needs this inner motivation. I like the part when he said his early failure in Formula One, those struggles that affected him mentally, actually gave him a push to where he is now. Now, that is how sportsmen are supposed to act. When you lose, you don't see your failure. You learn from it and you push. But now we know that Max actually have some struggle recently, but for someone like Loris to meet up with him now, it's still going to take a very long time. Max still remain one of the king of Formula One.
So I have 2 questions here.
Okay.
How has the mental toughness in Formula One been able to push him to this top rank now? Because for him to be challenging someone like Max, is definitely among the current best now.
Okay. I think not last month Max lost. I think Max has lost two races consecutively. So I think that was, and he won one. Loris won one out of them. So since he was able to beat him once, so definitely there's this mentality that if I can beat a champion once, definitely I can do it again. That's where the whole mindset is coming from. So he has done it once. There's a possibility that he can do it again and again. So I think that's where the whole mindset is coming from. He has lost also, and you raising with the champions gives you this mentality that you are like the champions, like this, like the Holy Book says, he that walks with the wise will become wise. So he has he has drove with these guys together, he has competed with them, he has fought with them. So he believed that with no time he is going to be one of the best.
Well, for me, I believe that in Formula One, the pressure is always there.
In all sports, not even
pressure,
in all sports.
So the pressure is always there, and like he said in his own words, that he has channeled this pressure into helping him become the driver he is today. And let's not forget about the support of the team. It's he said, he also mentioned that he has received a good support from McLaren. Do you get?
Yeah.
So that's kept him in this position. And to me, I see him in a good position to be able to challenge Max.
But not meeting up to him.
No, I actually
he can challenge. Yes, challenging is normal, but meeting up to him, I doubt that for now.
Okay, so let's move to golf.
Okay, over to golf. Alex Fitzpatrick has staged brother Matt to share lead after the opening round. Family drama. You know, when I saw this, I was actually laughing. Two brothers. But apart from the family drama, this to show how the Western world has gone far when it comes to sport. The bigger brother was there, and they saw that yes, he was doing well. They had to involve the younger brother. How many of our brothers in Africa are up there and they actually want to pull their younger when it comes to the game of now? It's not seen as a competition. You win. Anybody that wins when it comes to it goes to us as well. We are brothers. We are family. So it's a win-win. Even if one lost to the other, it's a win-win because these guys are brothers.
Well, the truth of the matter is, I see them as different from us here in Africa, because there's not this who wants to be better.
No competition.
In the family whole stuff. But here we've seen that the game has been fair, and it has been a lot of work, practice, and even mental toughness, just like we just discussed in Formula One. And here too, also mental toughness has contributed to him to winning against his brother.
Okay, over to tennis. We don't really have much time, so over to tennis. We have a lot of things to cover.
Yeah,
let's talk about tennis.
Jack Draper, young Briton, certain he can reach US Open final when he takes on Jannik Sinner. Can British number one Jack Draper reach the US Open final? British number one Jack Draper is 100% certain he can reach the US Open final as he gears up for the biggest match of his life against Jannik Sinner on Friday at 8 p.m. Draper is 2 wins away from winning a maiden Grand Slam after cruising into the semi-finals of the US Open without dropping a set. What do you have to say, Kelvin?
Jack, my God.
Well, the last 2 months we were discussing about Jack Sinner.
Yeah, Jannik Sinner is the world number one.
Yeah,
and Jack is actually the British number one. So, British number one against the world number one. It's going to be a very tough match.
Yeah.
A very tough match. Like I said, it's going to be a very tough one for both competitors. But I won't be surprised if the game goes in favor of Jannik. Jannik has the stamina, has the style. When it comes, he has the mentality of winning big titles. You understand?
Yeah.
He has this mentality. He has won it several times. He has gone head to head to compete, to play against top contenders, and he has won. Being the number one is not something you just get on your bed. So it's something he has worked for. So it's going to be a very tough one, but I see Yannick coming out successfully.
Well, let's not forget that even in the US Open, Jack Draper has also shown immense winning strategy with his strong hand serve and his strategies that he has used to claim when a clean victory, not something that he struggled to win. You get so, but we should not also forget that Jackson is also a young talent and one of the best currently in the tennis world. And I hope to see that the match is going to be tough and there'll be a good competition between the two of them.
That is what we pray for. That's what we hope for, because we've seen games like this where we see two tough, or let's say supposedly tough competitors meet themselves and they just go on the side of one. We've seen it several times. We saw it between Jannik Sinner and Djokovic. Yeah, we were expecting a very tough match. And is it? Yes. No, not Jannik Sinner. What's the word number 2? His name just skipped me. What number 2 against Djokovic? We were expecting a very tough match from both of them, and it just went on the side of the young man. This to show that the world of tennis, when it comes to the world of tennis, we have a lot of young people who are doing extremely very well, and they are giving us good games. We hope to get a good one from them tonight by 8 p.m.
Okay, let's move to US Open. Aryna Sabalenka returns to final in New York, where she takes on Jessica Pegula. Aryna Sabalenka produces a gritty display to reach US Open final against American hope Jessica Pegula. Aryna Sabalenka stayed on course for her 3rd Grand Slam title as she clinched a spot in the US Open final against great American hope Jessica Pegula. Sabalenka, who was runner-up to Coco Gauff last year, is the hot favorite to go one better this year after crushing the hopes of Emma Navarro 6-3, 7-6, 7-2 to reach her 4th Grand Slam final. Pegula finally made her big breakthrough by sealing a place in Saturday's final with a comeback 1-6, 6-4, 6-2 victory against unseeded Czech Karolina Muchova in front of a patriotic crowd on Otto Ashe Stadium. Pegula finally made her big breakthrough by sealing a place in Saturday's comeback. So, Kevin, what do you have to say about it?
Sabalenka is a tough lady. You just like what you just said. Last year he was the runner-up when he faced Coco Gauff, and now this year he has actually left that level. He has proceeded to get his fourth Grand Slam. Sabalenka is a tough contender, and I see her excelling in this one because not because she's actually one of my favorites as well. Though my favorite is Coco Gauff, but she's also someone I actually root for all the time. And she has actually had a very rough start this year, and getting to this level now, it's a good one, and it's an encouragement to show that she didn't really let her past or her recent failures hold her back. So, but I actually see her as winning this game.
Yeah, but, Sabalenka is actually a good player, an aggressive one at that, with a strong serve, and I see her also excelling in this game.
Okay, so guys, we are going on the break. When we come back, we'll move straight to football, Ballon d'Or, international break with our guest. Don't go anywhere, stay with us.
Hello sports fans, enthusiasts and pundits, welcome to SOUQ Sports.
Say your humble boy, your loyal boy from the hood, Kevin Ojefe, and I'm glad to be here. This is SOUQ Sports.
To do the business, the money that makes the wheel go round.
Barcelona and Napoli. Napoli is out and Barcelona has qualified for the quarterfinals of Champions
League. For different ways to make money. Sports is sports is best a way to create
Now, the next 45 minutes are going to be very exhilarating.
Tafawa Balewa Square, TBS. Tafawa Balewa Square was initially used as a horsing ground called Lagos Race Course. The edifice was constructed by General Yakubu Gowon in 1972 and named after Nigeria's first Prime Minister, Sir Tafawa Balewa. Tafawa Balewa Square is located at 45/57 Masi Bangboshe Street on Lagos Island, Lagos, and referred to as TBS. TBS is a 50,000-seater capacity venue and houses the Remembrance Arcade, the 26-story Independence House, which at a time was the country's tallest building. When Lagos served as the country's seat of government, the National Assembly Complex was within the TBS. Also in the square are the National Broadcasting Commission Office, the Nigerian Hydrological Services Agency Office, shopping centers, travel agencies, restaurants, car parking lots, and a bus terminal. Tafawa Balewa Square is adorned with beautiful statues of white horses and red eagles, symbols of strength and dignity. Our historic neighbors include the King's College and the Holy Cross Cathedral. Tafawa Balewa Square hosted some of the country's memorable events, such as the Independence Day in 1960, when Nigeria gained independence from Britain, the Armed Forces Remembrance Day, which is celebrated annually on January 15. The edifice is a national cultural asset. Tafawa Balewa Square, SOUQ Enlightenment. The National Theatre, Igomu. Built during the military regime of Olusegun Obasanjo and finished in the time for the Second World Festival of Black Arts and Culture, FESTAC, in 1977. The theatre holds amazing treasures and memories. The artworks fill everyone with pride. The National Arts Theatre is visible from the motorway which connects Lagos Island and the mainland. The National Theatre is packed with the artworks of a legendary contemporary Nigerian artist, stained glass walls by Yusuf Grillo, sculptures and murals by Lamidi Fakeye, Erabo Emopai, and many others. It was put to full use for a month as one of the 4 venues of the Second World Black and African Festival of Arts and Culture, tagged FESTAC 77. The complex hosted 16,000 participants from 56 African countries and the diaspora in an unprecedented showcase of African music, fine art, literature, drama, dance, and religion. The National Art Theatre was built and designed by Techno Experts Troll, a Bulgarian company mirroring the Palace of Culture and Sports in Varna, Bulgaria. Completed in 1976, the building is one of the largest and most beautiful of its kind on the African continent. It consists of a central hall with 5,000 seats, a collapsible stage that can be quickly rebuilt, a conference hall with 1,600 seats, 2 large exhibition halls, and 2 cinemas with 800 seats each. The theatre complex has a dressing room for artists, a garage, offices, coffee bars, and a buffet. It has indoor TV and radio systems, as well as booths with facilities for simultaneous translation of languages and hectares of lush green lawn around. The majestic structure sits in Igomu like a quiet mountain, mesmerizing visitors and passers-by. The National Theatre, SOUQ enlightenment.
What's popping, my people? We are still live on the show SOUQ Sport, and we are still giving you the latest happenings around the world of sport. Remain Delight, and with me is Kelvin, and we are taking you down to football now. We are moving to the international break. Club football ended during the week, and we moved to the international break on Wednesday. We have Estonia, who faced Slovakia, and Slovakia took the win in 1-0. Also, this popular one, Portugal, who also beat Croatia 2-1. Dalot, who gave them the first goal, he took the goal back, but thanks to Ronaldo, who came to their saving and make them to win that beautiful match, also scoring his 900th goal. We will come to that later. Down to San Marino, who won their first official match. I saw the news everywhere, and congrats to them. They beat Liechtenstein 1-0, and also 2-3. Who did that? Scotland versus Poland. That match was really funny because Poland were actually leading 1-0, 2-0 with Lewandowski, a penalty, and before you knew it, Scotland came back 2-2, and at the 90-something minutes, 90th plus something, that was when Poland had to seal the win. And down to Group 3, we have Belarus against Bulgaria. Nobody refused to allow the other to score, and that match ended a tie 0-0. And also Northern Ireland against Luxembourg. They always Luxembourg lost that match to Northern Ireland. The Northern Ireland beat them 2-0. And down to Group 4, which is going to be a tough group. But it seems Switzerland is starting slow because they lost to Denmark 2-0. And also Spain had a draw with Serbia. My boys could not, I don't know what happened, what Serbia used in that net. But I know Serbia is not, there are all these underdogs who look strong. It was a tough one for Spain, but they held their own side, and I'm sure that they are going to come back in the next round. Let's not forget, we told you we will be having a guest, and Kevin, I think you will do me the honor of welcoming our guest to the show.
Okay, so we have a wonderful guest, a sports enthusiast, Priska Obokare. I hope I actually got the name correctly. Priska, can you hear us?
Hi.
Can you hear us, Priska? Can you hear?
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay. You just saw what my co-anchor just read out. What do you think about Ronaldo scoring his 900 career goal? What's your take on that?
Whew. For someone who has always been a Ronaldo fan from the very beginning, I don't know, I'm feeling like a very proud girlfriend at this moment because my baby did so well. I was watching the game and I saw him score and I was like, yes, yes. I was even doing SOUQ and doing CR7, the GOAT, the best, everything. It's so beautiful to see someone come from such growth, and even at his age, he's doing so much. He's trying 900 goals is not easy. Career breaking, Guinness World, is doing it everywhere. I'm so happy. I just want him to get to 1,000 and then I'll be like, yes, he really did it, but it's one step at a time. I'm still excited from yesterday's game though.
Okay, thank you. Don't allow Rodriguez to catch you. You said yeah, his girlfriend. Well, also I want to ask. You said he should get to 1,000 goal. Are you expecting Ronaldo to play till he's 40? Well, I feel that Ronaldo is getting to his to the end of his career. And it's important. Yesterday we saw Argentina, who wished Di Maria farewell. But I know that Ronaldo is approaching the end of his career, and I doubt he'll be able to get to 1,000 goals, except he can score 100 in how many game matches. But let's not forget that the Saudi league is also a difficult league, and even the the Europa competitions and all, it's also a difficult one. But what do you have to say about his overall contribution to the Portugal side, even in this late stage of his career?
Ooh, Portugal. The last cup was really sad, to be honest, because I always support Portugal. No matter what Ronaldo is there, so I would always support. And seeing them struggling, it was difficult. Seeing him miss a penalty, it was heartbreaking. But like you said, he's getting to the end of his career, and these are things that would get to see. Ronaldo in his prime time is not the Ronaldo now, even though he still tries as much as possible to keep up with everything. But we that has been his fans for the longest time, we've seen the changes. I'm like, oh, this man is getting old. But one thing I always say, please retire when you are still fresh. You just like Toni Kroos, retire while you are hot. And I would really want that for Ronaldo. Retire when you are still hot. He's a benchmark for everybody. Every good footballer in the world wants to be like Ronaldo. So let's see. Let's see what World Cup 2026 is going to bring for us. I heard he has been shortlisted to be part of the footballers going for that competition. So hopefully they get to win it, fingers crossed, and then he can retire in style.
Thank you, Priska. I like how you ended that statement, which says "fingers crossed." Let's not forget that I was looking at social media and I saw a statement made by someone. They say, "Leave football before football leaves you." So let's hope that Ronaldo is going to finish well, and we'll have a great end of career for him. Over to you, Kelvin.
Okay, thank you, Priska. Thanks for the contribution so far.
Do
you see? Do you think there's still a competition between Ronaldo and Messi? We know the fans actually want to see that. At the time, these guys were the king of football for over 15 years. They had the pitch. They were everywhere. When you talk about Ballon d'Or, they were there. You must either hear Ronaldo or hear Messi. Do you see any of them at this point retiring, probably before the end of this year? Ronaldo and Messi, do you say?
No, I don't. I actually don't. I think when it's Ronaldo and Messi, it's like a Tom and Jerry kind of situation. It's going to take one to retire. So the moment Messi's like, oh, I'm retiring soon, Ronaldo would say, I'm retiring soon. So long none of them has come out to say, oh, I want to retire, I don't see them retiring anytime soon. Whether we like it or not, these people have a competition between themselves. And even when they do retire, we as the fans will start looking for something to compare them with. Maybe we'll start comparing their children, their wife, or anything. But there are two amazing players that are taking football to a very great extent. If you are a Messi fan or you're a Ronaldo fan, you would see their impact. And they still have impact for now. And it's just like the times of Maradona and Pele, and the present day now we are seeing Messi and Ronaldo, and we see people trying to emulate them and everything. So I don't think they're going to retire anytime soon. Let's see. Maybe after 2026 World Cup, like I said, then I would probably send a message to Ronaldo and say, please just drop the boot for now. Thank you.
Please try and send a message to him on time before, because like you said, when the upload is high, that's when you take a bow.
Yeah.
Do you think there is we can actually have a competitor? We can get this competition between two players where we have between Ronaldo and Messi after the era of Messi and Ronaldo. Do you think there are players like that would actually bring football to that level where we want to this is the same energy we got from Messi and Ronaldo? Currently now, with the current young players that you are seeing, with the ones doing amazing very well, do you think there is anybody in the level of these men?
Oh, if there's one player I'm admiring right now, it's going to be Haaland. He has been doing amazingly well. He's so good on the pitch, and to me, I feel like that's what a striker is meant for. But in terms of competition, I've not really seen anybody that I want to pair him with. Maybe Mbappe, but like I said, Ronaldo and Messi needs to retire first before we can now start looking for other people to pit together. Be like, oh, let's compare these two people together. But as far as Ronaldo and Messi are still playing, they're still going to be the highest comparison. So when they retire, then maybe we'll start comparing Haaland and Mbappe, or probably Vinicius and Mbappe. But for now, it's just Ronaldo and Messi. It's still the award, and we're still living in it.
Also, to even add to that question you asked, Priska, I would love to answer. Well, even currently, we are having the debates of Lamine Yamal and
Nico Williams,
the guy Adragula from Real Madrid. There are competitions like that. We are also, even before the signing of what's his name, Hendrick. At Brazil League, we've started hearing of Hendrick against Victor Ru, and trust me, the football world is in safe hands with these young players, and there are lots of competitions coming on. Like Priska said, there's the debate of Haaland and Kylian Mbappe, and I know that there are lots of competitions that will come forth because we are having young talent coming up every day in the football world.
Okay, let's move over to Ballon d'Or. Over to you, Delight. Let's. What do you have for us when it comes to? she's excited.
2024 Ballon d'Or Awards nominee was revealed on Wednesday, September 4, 2024, following the partnership announced at the end of last year between UEFA Group Amaury, proprietor of the media companies France Football, and to co-organize the renowned Ballon d'Or from 2024. The nominees of this year's awards have been unveiled, presented annually by France Football since 1956. The Ballon d'Or is the most distinguished accolade a football can receive in recognition of their outstanding achievement. Kelvin, we've seen names on that Ballon d'Or list. We've seen names like Kylian Mbappe, which we expected.
Very expected.
We've seen what's his name?
Yes.
Even Lamine Yamal, who just came out last season.
Even Kopama is there as well.
Exactly. And we are seeing people like Dani Carvajal, well deserved actually.
Yeah.
Let's not forget Rodri must be on that list. Also,
Rodri.
Bukayo Saka, and the rest of them. What do you have to say about some names that have appeared on this list, which people have been comparing? Let me give you a heads up. Names like Declan Rice. People say, what has he done to be on that list?
What has he won? Fine, we know he had a fantastic season with Arsenal in his first season last season, but you can't say because of that you put him in the list. He's a fantastic midfielder. I like him. His impact is actually showed in the Arsenal team, but being there, No.
I've even seen conversation going on about Rodrigo also not being on that list, and
Yes,
he even replied on his Instagram story. But let's ask Priska what Priska thinks. Priska, are you still with us?
Yes, I am. Can you hear me?
Priska, are you still with us?
Yes, I am.
We're discussing, and you heard all we said about people who were snubbed and people who have been put on that list that are not supposed to be on that list, and people who have also been snubbed from that list. What do you have to say?
Whew. It's not easy to be nominated, first of all. So congratulations to each and every person that was nominated. It shows that they're actually doing an amazing job. And they are all deserving. We can't have 100 people there. If we have our own way to create the list ourselves, we'll probably put 100 people in that list. But I feel like the organizers know better. They have the way they see these things that we don't. For Rodrigo, though, I think he's actually deserving. But then again, we check him in Brazil. Did he do so well? Lamine Yamal being there, it was amazing in Barca. It was amazing in Spain. So it's very deserving. Declan Rice, he's okay. He's good. But like I said, you can't put everybody there. If I'm to create the list, I would be biased in a way. So let's just say and believe that these organizers are doing a great job. Everybody I saw there, all 30 of them, they actually deserve it. So it's kudos to everybody, from Bellingham to Alan to Rodri to Lamine Yamal being there. It's beautiful. They all deserve it. If you don't get it this year, you get it next year. A Nigerian is there, Demola Lookman is there. I cannot be more excited and be proud for this country. They all deserve it.
Okay, now let me put you on the spot, Priska. Let me put you on the spot.
Okay.
So that you're smiling. Let me put you on the spot. With the 30 name there, who do you think, give me your top 5 that is possible that might possibly win the Ballon d'Or? Give me your top 5. In 5 seconds.
I like this question. I love this question. Number 1 has to be Jude Bellingham because that's my baby. So I want Jude Bellingham to win it. Number 2 has to be, for me, I would say, I'm not a Barca fan, but Lamine Yamal has been amazing. So far, he has been good. For his age, he's actually excellent. I also love Rodri. Both in club and in country, he did amazing. There is Haaland. Haaland is spectacular. My 5th person. This is going to be difficult because I'm just going to say Vinicius. Vinicius as well.
That Vinicius did not come before Haaland, actually. But I feel maybe because he did not do well in Brazil, that's why.
Yeah.
But nevertheless, another category which I would like us to discuss is the Copa Trophy.
Yeah.
I think that's one of the best lists that they've produced. In fact, everyone who's on that list
deserves it. We
have names like Kubasi. You trust me, my Barca boys have to be present every year for that trophy because of La Masia. We have names also like Kobe Mino.
Well deserved. Yeah.
When they say composure, Kobe Mino is a true definition of composure. And we have names like Lamine Yamal. Priska, you're looking at me somehow. Am I like? And also we have what's his name?
Garnacho. We have Garnacho there as well.
Garnacho did well for Man United. Priska, what do you have to say about the list?
Being under 21 and being nominated for something like that is beautiful. I wish I was in that category with them, but kudos to them because these are children that would not even considered adults yet, and they have so much to give, so much to enter. You see them on the pitch, like you said, Lamine Yamal, Kobe Mino, you see their mentality for the game and everything. It's as if they've been playing for 25 years. It's beautiful to see. I'm really excited. I'm not being biased, but I would really love Lamine Yamal to win because he's an incredible player. Lamine Yamal or Adagula, if I'm not being biased, I'm not sure I'm being biased, but they are good, amazing people in that category as well.
definitely sure that Yamal is going to win because he's my boy. I like my backup boys. They always make me proud every time. Also, let's not be biased. Let's also look at the female category of the Ballon d'Or. We have two people who won it before from the same club. We have Aitana Bonmati. We have Alexis Putellas. Even Lauren James and the rest of them. We have names also like Alisa Nehia. We have Baba Banda, we have Grace Gayoro, and the rest of them who have been put on that list. Do you recognize any name who should be there that's not there?
Not really. Like I always say, the organizers know better than we do, whether we like it or not. So everybody there is deserving, and they all deserve to be there. Seeing Lauren James there and people that have won it before, it's really amazing to see. I just hope the best person wins.
Also, it's important to note that they've introduced two new categories: women's best women coach and best men's coach, and that's a kudos to the Ballon d'Or organizers for that. And also, let's move down to Osimhen saga. Kelvin, would you like to take us on that?
You know, when it comes to story, I think you're actually good when it comes to story like this. Just tell us the whole drama thing. Napoli, try to say backslide this guy, and just give us a
let me take you guys through the whole scenario and story that happened between Osimhen and Napoli. We guys remember in 2022, Al Ahly proffered sum of 75 million euros, and Napoli requested a sum of 500 million euros, which was very outrageous.
Very.
But let's move on to 2023, where PSG also came with a beautiful offer for 150 million for Osimhen, and the bid was rejected. Come on, what's happening now, Napoli? What's happening? This guy helped you guys to win lots of trophy, and in 2023, Osimhen signs a gentleman agreement, and a release clause was set for his departure. PSG returned in 2024 with an offer of 110 million euros through Campos, and personal terms were reached in June. Osimhen insisted that his mental health was seriously affected at Napoli due to the whole media scandal and all, and there was no turning back. But Conte pleaded with Osimhen to stay. Contrary to the reports, his defiance led him to be frozen out of the team. And he claims that Chelsea also completely disrespected him, negotiating a swap deal without his consent. Saudi PIF also contacted him and negotiated a 30 million euro salary, and personal terms were agreed. And back to August 29, 2024, Napoli also frustrated that Saudi move by making outrageous demand. Osimhen offered 5 million euro from his own proposed salary because Napoli was asking for that. So he offered that amount to meet Napoli's demand. And 30 minutes after that deal was off, Chelsea finally reached out to Osimhen. Because just remember that they didn't reach out before. They were making arrangements behind his back. But they reached out this time through co-owner Hans-Jörg Wyss. Chelsea offered a sum of 130,000 euros a week. Chelsea tried to also twist him with a claim he wanted 500,000 euros a week. Kelvin, this story has been back and forth since the time the Napoli media stunts came out against Osimhen, and Osimhen has had a lot of issues. Like he said, he went through mental stress and was trying to battle all of this. What do you have to say about the deal that Napoli is actually putting Osimhen through?
First of all, I would say it's going to be a loss for Napoli because the same thing we saw what happened between Mbappe and PSG when they had the chance of catching out when this young guy was still very old. When they had the chance of catching out, selling him and get good money, they tried convincing him to stay for another season. The guy left on the free. I think he's actually the biggest player that came to Real Madrid as a free agent. Same thing is going to happen to Osimhen in the case of Osimhen now, because next season he has just 1 year in his contract with Napoli. So next season he's going to be a free agent. He's going to be free, and any club can actually make a move on him. He's still very good. Now, I'm actually very happy that before the end of the transfer, he was able to make a move, secure a move to Galatasaray on a loan move. He went there on his first game. He has scored a goal to show that he still has it in him. He's a very good player. He's a very fantastic player. I wonder why Chelsea didn't even go for him when it is obvious that Chelsea actually needs a strong striker like him to fit in that number 9 position, backing with the help of Kopama and this new guy, Felix. Felix. So he's going to bang more goals, and I think Chelsea need a physical player. Like, I wonder why they didn't go for him.
Okay.
Now with the whole drama thing, when a player is tired mentally in a club, it is better you let him go.
Okay. Well said from Kelvin's perspective. But Priska, I want to see your own opinion on this story. Remember that Chelsea was trying to play smart with Osimhen, and they were trying to take over, push him into pressure to sign for them at that ridiculous amount. What do you have to say about his move to Galatasaray?
I think it's actually a good move for a player that's, when a player says, oh, my mental health is being affected, he has to take his time. And I feel like Galatasaray is just going to be like a calmness ground for him. It's going to be very calm. It's going to be very easy. So it's a loan move. It's going to, whatever he has lost and whatever confidence he feels like he has lost, he's going to regain that. And his deal is going to expire next year, 2025, and then he's going to be a free agent to sign to whichever club he wants. So he has a little less than a year or a season to do so amazingly well, and then decide what he wants next for his future. And like Kevin said, we saw that with PSG and Mbappe, and it's going to be a big loss on Napoli because this is a player that has done so well. When the player said he's tired, we've seen it. We saw it in coaches like Klopp when he said he's tired, he's exhausted, he wants to leave Liverpool. They had to let him go. You can't force a player to stay, or anybody in that kind of situation, especially when they are at their peak. But I feel like Napoli trying to frustrate him, because even me, I got frustrated with everything. One time I'm saying, oh, Chelsea are about to get him. They are going for him. I'm like, oh, good, it's going to make positive impact in Chelsea. And then I'm saying the deal is off, the deal is back on. So even the back and forth, even for me, it affected my mental health too. So I'm excited to see him in Galatasaray, and I hope he does so well. He calms himself down, enjoy his time in Turkey, and then when he comes back, hopefully by then we'll see probably a bigger club like Chelsea or PSG go for him. And I wish him that wherever he goes next from Galatasaray, it's going to be an amazing journey for him.
All right, thank you very much, Priska. Thank you for joining us. We hope to actually, one of these days, bring you to the studio so we can actually talk more on football and talk more about sport. Thanks for joining us.
Thank you so much. Bye.
Bye. All right, now we'll be rounding up with should I say it's a sad one from the Ugandans. Now, Uganda Olympia Rebecca Kiptaga dies after being set on fire by her boyfriend. It's a sad one. This young lady, you went for the just concluded Olympic, and after that you hear stories like this. Just 33, and
Kelvin, you know my issue with this story is that this is not the first, this is not the second time this is happening in Uganda. This is the third time. And the Uganda Olympic Committee has to sit down and see how they can stop this outrageous act happening against their Olympians. And it's important because if this is not the first, this is not the second, and this is not the third, who knows whether the fourth one is about to happen
again.
You get, it's only when someone is not being punished for a particular offense, that's when other people tend to commit it. You get, so but the Uganda officials need to sit down and deal with this issue seriously so that it can stop acts like this from happening to the athletes in Uganda.
And also, this also boils down to how a child is being raised up. Because when you are properly raised by your parents, there's no way you come to the extent of taking someone's life, setting someone ablaze. Do you know what it takes as a human to take petrol and pour on someone and lit a matches? Or come on, it's actually very, 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 very. It's a sad one for the Ugandans, and also to us, and also to us, we sport guys. It's a sad one, and we pray may gentle soul rest in perfect peace. Delight, any last word from you?
Well, beautiful games ahead tomorrow. Nigerian to face Benin. Osimhen just joined the camp. As we can see, it's trending everywhere. We have the likes of Boniface and we have the likes of Chukwueze all prepared. And trust us, I think Eguavoen is capable for the job. And I expect that we win. We have Morocco who's going to be playing Gabon. We have Egypt playing Cape Verde. We have Togo who's facing Liberia, and so on and so forth. Just stay tuned to your TVs and watch the beautiful game ahead this weekend, as international break will be rounding off, and we kickstart club football next week. And I can't wait to be on the show next week also to give you a roundup of what has happened in the weekend's games and games to come.
So you can see our weekend is set, and we are glad, we are happy you stayed with us. So those people behind the camera, we say thank you for your support. Thank you very much because the success of this show is not just because of the both of us here, but your work as well. Thank you very much, and see you guys on Monday. Have a wonderful weekend. Enjoy your weekend as well. Don't forget to call me for party. I'm available.
Well, I think as the name goes, we're still faring very well. We're still holding on. Basically, Niger Delta Power Holding Company Limited is a Nigerian company owned by the federal government of Nigeria, the 36 states, and the 774 local governments. The federal government has 47% shares in NDPHC, and the 36 states and federal capital territory, plus the 774 local governments, own the remaining 53%. Originally, it was supposed to be a stopgap, build and sell power plants to increase the power availability. But in the process, as the company moved along, they discovered that if you build power plants, you also have to build complementary transmission networks. And then if you have transmission networks, you will also need the distribution network so that the power can ultimately get to the consumers. And so because of the gap that was in the sector at the time, Niger Delta Power Holding Company Limited was asked to build more power transmission networks, substations, injection substations. So over time, we had grown into the behemoth that we are today. Principally, we have 8 power plants functioning now, and then 2 are in the process of being completed. So that's what Niger Delta has been. But basically, I can say without any iota of contradiction that Niger Delta Power Holding Company Limited has been able to increase the capacity, the network capacity, by about 50%, and of course the distribution capacity by about 60%. We are capable of producing up to 4,000 megawatts now, but there are still some constraints in the transmission network, which is being addressed by the various arms of government and the various stakeholders in the sector. If I want to talk about the problems in the power sector, you need more than an hour program. They are multifaceted. And each time solutions are being found, they are not far-reaching enough. For instance, before the enactment of the Electric Power Sector Reform Act, it was thought that the problem was we didn't have enough generation power, and that's what gave rise to the NIPP, which is the National Integrated Power Projects, which was basically to increase the power availability in Nigeria. And there were gaps because at that time, I don't think the solution was holistic enough. I'm talking of during the time of President Olusegun Obasanjo. You remember the National Integrated Power Project was conceived at the time. And it's strange that for the past many years, we are talking about 4,000 megawatts, 4,000. In reality, the available power in Nigeria is about 16,000 megawatts now, between 13,000 and 16,000 megawatts. So you wonder, why are we producing or generating or putting on the grid about 4,800 megawatts? So there's a gap. And the gap is basically the fact that the present network is aged. It's inadequate. There is fragmentation in the sector. You have, as of today, about 26 different bodies in the power sector. And it's a typical Nigerian problem. Once Nigeria identifies a problem, they create another agency to deal with that problem, rather than looking at the problem in the eye and say, this is the problem. And I can give you so many examples. For instance, traffic, which is very basic to everybody. When after the Udoji Award in the early 70s, I think it was in the early 70s, and people had funds to purchase cars, traffic began to grow. Now, instead of taking a holistic attitude and train the police to do what they're supposed to do, expand the road networks, and begin to put a culture of driving properly in the country, we created the yellow fever, the traffic wardens at the time. You remember at the time, traffic warden was separated from the Nigerian police. That's right. And the problem was not solved because the people were still constrained to virtually the same network of roads, more cars on the same network of roads. And then we stopped training drivers. So Federal Road Safety Commission was formed. And of course, I'm sure that you all know that the problem became worse. And now all of the state governments are creating their own variants of the Federal Road Safety Code. An example is LASMA in Lagos. And the people are still on the same roads. You know, so whereas we had 200 cars on a stretch of road, now we have 1,000. Now we have drivers who cannot read traffic signs, which are not even there. So today, when people see traffic lights, either in Abuja or in Lagos, I mean, they don't even know what to do. I'm sure that, I can't remember the last time we trained drivers in Nigeria. I cannot remember the last time we trained drivers in Nigeria. You know, it's the same thing with the issue of corruption. When we detected, corruption was increasing, we started creating so many variants of, and I always ask the question, where is the equivalence of EFCC in the countries that we're trying to be like? So we have created EFCC, we have created ICPC, we have created Bureau for, what's that other agency? Sorry? No. Those are another problem entirely. The BP and the BPP, you know. I mean, I'm talking of Code of Conduct Bureau. But in all honesty, can we say that corruption has reduced in Nigeria? Can we say that? So the problem is that we don't look at problems in the face and deal with the issue rather than creating bodies and bodies and bodies and bodies. We don't have the variants of EFCC, ICPC, and Code of Conduct Bureau in the countries that we're trying to be like. In this age and times, honestly, there are no, you don't need, it's not rocket science. There is hardly anything you want to do that has not been done before or that is not being done in some other places. I mean, so you see in various sectors that once we identify a problem, rather than look the problem in the eye and providing solution to it, we create another body. It will appear to me that it is finding job for the boys, you know, and that is one of the reasons why we are where we are today. I cannot remember the last time anybody had to do driving tests to obtain a driver's license. I can't remember. In the US, if you want to obtain a driver's license, it's a long process. And I remember my daughter, when she went to the US at the age of 18, I remember when she wanted to go and obtain a driver's license, she called me and said, "Daddy, please pray for me." And I think the first time she went there, she didn't make it. And it was one slight error. And eventually, she had to go back, you know, to retake the test. So that's what I see that we're doing wrong. And that has virtually destroyed all the sectors. The power sector is faced with so many problems. I was trying to explain to you, for instance, that the discos have various coverage areas. And if you take them one by one, you will see that some of them are covering a landmass that is bigger than 2, 3, 4 African countries together. You know, somebody was on my secondary school classmates forum. Somebody was trying to do a comparison between Botswana and Nigeria. And I said, Botswana has 581,000 kilometers, square kilometers. But 70% of that is Kalahari Desert. So effectively, what they have is less than 100 and something thousand kilometers. Nigeria has a vast land. Botswana has a population of 2.5 or 2 point something million. You can't compare that to, there's no basis. There's no basis. And so if they have 1,000 naira, their GDP is likely to be higher than that of Nigeria. You know, Nigeria has 210 million people. Yes, officially. You know, you can see the population of Lagos. I'm sure that the population of Botswana is not as thick as Surulere alone. I am not trying to give excuses for what we are in Nigeria or how we're doing things badly. But I'm saying that we have a giant problem. We have giant problems in all of the areas. And we need to put our heads together to provide solutions to these problems. You know, you can say that Nigeria is a country in progress. I know that we have enough human resources, we have enough intellectuals to find solutions to our problems. And I'm beginning to see that the government of President Bola Ahmed Tinubu is tackling the problems headlong. I don't want to say that they work in silos. I mean, it should not be absolutely correct. I don't want to say that. That would be too negative. I would like to say that there's need for better collaboration between all of us. And then one of the greatest things that we need to do is that there must be a coordinating agency that is not encumbered with or by bureaucratic procedures. Okay, NEC is supposed to be the regulator in the society. Now, like I said before, if you have a regulator, they must be trained. And we shouldn't be ashamed to train our regulators and to ensure that we have the right people in those positions. But like I said, almost all the agencies in Nigeria, you find a lawyer heading an engineering company. You know, I mean, it's not done. And what happens is that I don't want to create a war between professions. But the truth of the matter is that if you are a lawyer and you have you're doing legal consultancy in the sector, that doesn't make you to be chief executive of a purely engineering company. You know, the last time it was an accountant that was in charge of one of the parastatals in the sector, and you know, even now that there's a new government, you see all kinds of people trying to outdo each other here and there. TCN, for instance, is supposed to be in charge of the transmission networks, but you have the independent ISO under them. How is that going to work? I mean, that is supposed to be an independent, and it cannot be under TCN. You know, the discos, for instance, who is supervising them? NERC is supposed to supervise them, but you have on the board BPE, you know, that has 40% of the shares, and they're supposed to monitor them. Are they doing that? And then now the Yoruba people say amukun eru ewo oni ewo saleni. That is, if a man is crippled or has bent knees and is carrying a load, it's not likely that the load will be straight because the legs are bent anyway. So that is the problem that we have. You know, the root cause, we are not attacking the root cause. You know, the electricity power sector reform has a transition program. But unfortunately, because we didn't do the privatization properly, we gave it to people who have no financial resources. They borrowed money from the banks to purchase the concession anyway. or because they borrowed money from the bank, they don't have enough funds to repair the aging facility that they inherited. So that is a problem. Now the bank is on them. The bank lent them money for 5 years, or whereas this is a sector that is, you need long-term fund. You need to have enough money to lay new cables, replace transformers. Some of these transformers have been there since 1960 something, to replace them. Look, where I come from in Ondo South Central District, we have not had power for up to 15 years now from the national grid. Everybody is an electricity generator company on his own. When we stepped into it to see what was happening, we discovered that the distribution company did not have enough money to repair the damaged distribution networks. So NDPSC stepped into it, and we've spent almost 3 billion to repair all of that. Or almost 3 billion. We're talking about 6 local governments. At a point, by the time we had finished the reticulation of the networks in 5 of the local governments, we discovered that the source of supply is from Ondo. Ondo has a 2 by 30 MVA substation. One of that substation is gone. So it means that the distance of almost 100 kilometers from Ondo to Ore and to Ilaje, to Igbokoda area, to Mahin and co. Just one single 33 kV line is coming from that. So by the time the light gets to Okitipupa, what you have is candle light. It's the same thing we saw in Lafia, for instance. For years, Lafia, even the government house in Lafia, was being operated on generator, because the single line feeding Lafia and the entire Nasarawa state is from Abuja. So that's why we stepped in and built the 330, 132, 33 kV substation, which was commissioned early last year by President Muhammadu Buhari. And you can see the joy in the faces of the people. Now, in Ondo South Central District, for instance, they are building, the NDDC, not NDPHC, is building a 132 kV substation in Odeonije, which should help to bring power from Omotosho and to that area. But they have been on it for years now. And without the completion of that, there's nothing that can happen in the place. They will still have candlelight. So these are the problems. Now, NDDC is independent of NEC. It's virtually independent of the DISCO. It's independent of but they are doing a good work, because they have offered to do, they have identified the problem and they have offered to do it. But who is coordinating these activities to ensure that everybody is working? And one of the things I always complain about is that since this past 6-10 years, for instance, TCN has many of its projects are 85-90% completed. Some of the problems are just way-live, that the government should collaborate with the state governments to resolve. But what do you have? A substation is ready in Akure, for instance. A 330 kV substation is ready in Akure. The transmission line is supposed to come from Oshogbo to Akure, and another transmission line is supposed to come from Benin and drop in Akure. Because of way-live issue along the route from Oshogbo to Akure, that project has been stalled for almost 6 years. So there has to be an organization that is above NEC,
that is linked only to the president that will look at all of these things. I talked about the fragmentation in the sector. You know, look, and let me tell you something. I know that electricity is a commercial venture. Yeah. And when you put your money there, you should be able to recover your investment. However, it's also a social contract between the government and the people. It's a social contract. You know, so if you have such a transmission line, everybody should be involved. And I remember that it has to be a responsibility. I remember when we were doing a project in Owerri, and because the transformers have been there for a long time, we needed to remove the transformers to a workshop somewhere in Ikorodu there for repairs, so that when they take them back, it can function properly. And we had given authority to the EPC contractor to go and remove the transformer. But of course, when the community saw that they were removing their transformer, this was a transformer that has not been functioning for the past 10, 15 years. They refused to let them go, and the governor had to intervene. The governor also refused to let them take the transformer away. I had to personally intervene with the governor, speak with the governor, write an undertaking before the transformer can be moved to the workshop for repairs. I mean, it's not repairs, but you know, they need to change the oil and, you know, make sure it's in good working condition, because it's been on the plinth for 15 years. So there has to be a coordinating agency that is devoid of bureaucratic encumbrance. You know, initially, NDPC was created from the federation account. The initial seed money for NDPC was from the federation account. However, since we started producing electricity, let me put it that way, we don't receive subvention from the government. So our revenue is from the sale of electricity, sale of energy to the network and to what we call willing buyers. For instance, you will see that we still, even outside the country, we sell power to countries outside Nigeria. Yeah. So that's how we derive our, but because also we are owned by the 3 tiers of government, we have also embarked on working with the other sectors to improve the network. For instance, we build distribution. So from the profit that we have, we build distribution networks virtually in all. There is no state in Nigeria that has not felt the impact of NDPC. And then we, like I said, the transmission substation in Lafia was constructed by NDPC. It's like LNG. I mean, LNG cannot receive subvention from the federal government anymore. You know, I mean, of course, initially, government put in their own investment and the private sector put in their own investment. I'm hoping that we will move away from this structure in NDPC. I'm really hoping that we'll move and adopt the NLG structure, for instance, and bring in a huge investor to acquire 49% so that we can start operating like an LNG. You know, there's a lot of confusion in the society, you know, and even those even some high government officials don't even know the functions of NDPC. They don't even know. I mean, we were in a gathering some time ago, and a former minister who claimed to have been a part of the conception of NDPC was annoyed when somebody threw a question at him, and he said, "What are you talking about? I don't have power in my house, and you guys are sitting down there." And I had to lecture him and say, "Hey, I'm not supposed to put power in your house. I'm just a businessman, you know, in the sector. producing oil, producing power, electricity, like every other person, like what's the name of Elumelu's Transcorp Power, and selling it. That's all we are. The problems are enormous. But I believe very strongly that the discos as they are now don't have the capacity. There has to be a restructuring of that sector. Under whatever you want to call it, maybe breaking their franchise into little bits. One or two of them are doing well. Eco, Disco, Ikeja Disco, yeah. Because, and also, you know, the problems are different. So, but for most of them, look, if you, let me give you an example. If you need to, under Yola Distribution Company, you know how wide that sector, that part of the country is. If you need to take a 33 kV line from one town to the other, you may be doing 100 kilometers. Whereas under the Eco Disco franchise, 100 kilometers will do 2, 3, 4, 5 communities. So we need to restructure these discos. We need to support the discos to develop a new program tailored to reduce ATC and C losses. What is ATC and C? Aggregate technical, commercial, and collecting losses. Now, when you take power from Ondo, for instance, to Ilaje, 100 kilometers, by the time, and don't forget that along that route, you are dropping power for Ore, for Ajebandele, for this, for that. By the time you get to the end, what you have is candlelight. So you will need to, and the discos don't have the finances to do these things. I said earlier that the privatization was not properly done. Okay. I'm not sure that those people have an understanding of what they were getting into. Everybody thought the power sector was like the telecommunications sector. But it is not. The amount of infrastructure that you need to put in place, physical infrastructure that you need to put in place for power is totally different from that. Because apart from your cell in telecommunication and the handset there's nothing that you need to do. You probably don't need to put poles, pay compensation. Fiber optic is for specific areas. For specific things, and it doesn't stop the telecommunication facilities.
After all, they can use satellite.
Yes, exactly, from functioning very well. Okay. So that the difference is, but you cannot send power remotely. You need cables, you need poles, you need transmission lines, you need all sorts of things. You need transformers. The discos should be responsible for them. But when they don't have the fund, what do? You can see that many of them, about 7 of them, are under receivership now. Some sort of receivership or the other. You can see. Because they borrowed money from the banks and they were not able to pay back within the time they thought, they were going to be able to pay back. You have to deal with each one of them, on it has to be a tailored solution to each disco. You cannot apply the same brush for all of them. Well, the truth of the matter is that at some point there will be increase in tariff. However, this is not the time for it. I mean, Nigeria, I mean, we are doing a lot of reforms now. The removal of the subsidy has increased the cost of living in Nigeria. The exchange rate, harmonization of the exchange rates is also going to affect the economy and the earning power of the common Nigerian, even though that should not be the case, because I can tell you for free that no business organization was charging their customers based on the 400 and something naira to the dollar that the CBN was and that's a fraud on its own, because CBN knows that there's nobody who is selling anything in Nigeria decides the cost of that good based on the CBN exchange rate. It's simple, because they are not sure that they will get, I mean, when they need to replace machinery, raw materials, they were not sure that they could get the dollars from CBN. So this is the best thing that could have happened. The Naira float. The Naira float is the best thing that can happen to our nation, Nigeria. And I'm surprised, because every expert and non-expert had been advising CBN to do this for so long. So I'm surprised that the CBN was reluctant to do what is needful, and that's about the corruption in the system. So this is not the time, and I'm advising government too. This is not the time to increase tariff. Honestly, subsidizing the power sector is not good for the economy, because the truth of the matter is that 80% of the subsidy in the power sector is being enjoyed by people who can afford to pay for electricity. That's the truth. The low tariff pays only the rich. You know, the poor people just take advantage, just like in fuel too. Look, if you have 10 cars and you put all the 10 cars on the road, the poor man has only one way to go, just to go to office and come back, and you know. But the man who has 10 cars will want, the wife will take one, the children will take one, the workers will take, and that's what is happening in the sector. So yes, this is not the time to think about increasing tariff. It will look, in the past, everybody, the cost of diesel was very high, right? Now a lot of people migrated to using petrol generators. Now the cost of petrol is even almost higher than the cost of because petrol burns faster. You use more petrol for your generator than diesel. So generating power in your house now, where you don't have power supply from the national grid, is a big problem. No, there is no doubt in my mind that we need to migrate to prepaid meter. I mean, not only intelligent meters, so that when we have intelligent meters, nobody can manipulate their consumption. You know, if you go to some hotels in the past, all of the heavy-duty consuming equipment, their laundry, their air conditioners are connected directly, or they bypass the meters, you know. But if you have intelligent networks, that cannot happen, because it will be discovered and then you will be dealt with appropriately. So there's no doubt in my mind that everybody, and it's in the interest of the consumer too, to acquire prepaid meters. And it's not the only prepaid meters that the discos should supply. It should be intelligent networks. Of course, I said earlier that they don't have the money to do it. They don't have the funds. Look, if you had an intelligent network in a place like this, for instance, you can determine what is happening without you being there. Even on your phone, you can control your this thing. So I'm just trying to use that to explain what it is. So if you have an intelligent network, the discos in their control rooms will be able to monitor and ensure that energy theft is reduced to the barest minimum, and they can ensure proper operations in their own sector.
The world of business is one filled with men and women willing to dine with risk, and when we seek African business shapers, we see individuals who have denied self to build conglomerates. From controlling over 90% of diesel trade in Nigeria, to almost throwing in the towel then getting on the Forbes list, we present Olufemi Peter Otedola. The Nigerian businessman and philanthropist was born in Ibadan, the capital of Oyo State, on the 4th of November 1962, into the family of late Sir Michael Otedola, the governor of Lagos State from 1992 to 1993. The University of Lagos Staff School, Akuka, welcomed Olufemi for his primary education and secondary education at Olivet Baptist High School, Oyo. Olufemi proceeded to Obafemi Awolowo University, Ife, for his first degree, graduated and joined the family printing press business, working hard and gaining experience. Femi Otedola ventured out starting Centreforce Limited. The company focused on finance, investment and trading. The oil and gas sector was Femi Otedola's next port of call. From quite a very humble beginning in the oil and gas sector, utilizing connections and networks of family and friends, he cultivated partnerships in diesel supply chain. Him being the last man to the final consumer. Challenges breed opportunities, and in Femi's case, it was a late delivery of diesel from his supplier with a broken truck, and he caught the idea. He could do better and provide better services. He ventured into diesel supply business, buying diesel from a retailer and supplying to companies. Femi Otedola encountered several difficulties securing his supply and timely meeting the demands of his growing clients. This definitely was an opportunity he identified in the fuel retail market. Otedola secured the finance, and Zenon Petroleum and Gas Limited was born, petroleum products marketing and distribution company.
He's a man who became a billionaire at an early age, and that has been sustainable over the years. And I think this should be a leading light or a torchbearer for those who are interested in entrepreneurship.
Otedola, owner and chairman of Zenon, in 2004 invested 15 billion naira in downstream infrastructure development and acquired storage depots at Ibadan, Apapa, as well as 4 cargo vessels, amounting to a combined total storage capacity of 147,000 metric tons. Zenon Petroleum and Gas Limited also acquired a fleet of 100 DAF fuel tanker trucks. By 2005, Zenon controlled a major share of the Nigerian diesel market, supplying fuel to most of the major manufacturers in the country, including Dangote Group, Cadbury, Coca-Cola, Nigerian Breweries, MTN, Unilever, Nestle, and Guinness. Zenon Petroleum and Gas was the name on major invoices, and Femi Otedola the name on every lips, playing toe-to-toe with major multinationals. Zenon, in a very short period, silenced the competition and almost unilaterally determined the price of diesel in Nigeria. The competitors came to Zenon for supply. Femi Otedola, with the massive success Zenon Petroleum and Gas achieved, bought a 28.7% stake in African Petroleum Otedola branched into the financial sector and aggressively stocked up the shares of leading financial houses. He became a top shareholder in Zenith Bank, United Bank for Africa, and the largest importer of diesel in Nigeria. He acquired major shares of Africa's Finance Corporation, Mobile Oil Nigeria Limited, Chevron Texaco, and Visa Phone. Otedola has his hands deep in real estate investments, including an acquisition in February 2007 by Zenon of Stallion House in Victoria Island, Lagos from the federal government. Lagos, London, Dubai, Monaco all have the signatures of FO Property Limited. He was appointed chairman of the Transcorp Hilton Hotel Abuja and tasked with driving its expansion and upgraded to a 7-star facility. Otedola has served as a member of the Nigerian Investment Promotion Council since 2004, was appointed by President Goodluck Jonathan to Nigeria's National Economic Management Team. Otedola is Chief Executive and President of the Seaforth Shipping Company Limited and was at one point Nigeria's largest ship owner after extending control over the distribution of diesel products. One of his ships, a flat-bottom bunker vessel with a storage capacity of 16,000 metric tons, was the first of its kind in Africa. In January 2006, Otedola was appointed a non-executive director of Transnational Corporation of Nigeria PLC, a multi-sectoral conglomerate established in 2004 by then President Olusegun Obasanjo to respond to market opportunities requiring heavy capital investment in Nigeria and across sub-Saharan Africa. He held this post until February 2011. Otedola was appointed chairman and chief executive of African Petroleum in 2007 through the acquisition of controlling stake in the business. Following Otedola's entry into the company, African Petroleum share price rose sharply, increasing the market capitalization from 36 billion to 217 billion naira in 6 months. In March 2009, Otedola became the second Nigerian after Aliko Dangote to appear on the Forbes list of dollar-denominated billionaires with an estimated net worth of $1.2 billion. Otedola announced the move to upgrade African Petroleum's liquefied petroleum gas storage terminals in Lagos, Kano, and Port Harcourt in October 2009. Harsh economic conditions necessitated by the slump in the oil prices and credit squeeze of 2008-09 led African Petroleum to record a loss in 2009. With the world oil price crash came difficult moments for Zenon and Otedola. He was very close to complete bankruptcy.
By selling some of his assets and turn them into liquidity that helped him to pay off his outstanding debts, particularly with the banks. I think this is very remarkable in the sense that to a very large extent is driven by core personal values, where he could have made a decision to file for bankruptcy, which is not really popular in Nigeria. But that decision he made to be able to pay his debt off shows a man that is disciplined, a man that is driven by value, and to that extent, these lessons can be taken by other entrepreneurs who want to venture into some uncertainty when they make business decisions.
I said to myself, I was not going to have friends and enemies. I was going to have only competitors. I had two options: commit suicide or weather the storm.
African Petroleum, rebranded in December 2010, changed its name to SOUQ Oil PLC. Otedola paid his near $1 billion debt and invested in the financial industry, making him a top shareholder in Zenith Bank and United Bank for Africa. Otedola restructured the business, focusing on technology and improved corporate governance, and in 2012, SOUQ Oil returned to profit. Otedola financed 57% of SOUQ Oil subsidiary, Amperion Limited, which acquired the 414 megawatt Kirigu power plant for $232 million in 2013. SOUQ Oil improved financial position and diversification into power generation resulted in a 1,321% rise in its share price. The first half of 2014 saw the company's pre-tax profit more than double year on year to 4.1 billion naira. Revenue growth for the whole year was 33%. SOUQ Oil sold 70% of its equity to Swiss commodity trader Mercuria Energy Group in September 2015, giving SOUQ access to global commodity markets. The deal was thought to have given Otedola an estimated $200 million. In 2019, Femi Otedola sold Force Oil PLC and announced plans to change focus from oil to power with his company, Geregu Power PLC.
Otedola has always been a fascinating businessman in the Nigerian business ecosystem, particularly based on his ability to navigate from one business ecosystem to another business. He's known particularly in oil and gas, and he's been able to move from that and is making inroads into the power and energy sector.
Geregu Power PLC became the first power generation company to list on Nigerian Stock Exchange, demonstrating to stakeholders in the sector how they can fix financing and make profits sustainably. The company's market capitalization is now 726.75 billion naira, and the share price now 290.7 naira from the 2.5 billion shares that were listed at 100 naira each. Otedola, the chairman of Geregu Power, sold down a Geregu stake to bring on institutional investors. In October 2021, Femi Otedola was announced as the single largest shareholder of First Bank PLC. FBN Holdings, the parent company of First Bank Limited, witnessed a commendable 437.9 billion naira surge in market capitalization. FBN Holdings appointed billionaire Femi Otedola as the new chairman of its board of directors effective January 31st, 2024. Femi Otedola has had its share of controversies. Zenon was among the number of companies named in an alleged fuel subsidy scam report. This was followed by a case against Farouk Lawan for bribery. Otedola has also lost in the ever-evolving competing space of business acquisitions. Transcorp and Huheli Power Plant are two notable projects he closely bidded and lost. Femi Otedola philanthropy is quite remarkable. Otedola made a 300 million naira donation to the completion of the National Ecumenical Center in Abuja. In 2007, he gave 200 million to the State Security Trust Fund in a drive to reduce crime in Lagos. He donated 100 million naira to the Otedola College of Primary Education in Egbe. In 2008, he donated 80 million to the Faculty of Agriculture at the University of Port Harcourt. Femi Otedola pledged and redeemed $25,000 to the Super Eagles in the match against Algeria in 2019 AFCON. He gave all 750 students of Augustine University 1 million naira each.
Femi Otedola is unique in many regards. Number one, he has continued to be a torchbearer to the young generation, that entrepreneurship is sustainable once you are disciplined. On the other hand, he has also proven that those who, to a very large extent, were born with some silver spoon can equally carve a niche for themselves in entrepreneurship. So in terms of discipline, in terms of focus, Otedola remained one of the very fascinating Nigerians that we need to find a way to study. Then those who are equally in business and facing challenging times can equally take some understanding from how Femi Otedola has carried on in the business horizon. Finally, youths, whether you are from a humble background, whether you are born with some silver spoon, once you stay focused and you're determined to make good use of your talent, your skill set, and the knowledge, what Otedola has done is to provide a pathway for us in terms of personal development, in terms of personal discipline, in terms of the spirit of entrepreneurship, that once you're focused, once you can make some right business decision, then the business place can sustain people once you remain focused and determined.
Femi Otedola sits comfortably on the Forbes Billionaires list of top 20 richest people in Africa. Femi Otedola is married to Mrs. Nana Otedola and have 4 children: Olawumi Christy Tolani, Florence Ifeoluwa, Elizabeth Temi, and Fewa Otedola. Olufemi Peter Otedola is a standout astute business executive.
Augmented reality, AR, is a technology that merges computer-generated images with the user's real-world view, creating a composite experience. This interactive experience integrates various sensory modalities, such as things you can see, hear, and even feel, making the experience interactive and immersive. In recent years, the emergence of this transformative technology has seamlessly integrated digital and physical realms. This groundbreaking innovation relies on specialized hardware like smartphones and smart glasses equipped with cameras and sensors, AR software, and Apple's AR Kit and Google's AR Core, then creates immersive experiences by overlaying virtual content onto the user's real-world environment. AR software such as Apple's AR Kit and Google's AR Core then creates immersive experiences by overlaying virtual content onto the user's real-world environment. AR's applications span diverse industries from gaming to education, healthcare, retail, and manufacturing. In education, AR enhances learning through interactive and dynamic experiences, while in healthcare, it aids surgical planning and medical training. Retail experiences are transformed as AR enables customers to virtually try on products and visualize furniture in their homes. Despite its potential, AR faces challenges such as technical advancements and user privacy concerns. Overcoming these hurdles will unlock even more seamless and immersive AR experiences, making it an integral part of our daily lives. As technology progresses, the horizon for AR broadens, promising a future where our interactions with the world are richer and more interconnected. Augmented reality is not just a trend, it's a revolution shaping the way we live, learn, and work. Goma Fortune, SOUQ News.
Property, a unique blend of architectural design, stunning locations, and thoughtful details.
The National Union of Food, Beverages and Tobacco Employees Senior Staff Association has made a passionate appeal for urgent presidential intervention by President Bola Tinubu to resolve the crisis created by the refusal of the National Agency for Food and Drug Administration (NAFDAC) to comply with the resolution of the House of Representatives directing it to lift the ban on the production of alcoholic drinks in sachets and small PET bottles. The association made the appeal in an open letter sent to President Bola Tinubu and made available to our newsroom on the 16th floor of Necom House, 15 Marina, Lagos. In the petition signed by National President of National Union of Food, Beverages and Tobacco Employees, Comrade Garba Ibrahim, and the National President of the Food, Beverages and Tobacco Senior Staff Association, Comrade Jimo Uyibo, the union requested for the fatherly intervention of the President in what is called this lingering, unnecessary, intransigent refusal of the Director General of NAFDAC to comply with the resolution of the House of Representatives which directed it to lift the ban on alcoholic drinks in sachets and small PET bottles in its resolution on the whole House dated on the 14th of March 2024. The union expressed its profound gratitude to the President for his fatherly concern and exemplary leadership in the resolution of the minimum wage crisis, and expressed the hope that this groundbreaking achievement will go a long way in calming tensions in the unions and the organized private sector in the quest for the improvement of the economic well-being of the struggling but ever-enduring Nigerian working masses. It explained that it had resorted to the last-ditch attempt to resolve once and for all the avoidable impending crisis in the industries, which, if not quickly tackled, could appear to jeopardize the industrial peace that the resolution of the minimum wage negotiations are expected to lead to. The union noted that there have been copious presentations by the various stakeholders in the industry in response to what is called the sudden, ill-advised and ill-motivated draconian imposition of the ban of NAFDAC at the beginning of the year on the production of alcoholic drinks in sachets and small PET bottles, pointing out that the proposed ban will kill industries and investments. The union was of the view that the ban will invite economic disaster in Nigeria, which will affect hundreds of thousands of businesses, homes, and families in the country. The petition stated that as members of the unions dealing with food and beverages, they were of the opinion that the actions of NADAC was injurious to the economy at this difficult time, stressing that it was no surprise that the patriotic, honorable members of the People's House of Representatives unanimously passed the resolution due to stave off the looming danger to the economy. It observed that the position of the Director General of NAFDAC, Professor Mojisola Adeyeye, after the resolution was that she was waiting for ministerial directive before compliance. It wondered how long it will take the DG of NAFDAC to get the so-called ministerial directive months after the resolution of the House of Representatives. The union said that it did not want to allege or suggest that it appeared that the DG of NAFDAC was acting against national or public interest, as even the Distillers and Blenders Association of Nigeria, the ban, have appealed to NAFDAC to suspend the ban. In its resolution, the House of Representatives stated that government regulatory bodies should place more emphasis on regulation, monitoring, and enlightenment campaign to educate stakeholders and the general public on the dangers of underage consumption of alcoholic drinks and its sale in motor parks. It also resolved that the enlightenment campaign should be carried out in secondary schools across the country as practiced by the National Drug Law Enforcement Agency (NDLEA) to educate students on the dangers and vices associated with the abuse of alcohol. It tasked parents, religious bodies, and non-governmental organizations (NGOs) should be tasked to counsel their children or ward, especially the underage, on the dangers of alcohol consumption, and that regulatory mechanisms should be strengthened to ensure enforcement and compliance. We call on Professor Muji Adeyeye, the DG of NAFDAC, to conform to and comply with the resolution of the House of Representatives in the interest of the public and adhering to the rule of law. There is no individual in Nigeria that is above the law. She should do the needful by lifting this ban on the production of alcoholic drinks in sachet and small PET bottles. I am Bayo Olaoye. My name is Bayo Olaoye. The Supreme Court has given Nigerians something to chew, something that will absolutely be constantly on their minds. Since its July 11, 2024 verdict, which granted autonomy to local governments, the nation has known no rest. Political and legal pundits and other members of the society have said one or two things about the judgment. The debate is raging. Nothing unsettles the minds of politicians, in particular, than a troubling issue. In today's news talk, I shall be analyzing the views, sentiments, and emotions being displayed by politicians on this issue of local government autonomy in Nigeria. The verdict has caused disgust in their camps. Many of the states with the hidden agenda of their local governments were also dazed and humbled by the judgment. The states had it coming. They had been warned by the same Supreme Court in several past decisions to let the local governments be. In those judgments, the apex court categorically declared that local governments were not appendages of the state. In 4 cases which is cited in its July 11, 2024 landmark judgment, the court recalled saying in Ajunwan versus Governor of Oyo State 2021, Governor of Ekiti State versus Olubunmi in 2017, Eze versus Governor of Abia State and others in 2014, Friday versus Governor of Ondo State in 2022, that the local government is autonomous and should be left alone. In these judgments, the Supreme Court ruled that it is unconstitutional, illegal, and of no effect for a local government to be run by a caretaker committee, interim council, administrator, or any other name, agency, or body. It ruled that a democratically elected local government does not exist at the pleasure, whims, and caprices of either the governor or the state house of assembly. The misconception by the state authorities that the Constitution does not intend to grant
to Sub-Saharan Africa, where commerce meets progress. Welcome to SOUQ News, your source for business, economy, and development insight that drive nations forward. From the vibrant streets of Lagos, Africa's fastest economic hub, SOUQ News takes you on a journey of discovery, analyzing and reporting the facts that lay the foundation for growth and development. We don't just report the news, we create it. SOUQ News is more than a channel. It is a catalyst for change, spotlighting the stories that shape economies, inspire entrepreneurs, and fuel progress. Covering business, finance, technology, energy, and many more, SOUQ News provides a daily deep dive into the stories that matter, interviews with industry titans, and analysis that empowers your understanding of economic landscape. Join us daily as we dissect, discuss, and deliver the most relevant and factual news on business and the economy. SOUQ News is your trusted guide, empowering you with the knowledge to make informed decisions.
Welcome back. On our major headlines today, federal government increases IMNIT feeding allowance by 50%. Federal government provides aid to over 600,000 flood victims, and Ghana proposes Eurobond restructuring to ease debt. And China geospace launches new satellite batch. Moving on to the story in full. Economic activities in Nigeria expanded for the first time in over a year, according to the Central Bank of Nigeria CBN Purchasing Managers Index PMI report for August 2024. The composite PMI rose to 50.2, signaling growth after 13 months of contraction. This improvement was driven by rising output, new orders, and an increase in raw material stocks. Sectors like services and agriculture saw growth, with the services sector expanding for the third consecutive month and growth production in agriculture rebounding. However, employment levels continued to decline, marking the 8th straight month of contraction. Despite the overall growth, sectoral performance was mixed. The services sector showed positive trends, while the transportation and warehousing subsectors contracted. The industrial sector continued to struggle with a PMI of 49.2, reflecting ongoing challenges despite a slower contraction rate. The report highlights cautious optimism in Nigeria's economic recovery, though renewed inflationary pressures and declining employment remain significant concern. And on social welfare, the federal government of Nigeria has approved a 50% increase in feeding allowances for inmates in response to the rise in inflation and concerns over the inmates' welfare. This decision follows a viral video showing inmates in Calabar, Cross River states complaining about poor feeding conditions. Spokesperson for the Nigerian Correctional Service, NCOS, Umar Abubakar, stated that this is the first step in mitigating the impact of inflation on food prices and that the NCOS remains committed to reforming and rehabilitating inmates. In addition to the feeding allowance hike, the NCOS is enhancing educational and skill development opportunities. Currently, over 1,000 of them are enrolled in various degree programs, including 6 working towards PhDs. Abubakar emphasized the government's effort to help inmates reintegrate into society, focusing on public safety and rehabilitation. The NCOS has also launched an investigation into the viral video, though the findings are yet to be disclosed. Coming to government aid, the federal government of Nigeria has disbursed 42,000 metric tons of food items to 611,201 flood victims across 29 states, following directives from President Bola Tinubu. The National Emergency Management Agency, NEMA, coordinated the relief effort as part of its ongoing intervention. The flood has severely impacted the nation, causing the death of 201 people, injuring over 2,119, and displacing 225,169 individuals. Also, 83,457 houses have been damaged, and 115,265 hectares of farmland have been affected, worsening the humanitarian crisis. The relief items are part of a broader effort to assist vulnerable Nigerians, with NEMA focusing on addressing the immediate needs of the affected populations. The agency also issued flood alerts to Benue, Kogi, Anambra, and other states, warning of potential further damages. The U.S. government has also contributed $6.5 million towards flood-related humanitarian assistance, highlighting the collaborative effort between Nigeria and international partners to support those affected. Moving ahead, now we take a break and we take a look rather to a police reform. Nigeria's House of Representatives proposed significant reforms for September 6, 2024 to the appointment and removal process of the Inspector General of Police, IGP, and State Police Commissioners. The proposed bill seeks to amend Section 215 of the 1999 Constitution, allowing the President to appoint the IGP with Senate confirmation, which the State Police Commissioner would be appointed by the Governor with State Assembly approval. More so, Clause 14 of the bill introduces new grounds for removal of both the IGP and State Police Commissioners, including misconduct, breach of conduct codes, and mental incapacity. The bill mandates a two-third majority approval for third removal aimed at curbing potential abuse of power. These proposed changes are intended to introduce greater checks and balances, addressing past concerns over political interference and ensuring more accountability within the police force. The House urges swift Senate action to advance these reforms. Away from that, the Nigerian Aviation Handling Company PLC NACO has awarded a staff of the company Awal Dankode, who found and returned the sum of $10,000 while clearing an aircraft in Kano. Dankoda, who was assigned alongside other colleagues to clean the MS-878 operated by Egypt Air, found the money left behind by a passenger on seat number 25H. He promptly turned the money over to the airline's station manager. The group managing director of the company, Indrali Gupta, while commending Awal for being a true NACO ambassador who had put to use the training he received in the company, announced cash reward, instant promotion, and appointment as NACO brand ambassador. Speaking at the occasion, Chief Financial Officer of NACO, Brand Ambassador Adeoye Emiloju, commended Dakode on this show of high integrity. And moving on, NBCC inducted new members, build business relations. It is time to shift our focus to stories from other parts of Africa, coming your way just after this break.
The heart of sub-Saharan Africa, where commerce meets progress. Welcome to SOUQ News, your source for business, economy, and development insight that drive nations forward. From the vibrant streets of Lagos, Africa's fastest economic hub, SOUQ News takes you on a journey of discovery, analyzing and reporting the facts that lay the foundation for growth and development. We don't just report the news, we create it. SOUQ News is more than a channel. It is a catalyst for change, spotlighting the stories that shape economies, inspire entrepreneurs, and fuel progress. covering business, finance, technology, energy, and many more. SOUQ News provides a daily deep dive into the stories that matter, interviews with industry titans, and analysis that empowers your understanding of economic landscape. Join us daily as we dissect, discuss, and deliver the most relevant and factual news on business and the economy. SOUQ News is your trusted guide, empowering you with the knowledge to make informed decisions. We've got just what you need right here at Femi Wash Media. Call it the Midas Touch, and you wouldn't be wrong. Let us record, produce, mix, and master your audio like nobody does. Reach us on our contact today for the best quality job.
Bringing you update on health intervention, the Democratic Republic of Congo (DRC) has received its first batch of mpox vaccines aimed at controlling a growing outbreak of the virus, which has been declared a global public health emergency by the UN. The vaccine, totaling 99,000 doses, were manufactured by Bavarian Nordic and donated by the European Union. The shipment arrived in Kinshasa on Thursday, with an additional 101,000 doses expected in the coming days, bringing the total to 200,000 doses. The DRC is the epicenter of the outbreak, which has spread to neighboring countries, but efforts to curb the disease have been hindered by lack of vaccine availability across Africa. The vaccine deliveries marks a crucial step in containing the virus as health officials work to prevent further transmission. Mpox, which can be fatal in some cases, has created significant health concerns across the continent, necessitating a swift response to prevent its spread. Ghana has unveiled an Eurobond restructuring plan aimed at easing its severe debt burden and economic instability. The initiative, which includes an exchange offer and consent solicitation, offers bondholders two options: the par menu with low interest rates and longer maturities until 2037, or the disco menu with higher rates and shorter maturities. This move is part of Ghana's strategy to manage its debt under a $3 billion IMF extended credit facility, addressing inflation and fiscal deficit exacerbated by global disruptions. The restructuring impacts a range of Eurobond, including high-value issues due to 2029 and 2032. The plan is supported by the Regional Bondholders Committee, representing over 25% of Eurobond holders, which endorses the proposal and encourages participation. Ghana faces a September 30 deadline for bondholders' acceptance, which is crucial for its economic recovery and continued IMF support. On LNG, Egypt is set to import 20 liquefied natural gas (LNG) cargoes from October to December, marking its first winter imports in the year. The state-owned Egyptian General Petroleum Corporation has issued a tender for 17 cargoes to its floating terminal at Ain Soukana and 3 for delivery to Agaba, Jordan. This increase in LNG imports reflects Egypt's declining gas production and an unusually hot summer that has strained its energy resources. The country, previously a major LNG exporter, is facing severe shortages due to a significant drop in output from its Zohr field and broader production declines. As a result, Egypt may become a net importer of gas, which could affect global LNG prices, particularly in Europe and Asia. The decline in production is partly attributed to mountain areas to foreign oil companies, which has slowed exploration and development. Egypt's petroleum minister has indicated offers to address these financial issues to stabilize production. And now South Africa has implemented a new 15% value-added tax, VAT, on low-value imported goods, effective September 1, 2024. This tax is in addition to the existing 20% custom duty, marking a significant shift in the country's import taxation policy. The move follows a recent retail experiment by Chinese fast fashion retailer Shein, which drew large crowd in Johannesburg with its low-cost offerings. The temporary store highlighted the disparity between consumer demand for affordable goods and the challenges faced by local retailers. The new VAT aims to address this imbalance by leveling the playing field by domestic businesses, which have argued that the tax-free status of low-cost imports gives international competitors an unfair advantage. This policy change mirrors recent action in Brazil, where a 20% import tax was introduced for similar reasons. The adjustment reflects a broader global trend of governments re-evaluating tax strategies to protect local industries while managing consumer affordability. Speaking on energy, clean energy, Malawi's President Lazarus Chakwera, during a recent visit to Beijing, engaged with the Global Energy Interconnection Development and Cooperation Organization, JADECO, a major player in clean energy solutions for potential clean energy investment to address the country's significant energy deficit. He emphasized Malawi's potential for solar, wind, and geothermal energy and highlighted the need for JADECO support to develop these resources. JADECO's chairperson Jean Baumann expressed readiness to collaborate, aiming to convert Malawi's resource advantages into economic growth and enhance the country's electrification efforts. Currently, 90% of Malawi's energy comes from hydropower via the Share River, with additional contributions from solar energy providers like JCM Power, which supplies 80 megawatts to the grid. The partnership with JADECO is expected to boost Malawi's energy sector by diversifying its sources and improving access to renewable electricity, reflecting a broader trend of African nations seeking international support for clean energy advancement. Still in Africa, Uganda has secured over $600 million in aid from the World Bank and the French Development Agency, AFD, to boost infrastructure and waste management in its capital, Kampala. The World Bank will provide $566 million primarily in credit, while AFD will contribute $42.7 million. This funding comes amid growing concerns over waste management and road conditions in Kampala, exacerbated by a recent deadly garbage landslide that claimed at least 35 lives. The World Bank highlighted that rapid urban expansion has exposed critical infrastructure gaps in Kampala, despite previous restrictions on lending due to Uganda's controversial anti-gay law. The latest funds were approved before the ban was imposed. The grants aim to address the city's infrastructural deficiencies and improve waste management system, addressing urgent needs in a city struggling with chronic underfunding. The initiative represents a significant boost for Uganda's development efforts and urban planning challenges. Let's take a look at happenings around the Middle East. We'll be right back. The United Arab Emirates UAE has announced a 2-month visa amnesty starting September 1, 2024, allowing individuals to correct their residency status or return to their home countries without penalties. This initiative is aimed at resolving visa issues and easing the burden of those living in the UAE without legal documentation. The amnesty, facilitated by the UAE Federal Authority for Identity, Citizenships and Customs and Port Security, excludes individuals who entered the country illegally, have pending deportation cases, or have absconded from employers' post-amnesty start date. It is also open to UAE-born individuals lacking official documentation. In Sri Lanka, expatriates are specifically encouraged to utilize this opportunity. The Consulate General of Sri Lanka in Dubai has arranged special consular services to assist with visa regularization or exit procedures. Special operating hours have been set for consular support in Dubai and Abu Dhabi. Individuals seeking to exit the UAE must apply for an exit permit, valid for 14 days. Failure to leave within this period will result in reinstatement of previous fines and restrictions. In another story in mining, Abdullahi Al-Sharani, CEO of the Saudi Geological Survey (SGS), has disclosed that Saudi Arabia is experiencing a boom in its mining sector with over 2,000 applications for exploration licenses and around 139 for mining licenses under review, stating that the country has already issued over 2,300 mining licenses, reflecting a significant sector expansion. Al-Shamrani highlighted that Saudi Arabia's gold reserves exceed 100 million ounces, with substantial discoveries of zinc and copper. The SGS is collaborating with the Ministry of Tourism to develop geological sites, including more than 150 caves, into tourist attractions. Recent fossil discoveries, including ancient mammals and a 37-million-year-old whale, are also said to be featured in a planned geological museum. The Saudi mining sector's estimated value stands at approximately $2.5 trillion, driven by ongoing exploration and global demand. Now let's shift our attention to major happenings on the foreign scene. Please stay tuned, we'll be right back. Glad to know you never left. Now we move to technology. Maharashtra, a state in Western Peninsula region of India, has approved a $10 billion semiconductor fabrication project spearheaded by India's Adani Group and Israel's Tower Semiconductor. The project, based in Raigad district, involves an initial investment of 588 billion rupees and a subsequent 252 billion rupees, aiming to generate 15,000 jobs. While the Maharashtra state government has given its nod, the project still awaits final approval from India's Ministry of Electrification and IT. This initiative is part of a broader push by state to attract high-tech investment, including approvals for electric vehicle (EV) manufacturing units by Skoda, Auto, Volkswagen, and Toyota Saloska Motor in Pune and Chhatrapati Sambhaji Nagar, respectively. The semiconductor project is expected to boost India's tech manufacturing capabilities and attract further foreign investment. It follows previous approval for semiconductor ventures, including Tata's Dholera plants and Macron units in Gujarat, signaling a strong commitment to advancing Indian semiconductor industry. Kishida's visit aims to boost Japan-South Korean relations. Japan's Prime Minister Fumio Kishida arrived in South Korea for a pivotal visit aimed at solidifying the renewed partnership between Japan and South Korea. This trip, which marks Kishida's final official visit before his resignation, focuses on enhancing bilateral relations and security cooperation. Kishida and South Korean President Yoon Suk-yeol are set to discuss the significant improvements in their countries' relations, which had been strained by historical disputes and trade conflicts. The visit comes at a crucial time as both nations face imminent leadership transitions. Kishida is stepping down with Japan's ruling Liberal Democratic Party preparing for leadership elections on September 27. During the summit, Kishida and Yu will explore further collaboration on international issues, including emergency evacuation protocols and expedite border checks. The U.S. remains optimistic that the strengthened alliance will continue under new leadership in Tokyo and Washington, emphasizing the importance of the partnership for regional security and economic stability. On innovation, Geospace, in partnership with Geely automakers, China has launched its third batch of 10 low Earth orbit LEO satellites, advancing its ambitious goal to build a global broadband network akin to SpaceX Starlink. The latest launch, conducted from Taiwan Satellite Launch Center, brings G-Speed's concentration and constellation to 30 satellites, offering 24 hours communication services across 90% of the globe. This marks a significant milestone for China's commercial aerospace sector, positioning G-Space as a competitor to Starlink. The company plans a mega constellation of nearly 6,000 satellites to provide extensive global broadband coverage. The first phase aims to deploy 72 satellites by 2025, serving over 20 million users. Subsequently, phases will expand the constellation to include 264 satellites for mobile communications and 5,676 for high-speed broadband. G-Space's initiative follows other Chinese efforts to challenge Starlink, including Shanghai Sparcom Satellites Telecommunications 1,000 cells constellation, which plans to fleet of 15,000 satellites by 2030. And away from that, Japan's economy is expected to show continued growth for the April-June quarter, with revised figures likely to match initial estimates of a 3.2% annualized expansion. The steady performance reflects a quarter-on-quarter increase of 0.8%, unchanged from earlier data. The revision highlights a slight uptick in capital expenditure, which rose by 1% compared to the initial estimate of 0.9%. Personal consumption also saw a notable increase, up 1% from the previous quarter, marking the first rise in 4 quarters. These positive trends in wages and spending support the outlook for ongoing economic momentum. However, risks remain from potential slowdowns in major economies like the US and China. Analysts anticipate that personal consumption will continue to benefit from wage increases and tax cuts in the coming months. Upcoming data from the Bank of Japan is expected to show stable corporate goods prices, contributing to a cautiously optimistic economic forecast. And on deals, China is set to create a major new player in its brokerage sector as Guotai Junan Security merges with Haitong Securities in a landmark $230 billion deal. The merger, announced on Thursday, will make the combined entity China's largest brokerage, surpassing Citi's Security in total assets. Guotai Junan will acquire Haitong through a share swap, with the deal pending regulatory and stakeholders' approvals. The strategic consolidation aligns with Beijing's push to streamline the $1.7 trillion brokerage industry aimed amid economic pressures. The move reflects broader efforts to enhance the sector's competitiveness through mergers and acquisitions. Shares of both brokerages were suspended for Friday, but the announcement has already spurred optimism in the market, with Chinese brokerage stocks seeing significant gains. Analysts anticipate further considerations in the sector as part of ongoing reforms designed on strengthening state-backed financial institutions and address market challenges. Away from that, Toyota Motor Corporation has reduced its 2026 electric vehicle EV production target by 1/3, according to a Nikkei report. The Japanese automaker now plans to manufacture 1 million EVs by 2026, down from an earlier goal of 1.5 million. This adjustment comes amid a slowdown in EV sales and shifting market dynamics. The revised target reflects growing caution in the automotive industry as companies reassesses their EV strategies. Toyota, which has historically focused more on hybrid vehicles, sold approximately 104,000 EVs last year, representing just 1% of its global sales. The company has been under pressure to ramp up its EV output, but is now scaling back to align with current market conditions. Earlier this week, Volvo Cars also revised its EV strategy, abandoning its goal of becoming fully electric by 2030. Similar adjustments are seen across the industry as automakers face challenges in accelerating EV adoption and managing costs. On inflation, Argentina's inflation forecast for 2024 has been revised upward to nearly 123%, according to analysts surveyed by the central bank. This adjustment, revealed on September 5, marks a decrease of 4.75% points from the previous month's estimate. August saw a monthly inflation rate of 3.9%, with expectations for a 3.5% rise in September. The high inflation rate follows significant economic reforms under the new Libertarian President Javier Milei, including deep spending cuts and a devaluation of the peso. Despite these measures, inflation remains persistently high, adding urgency to Milei's economic strategies. The survey also forecasted a 3.8% contraction in Argentina's GDP for 2024, slightly less severe than Pro estimated. However, economic activities is expected to recover slightly in the later half of the year, with a projected 0.9% growth in the third quarter and an average growth of 3.5% in 2025. This economic outlook underscores the challenges facing Argentina as it navigates significant inflationary pressure and structural reforms. U.S. jobs claims deep easing. The latest Labor Department report reveals a drop in new jobless claims, signaling a robust labor market and easing fears of a potential recession. For the week ending August 31, initial claims fell by 5,000 to 227,000, the lowest since early July. This decline, alongside a drop in in continuing claims to 1,838 million supports the view that the job market remains resilient despite other mixed economic signals. Private sector hiring in August showed a smaller increase of 99,000 jobs, the lowest since January 2021, which has heightened concerns about a slowdown. However, the decrease in jobless claims and lower unemployment rolls provide a counterpoint to fears of a downturn, suggesting that the broader labor market remains relatively stable. The data reduces the likelihood of an immediate large rate cut by the Federal Reserve, with markets now anticipating a smaller quarter-point reduction. Analysts note that while hiring is slowing, there are no clear signs of a recession yet. Moving ahead, the European Union Election Observation Mission (EUEOM) has deployed 38 short-term observers across Jordan for the upcoming elections. This development follows the arrival of 11 core theme analysts and 28 long-term observers earlier this summer. The mission aims to enhance its presence and effectiveness on Election Day, ensuring comprehensive oversight of polling, counting, and result tabulation. The short-term observers will be stationed in all Jordanian governorates, including both urban and rural areas. Their duties will include monitoring polling stations from opening to closing, observing the vote counting process, and following tabulation at the local district level. They have received extensive briefings on electoral procedures and the political landscape. In total, the EUEOM will feature more than 110 observers, including members from the European Parliament, diplomatic representatives from EU member states, Canada, and Switzerland. Chief Observer Zaijana Zoko will lead the mission, which is committed to impartially and adherently to international observation standards. The EUEOM plans to release a parliamentary statement of findings on September 12, with a final report and recommendation expected within 2 months after the election process concludes. Oil prices stabilized on Friday as investors await critical U.S. employment data, weighing a significant withdrawal from U.S. crude inventories against a delayed production hike by OPEC Plus producers. Brent crude futures edged up 13 cents to $72.82 per barrel, while U.S. West Texas intermediate crude rose by 12 cents or 0.17% to $69.27. Despite these gains, both benchmarks are set to decline significantly for the week Brent by nearly 8% and WTI by almost 6%. The oil market remains cautious amid mixed signals from recent U.S. economic data. August saw steady activity in the U.S. services sector, but private job growth slowed, adding to uncertainties about the labor market's direction. This volatility has limited risk taken ahead of the crucial non-farm payrolls report, which could influence the Federal Reserve's interest rate decision at its upcoming meeting. Oil prices experienced a sharp sell-off earlier in August due to recession fears, but have since partially recovered due to geopolitical tensions in the Middle East. Thursday's decline in Brent to a one-year low reflects ongoing concerns over both U.S. and Chinese demand, despite a substantial drawdown in U.S. crude stock and OPEC Plus's decision to delay planned production increases. Wrapping up with sports, Nigeria prepares for African Cup qualifiers. We bring you details after this timeout. Please stay with us.
Sub-Saharan Africa, where commerce meets progress. Welcome to SOUQ News, your source for business, economy, and development insight to drive nations forward. From the vibrant streets of Lagos, Africa's fastest economic hub, SOUQ News takes you on a journey of discovery, analyzing and reporting the facts that lay the foundation for growth and development. We don't just report the news, we create it. SOUQ News is more than a channel. It is a catalyst for change, spotlighting the stories that shape economies, inspire entrepreneurs, and fuel progress. Covering business, finance, technology, energy, and many more, SOUQ News provides a daily deep dive into the stories that matter, interviews with industry titans, and analysis that empowers your understanding of economic landscape. Join us daily as we dissect, discuss, and deliver the most relevant and factual news on business and the economy. SOUQ News is your trusted guide, empowering you with the knowledge to make informed decisions.
Optimism is running high as Nigeria prepares to face Benin in the 2025 African Nations Cup qualifier at the Godswill Akpabio Stadium in Uyo. The Super Eagles arrived at their training camp earlier today, with fans showing excitement about the inclusion of star striker Victor Osimhen, who recently joined the squad. With the team's full strength and key players fit, expectations are high for a commending performance. 3 days later, the Super Eagles will travel Kigali to meet Rwanda in another crucial match. The Super Eagles will be led to both matches by interim coach Austin Iguavon. And now we bring you a report by Lovina Emma. Please stay with us.
These are the members of Nigeria Chamber of Commerce unwinding at their cocktail event. It was a gathering of businessmen, entrepreneurs, and industry leaders at the Nigerian Chamber of Commerce NBCC Members Evening and Induction Ceremony held on Thursday at the NBCC Plaza, Lekki in Lagos. The event is to foster economic growth and prosperity between Nigeria and the United Kingdom. The president and chairman of NBCC, Ray Ateli, told the inductees what is expected of them as members and how much they would benefit from the organization.
And each day we do this, we do it with relish because the family is growing in numbers and in quality. And we have in our midst today those who are starting the journey to becoming future presidents, deputy presidents, and vice presidents of this chamber. And so when you join today, just know that that's the beginning of a very fulfilling race. And you have to run it with decorum and consistency. Stay focused and make sure that you get value for your membership.
The NBCC event brought together dignitaries of the business community to celebrate existing partnership and welcome a diverse group of new members into its fold. The new members from various sectors of the Nigerian economy were formally inducted into the chamber, pledging their commitment to fostering trade and investment between Nigeria and the United Kingdom.
I commit to its core values, which include integrity, cooperation, commitment, and respect. So help me God.
And the whole of Africa is filled with big opportunities. The opportunities that people are running away from are the opportunities that will make you stay here. And I know I'm not talking to Generation X below or Generation Z. But some of you who already you are using Range Rover, you are GMs in the back, and you are still relocating. There's no reason. Because Africa has the best. Africa is filled with oil, gas, cocoa, gold, coffee. In any country, there's something great. And if I've told you I've visited physically 32 countries, when I talk of 32 countries, the South Africa was taken away from Sub-Saharan Africa. I wasn't in charge of South Africa. But the Southern African countries outside South Africa, I was in charge. So I knew. And the same demographic, similar demographic everywhere. You can literally take what you have in Nigeria and go to Ghana and replicate. And we became very successful.
The keynote address was delivered by Professor Lere Bale, who gave a presentation titled Africa, a Gold Mine of Opportunities. Bale shared his perspectives on the current economic landscape and the opportunities for growth and development in Nigeria. Attendees had the opportunity to connect with fellow members and explore potential partnerships and gain valuable insights into the latest industry trends. As the evening drew to a close, members had time to dance, wine, and make merry. Lavina Emma, reporting for SOUQ News Television.
Thank you, Lovina, for that report. And that's the size of our package on News Hour. Many thanks for watching. Don't forget, SOUQ Pulse comes your way in a bit. Please sit back and watch. I am Grace Komolafe. Thank you for watching. Good afternoon.
The heart of sub-Saharan Africa, where commerce meets progress. Welcome to SOUQ News, your source for business, economy, and development insight that drive nations forward. From the vibrant streets of Lagos, Africa's fastest economic hub, SOUQ News takes you on a journey of discovery, analyzing and reporting the facts that lay the foundation for growth and development. We don't just report the news, we create it. SOUQ News is more than a channel. It is a catalyst for change, spotlighting the stories that shape economies, inspire entrepreneurs, and fuel progress. Covering business, finance, technology, energy, and many more, SOUQ News provides a daily deep dive into the stories that matter, interviews with industry titans, and analysis that empowers your understanding of economic landscape. Join us daily as we dissect, discuss, and deliver the most relevant and factual news on business and the economy. SOUQ News is your trusted guide, empowering you with the knowledge to make informed decisions.
Aggrandizement and the selfish instinct to conquer and make the local governments mere parastatals of the state. It is unthinkable that a democratically elected governor will embark on wholesome, undemocratic tendencies which no doubt endanger democracy and the rule of law. It is also almost becoming a national phenomenon and embarrassment that governors have constituted themselves as special species most dangerous to democracy in the country. Disdainfully disregard, disrespect, and disrupt democratically elected councils and appoint their lackeys as caretaker committees to run the affairs of the councils. The nation owes a debt of gratitude to the current Attorney General and Minister of Justice, Lateef Fagbemi, SAN, for taking this matter up by filing this suit. The only new thing that the Apex Court did not do in other places was to make a formal declaration on how local government funds should be remitted. The Apex Court did not make the order then because it was not sought. As we all know in law, the court is not a Father Christmas. Contrary to the thinking in many quarters, the local government's autonomy is an all-encompassing issue It is not only financial, it is political and administrative. The local governments have for long suffered in the hands of governors who treat the council chairman like selves. The chairman must kowtow to them or be removed from office with ignominy. Local governments may not be known under a federal system like ours in the same way that the federal government and the states are recognized, but they have a constitutional role to play in governance. The states should allow them to play this role. This is what the Supreme Court had been saying in a number of judgments, but the message did not sink well until July 11th, 2024. The clincher or final blow was his bearing of the states from no longer taking custody of the funds of local governments. By that singular action of striking down Section 162B of the Constitution, the Apex Court pulled the rug from under the feet of the states. Up till now, they do not know what has hit them. They are stunned. All the humiliation, suppression, and oppression of local governments have now stopped. The local government council have now been set free. All eyes are on the chairman and their councillors to develop and enhance the dividends of democracy. A lot depends on them for the autonomy of the local government council to be meaningful. They have a chance of a lifetime to live their dreams and make a difference in the lives of people in their council areas. They should not be intimidated by the governors. We also appeal to the governors not to lay mines and obstacles or hurdles on the paths of local government councils within their area of jurisdiction as they play their role under the Constitution as an autonomous political institution. I am Bayo Olaoye.
Property, a unique blend of architectural design, stunning locations, and thoughtful details. It plays a vital role in our life, providing shelter and security, wealth creation, and a sense of belonging. Properties leave a legacy for future generations, create business opportunities, and convey social status. The real estate market is constantly evolving with trends and prices shifting in response to economic, social, and environmental factors. In-demand properties include sustainable homes, multi-generational homes, urban condos, and suburban single-family homes. The real estate market is a dynamic and ever-changing landscape influenced by economic, social, and environmental factors. Otumbagbemi Oyeneyi, an expert in the field, shed more light on the real estate industry.
The trend now, and that is where terraces are coming in now, so that you can have multiple, one bed apartment and all that, all structured together in, in a small space of land. So that is a trend. Developers are now building smaller apartments that are easy to sell or easy to rent or lease.
Affordable housing initiatives are on the way to provide options for low-income earners, while luxury properties in cities like Lagos and Abuja cater to the growing middle class. Commercial properties such as office space and retail centers are also in high demand due to economic growth. Globally, sustainable living and smart homes are gaining popularity, with eco-friendly properties and integrated technology becoming increasingly desirable. In Lagos, there have been commendable innovation through this industry.
The low-income earners definitely, we just have to wait. In a civilized environment, that is where government comes in to bring SOUQ to create opportunity, mortgage, and things like that. We don't have an effective mortgage system yet in the country. So good for them to understand, because sometimes when you want to buy a property and you hear the price, and then you wonder sometimes why. But if you also know that the cost of building material has gone up by almost 300% just in the last 12 months, then you will understand why. So it's easier for you to, appreciate the value and then the cost. Yeah, we are talking to governments to liberalize the mortgage system to make it affordable and accessible to the ordinary citizen. What the government has done so far is to through the Federal Mortgage Bank to ensure that civil servants and all that can access it, through their pension. But what about the market women? What about the, drivers? Recently, the government is actually trying to do something in that regard to make housing. In fact, there is a program now where the government want to set up or construct 1,000 housing units in every state. A committee is already set up and they are already going around all the states for the state governors to allocate, land where this is going to take place. So government is already doing something on that.
In other parts of the world, median home prices vary widely, ranging from $200,000 in the US to over $1 million in cities like Hong Kong and Singapore. Understanding this trend and cost is crucial for buyers, sellers, and investors to make informed decisions and capitalize on emerging opportunities in the ever-changing real estate market. Praise Matthias for SOUQ News.
The heart of sub-Saharan Africa, where commerce meets progress. Welcome to SOUQ News, your source for business, economy, and development insight that drive nations forward. From the vibrant streets of Lagos, Africa's fastest economic hub, SOUQ News takes you on a journey of discovery, analyzing and reporting the facts that lay the foundation for growth and development. We don't just report the news, we create it. SOUQ News is more than a channel. It is a catalyst for change, spotlighting the stories that shape economies, inspire entrepreneurs, and fuel progress. Covering business, finance, technology, energy, and many more, SOUQ News provides a daily deep dive into the stories that matter, interviews with industry titans, and analysis that empowers your understanding of economic landscape. Join us daily as we dissect, discuss, and deliver the most relevant and factual news on business and the economy. SOUQ News is your trusted guide, empowering you with the knowledge to make informed decisions. We've got just what you need right here at Femi Wash Media. Call it the Midas Touch and you wouldn't be wrong. Let us record, produce, mix and master your audio like nobody does. Reach us on our contact today for the best quality job. In the heart of sub-Saharan Africa, where commerce meets progress. Welcome to SOUQ News, your source for business, economy, and development insight that drive nations forward. From the vibrant streets of Lagos, Africa's fastest economic hub, SOUQ News takes you on a journey of discovery, analyzing and reporting the facts that lay the foundation for growth and development. We don't just report the news, we create it. SOUQ News is more than a channel. It is a catalyst for change, spotlighting the stories that shape economies, inspire entrepreneurs, and fuel progress. Covering business, finance, technology, energy, and many more, SOUQ News provides a daily deep dive into the stories that matter, interviews with industry titans, and analysis that empowers your understanding of economic landscape. Join us daily as we dissect, discuss, and deliver the most relevant and factual news on business and the economy. SOUQ News is your trusted guide, empowering you with the knowledge to make informed decisions. Get ready to feel the pulse of the world around you. Welcome to SOUQ Pulse, your insert track on the stories that matter most. From the heart of breaking news to the forefront of culture and innovation, SOUQ Pulse brings you the stories shaping our world every week. On SOUQ Pulse, we'll deep dive into the topics that drive our lives, from the latest in technology and science to politics, culture, and fear.
Investment, courage, and that commitment in spite of the challenges that entrepreneurship presents in Nigeria in particular.
Perception is propaganda, malinformation, misinformation can be created for you to perceive a certain thing that is false. Sometimes it's true, but many times it's false.
There's no state you go to in the world where you don't see construction that is consistently ongoing. No matter how developed Dubai is, they still construct roads on a daily basis.
We are no longer enjoying the light we normally enjoy. And the university vice chancellor said, it now costs me about 300 million, some 250 million to begin, 250 million to 300 million a month.
Governments should develop a particular product that will be of national value and, if possible, exportable to other countries from their own local government.
Whether it's the next big innovation, a political shakeup, or cultural phenomenon, SOUQ Pulse is there, bringing you the story with clarity and context.
You're not just only getting informed, you also become a solution. Then the business part of it. Then we talk productivity. Then you know you're on SOUQ Pulse. It's that time of the day where we'll tell you, go get your friends, your neighbors, those you're quarreling with, those you have issues with. This is time to talk. We'll tell you, here we don't keep quiet. It doesn't matter what policies are affecting you. It doesn't matter what the papers, the prints are telling you in your own side or the neck of the wood or your nation, or what business are pushing, profits, losses, what the stock market is talking about right now, what the Asian market is talking about right now. A whole lot of people are running down to their portfolios and trying to grab, sell off, or get some hedge. But in all this, we just say, let's talk. Your talking can make somebody better, give someone an idea.
Join us on SOUQ Pulse every day by 4 p.m. as we explore the heartbeat of the world's most compelling stories. Don't miss SOUQ Pulse on SOUQ News Television. Tune in and stay ahead of the curve. We've got just what you need right here at Femi Wash Media. Call it the Midas touch and you wouldn't be wrong. Let us record, produce, mix and master your audio like nobody does. Reach us on our contact today for the best quality job.
Hello and welcome to your program. This is SOUQ Pulse and this is SOUQ News. You know where we are, you know where we start, and you know what the pay line is. Hey, don't keep quiet. It doesn't matter where it is, what is happening, where you are, what business you're seeking, the one you've lost, the one you are likely to profit from, what your country is saying, what is not saying, what policies are saying. We can go on and on, but no matter what the underlying factors are, we say keep talking. My name is SOUQ, John Rogers SOUQ. Today we will dive into something that has held Nigerians by the neck. It's squeezing. If they are fighting back, we'll get to know. But we have a guest that will also be part and talk about this issue today. Remember, we tell you this tagline, hey, we need to get productive. Every one of us. It's a race. Others are running. Africa must also run. At least if we can't bring something to the market, let's contribute to the services happening in the market. At least. We'll go on a very short break. And SOUQ Pulse will be right back. Remember, call up your friends. Let's join this conversation. If it affects you, it affects every other person. We'll be right back. Don't go anywhere. Welcome back. Today on SOUQ Pulse, we are looking at this particular issue. It's there. It's in your face. It has gone beyond your face. It's straining your pocket. I think it has even gone deep down your pocket. You see it every day on the faces of people. Those talking, those not talking. Those willing to accept it, those not willing to accept it. Even businesses. How are we looking at? We're looking at the pump price magic. The Nigeria fuel pump price magic. That is what we are calling it today, and we are asking ourselves exactly, is it good for business? Who is benefiting? Everybody in one way or the other is feeling it. You will say, okay, the rich man is not feeling it much because he has more capital. Are you sure? What about his businesses? Now, to do justice to this particular topic today is no other but someone that has been on SOUQ Pulse once. This is his second time, and he's an industry player. We'll go to the industry. We'll go to things surrounding the industry. We'll also look at the players, then the person that is buying, then the businesses. Then we'll ask some questions that you also want to ask, or questions you are scared of asking. Let me give you those good pauses so you analyze and think about it. Your Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, join me as I welcome to SOUQ Pulse for today Engineer Igbini Odafe Emmanuel. He is an industry player for a very long time, and I like calling him this. He is very passionate to see Africa and Nigeria develop, so I call him a development expert. Engineer Odafe, you're welcome to SOUQ Pulse. And welcome. Now, we are asking ourselves, hey, our pump price will wake up one morning from 180, it jumps to 600 and something. That is for those within areas where there is a good form of regulation. For those outside Lagos, Abuja, it went to they've been buying over 700 for a very long time, 1,000. Now it has jumped from that same 600 and something to 850. That is some news from NNPC, someplace 1,000 plus. That is if you see. We're not talking about the queues and all that, which we all hate. Now, let's ask ourselves this particular question. There's this particular line that keep coming up each time this issue crops up, and people say international price, international price. Should that narrative be something that should hold water? Should we price our fuel, be it AGO, be it PMS, be it any one of them, based on international price? Let's start attacking this particular narrative, no matter where it's coming from. Should we be pricing our product based on international price?
No. Simple answer, no.
I can hear you, but can you hear me well now? Give me a nod or give me a wave if you can hear me. The second part I'm looking at now, good. If people say international price, it's what's happening globally. It's the global price of crude. So why should Nigeria be left out? Let's price our crude and the product that come off it from the price that other nations price theirs.
Sorry, I lost you.
Then
I
I
can't
ask
hear
this
you.
simple question. What about minimum wage? Can we also put minimum wage side by side with the price of the countries that these excuses are given? Price your fuel according to what's being sold in other African countries. Okay, good and fine. Price minimum wage according to what is also obtainable elsewhere. Those kind of narrative, should it continue, or should we be able to look at ourselves as Nigerians and speak some honesty to ourselves? Can you hear me now, Engineer Odafe? Welcome. Now, I was asking, for that particular narrative you said a no to, that we shouldn't price our product, our petroleum product, based on international price. Subsidy has played a very good and strong role in bringing down these prices. What exactly is this subsidy regime that everybody keeps hammering on, as if it is one particular antidote that is going to save every government or the cure to every failed government? Why is everybody hammering on subsidy?
My brother, the number of times that you ask me this question, on anybody ask me about subsidy, my simple answer remains: it never existed any day. It's just an unpatriotic, massive fraud perpetrated for a very long time by a very select Nigerian, privileged to be in certain positions of authority in this country. They didn't start today. So please, Subsidy has nothing to do with what we are facing. It never existed. It was a fraud ab initio, and that is why I insist that the best thing that has happened to Nigerians is to put an end to that scam. And that is where I appreciate President Bola Ahmed Tinubu for having that courage to make it clear and declare it that same day, May 29th, last year, the day he was taking an oath of office to be president of Nigeria. I've been clamoring for this for a very long time, even before this democracy under the military for over 25 years. But nobody bothered to listen to me. And those who listen say, this is difficult to, it's a no-go area. People are benefiting from it and so on. They're very powerful. In fact, I was even thinking that...
we look at those that are powerful. I really want you to open up on this. If you say we have never had, in the real sense of it, a subsidy regime, then we now get to ask, we have an NNPC who have turned NNPCL, and they have been paying subsidy. So that means we've been having subsequent year after year government agencies committing crime.
Subsidy to who? Subsidy to who did they pay? They should mention the name of such persons.
But the names, the companies are
there. My brother. Which company?
This particular product outside this country are there. So is it more, are you saying that this is a group of people that have been paying something to themselves? Is that what you're saying?
What do you want me to say? Have you not heard before? It's not in the papers. When you name this country, when even the National Assembly, under the then the most respected Speaker of the House of Representatives, and even the President of the Senate, or Kadibu, may their souls rest in peace, they conducted what? Investigative hearing, a thorough one, and the verdict was clear. If everybody knew that this thing was a monumental fraud, it never existed. Please, can you cast your mind back to the interview President Buhari, granted one of the leading electronic media houses? He also came out and admitted the fact that yes, this is a fraud, but the only thing is that he does not want to put an end to it under his leadership. Otherwise, Nigerians, according to him, will what? Storm Aso Villa and chase him out. And so for that reason, he decided to push that burden to whoever will take over from him. It's in the media now. Please go and Google it. Maybe you won't want me to mention the name.
We really need to pick your thoughts on this, because today we are not shying away from shaking those particular tables. Okay. If we need to get a bulldozer to move the tables, we will definitely move those tables. Now, from your words, you've said subsidy is a scam. Subsidy is, if it's a scam, then it's corruption. Then if it's a corruption, it's a crime. Now, let's look at it from this angle. This importation happened. Petroleum product was imported outside this nation and brought in here at a cost they told us. Then this particular product at that cost was sold at a price lesser than what they told us, which means somebody somewhere has to augment for the difference in that price, which they called subsidy, which is on the papers, be it government policy papers, be it government other official papers. At what point are we saying the difference that was paid is a crime or a scam? Or at what point are we saying the numbers does not tally? If his numbers not tallying, then we now start asking questions. Where are those numbers not tallying coming from? But if we say the entire process is a scam, I think we need to be enlightened more.
It's a scam. The entire process is a scam. Did I bend my mouth saying it?
Hold that and put a full asterisk on it. Quote from our guest. Now, we'll hold on to that. Now, let's keep going. Now, over time, we have seen the amount, I won't call it the amount, the humongous amount of money that has been spent on subsidy. Well over 72 billion that has been spent on subsidy up to 2021. That is well enough to take care of 25% of the entire infrastructure need of this nation. If that is a scam, why is the country not shouting? Why is no one being held accountable? Why are people not in jail as we speak?
No, it is not fair to say that no one is shouting. Nigerians have been shouting. I told you this thing didn't start under this democracy. Okay, it's been long, and we've been shouting, shouting and shouting and shouting, and even so recently, but was not last month, the National Assembly hurriedly put up a joint ad hoc committee, what they call investigative hearing committee, of the House of Rep and Senate, and invited the leadership of NUPRC, NNTPROA, the same NNPCL, and Dangote management and rest of them. And what came out of it? What came out? Who did they invite? They don't invite the same people that Nigerians believe are neck deep in this unfortunate, thing to our country. And you expect them. In fact, I even commended, when I watched, I saw that even the group CEO of the so-called NNPCL, Melekere, coming out to say that he will want a live transmission of the investigative hearings for the whole world to hear. I don't know if they actually granted that opportunity. So suddenly you begin to see things like that. So it's not true that Nigerians are not be shouting. It's not true. Even the President Tinubu, when he was not yet our president, of course, we all know that he led mass protests, to challenge, to also insist that this thing called fuel subsidy is scam. That was under Jonathan. Have we forgotten? So it's not correct that we have not been shouting. We have.
You still hold on to your side of the divide that subsidies is scam. Let's progress. We will definitely look at that. Now, let's look at the role being played by, devaluation of the naira, inflation, and our pump price. Right now, NNPC came to say and put up a statement. We'll also be going there. But now let's look at the price itself. As we speak, pumps, if you get to see the fuel, are selling over 850. In some areas, they're buying 1,001, 1,002. Does devaluation or inflation have anything to do with this?
Did you hear me?
Come again, please.
In Warri, last week, we bought 1,002 from the filling station.
Devaluation or inflation have anything to do with this pump price?
No. For the first case, you have no business. I mean, Nigeria has no business importing petroleum products. We have no business at all. So when we keep talking about, the exchange rate is affecting, why are we not ashamed of ourselves? An oil-producing country, not just an oil-producing country. One of the largest oil-producing nations of the world, producing the best quality of crude oil. What business do we have talking about importing fuel and then bothering ourselves about exchange rate of dollar to naira? What's the meaning of that? We have no business.
We have no business.
And that is what costs me.
I like your stance. It's not left for people to talk and choose a side, because it's always good when you're coming to a fight, you have a stand and you've chosen your side. Now let's talk about what has transpired in the last 3 days. NNPC, for those that are wondering where the L came from, NNPCL came up some days ago and declared that they have come up with a new pricing after consulting and lifting fuel from Dangote refinery. Dangote yesterday came up with another statement, that is the organization, and said, no, we did not go into that form of direct agreement and nothing has been lifted from our refinery. So the pricing is not from us. At this point, between NNPC and Dangote, who should we believe?
Believe that party at your own risk. I don't believe any of them. I've told you. That has been our position. They know what they are doing. They are playing their own games, but we are not fools. Nigerians are not fools. So all this back and forth that they are doing, they are just entertaining themselves.
If we say we are not going to believe any of them, but we are stuck with NNPC, which happens to be the sole determinant of what happens in this industry. At what point in time should we start calling them out?
Since yesterday, if there's anything like that. Look.
Since yesterday now. Okay, let's look
I
NNPC, who happens to be, recently, for now, they have the yam and the knife. And they are saying pump price for PMX 850. I believe that is if you get to pump stations operated by them. I'm just asking this question off my childish brain. If Dangote Refinery and any other local refinery, be it the modular ones, are supplied crude, not from with international rate, whatever way they want to measure it, whatever means they want to get it done, and they produce PMX and other products, do you think it can crash the prices we get at the pumps?
These guys have made up their mind to deal ruthlessly with Nigerians. I repeat, hear me well. They have long made up their minds to deal ruthlessly with innocent Nigerians. We have not done them any wrong. For crying out loud, if you want to set up your own private refinery, I am not against it. Find your market outside Nigeria. I beg you. Sell your crude, buy your crude and sell your product outside Nigeria. But for us in Nigeria, we have four
Nigerians. What happens to me? What happens to you? Oh, I don't know, maybe you have a private refinery. What happens to the ordinary Nigerian? Are we not supposed to be covered in our own country?
Look, we don't need any private refinery for crying out loud. For us to have state.
Do we have a functioning refinery?
Yes, we have 4. Or call it 3. But I call this 2 in 1. We have Warri. We have Kaduna. Look, my brother, I'm not joking. I am not just coming on television to talk. I am a key player. I work in the heart of the petroleum sector. I'm talking to you now from Warri. From my house upstairs, I can see Warri refinery. I come from oil producing states. Okay? I'm not coming to entertain anybody. What is going on, it is terrible. You talked about NNPC having a yam and a what? Knife. Who's yam? Who's yam?
They call the shot, don't they?
They cannot call the shot. And this is why in the latest interview I granted one of the daily newspaper, the heading they captioned it was PIA is a landmine, okay, planted to frustrate any patriotic president. It could be you. That PIA is disastrous. And this is where I call out the National Assembly. They should repeat that act immediately. You see, we are joking. After this program, please, go to PIA, that act, read section 64, and see the kind of thing, the kind of power they gave to the so-called NNPC they say they created from NNPC. And then certain person, the president, former president, decided to appoint people to say these are board members. How? You took the entire resources of our country and gave to just very few persons who are board members and management staff of the NNPCL. Who does that? Who does that?
Before we get to that question, because we are heading there right now, I want to ask you this particular one. How private is the Dangote refinery?
It's a private entity, although we heard that, during MFD's time, he was always going there. I was wondering what the state and government business is, with the private sector. And he kept shuttling, and then even the National Assembly, all of them were going to Dangote refinery. Oh, this is the game changers. Wait a minute, how do you mean? When we have 4 refineries, you are talking about game changer. The next they say they are funding, they are also participating, they bought shares. I raise an alarm. What business do you have in Dangote refinery? Leave the man to do his business, I beg you. Wherever he wants to source crude oil from, it is his own business. If he wants to buy from Nigeria and we have enough to give him, we say to him at the normal rate that we need to sell to any other person. If he wants to go to US, Venezuela, he is free to go. What's our business? Why should you tie my future to
if we follow that chain of thought, let's go back to what we talked about on NPCL, NMPC. Now they are, I will call them the Lone Ranger, and they are determining every single policy happening around. Please permit me to pick your brain. How healthy is this? Who are they accountable to?
NPCL. Good question. They are accountable to themselves. Yeah, my brother, if you read that and you understand it, you'll be weeping for this country.
Okay, if they are accountable to themselves,
they also come and declare whatever profit. Yes, beautiful. God bless you. That is where we should go back to. Go back to NNPC. Remove that L. That L created by
just a case of an
it.
L. Okay. Now,
yes,
we still see continuous capital spending on the 4 refineries with no production. Why? And why is no one being held accountable? Why is nobody being sacked? We hear news is going to function last year, November, October, then September, then December. We hear the same news this year, April, then last month, now this month. And every of this is a statement from the same NMPC that has the L. Why?
Ask me now. You see? You see what I said in this last interview? I said the renewable agenda of President Tinubu is dead on arrival as long as this PIA exists and remains, and then the powers given to it, given by it to NNPCL, is not repealed immediately. That renewable agenda is dead on arrival, quote me. And what is even more disturbing, apart from the economic and financial implication and all that we're all feeling now, in fact, everything is almost hopeless. What about the continued war against terror that Nigerians, men and women, officers and men, risking their life every day against these bloodletting terrorists? Do you know the implication? My brother, do you know what the role of oil, petroleum product and petroleum itself played in the World War I and II, even in the invasion of US invasion of Iraq, and even the ongoing war between Russia and Ukraine? Hey, we are joking. We are joking.
Why we look at that
about
and
the
say
national security of this country
and come back to some goodness, because all is not lost. Here we always look for solutions. If you say the Petroleum Industry Act is defective, from what angle should we start looking at it? Are you saying complete repeal, or are you saying let's take it back to the table and rework it, or are you saying that document, that policy should be thrown to the trash? Where are you coming from?
See, go back to where we were before, which means repeal the entire act. Repeal it. I say repeal it. Go back to NAPC, go back to DPR. Go back to where we were before.
Of NMPC without the L, at the point of DPR, at the point of every one of them, the refineries were still not working.
Sorry.
So what? Okay, NMPC, thank you very much. Your days are numbered. It has come to an end. Let somebody else come in, or let everybody come in and play what they can play. We had the telecommunication sector. If you remember,
just having somebody.
The first ones that had a yellow, when they came, their price was skyrocketing to high heavens, and they were charging per minute. Other players came in and brought and crashed it down, to the extent that those that bought SIM card for 25,000, 50,000 naira, at a point they were dashing people SIM cards. Should we do the same thing in this sector?
No. Don't mix the two, please. The petroleum sector is not telecom sector. No. That's a mistake. Most of my head would try to make that comparison. No, there's no comparison, please. It's not.
So that is holding an entire nation down. This sector, if it works, this nation will work faster.
Of course.
Where
this is the heart
are
of
we
the nation.
missing it? If we say, okay, the Petroleum Industry Act is defective, we have to repeal it. Or it's still the same NMPC that was there before the act came. So what do we do?
No, you see, my brother, I'm surprised that the likes of General Yakubu Gowon had not spoken. You know, he was the then military head of state when Nigeria joined OPEC in 1971, just after the Civil War. And they would have asked him, why did you take Nigeria to OPEC? What are the advantages of being member of OPEC? Go and see Saudi Arabia, UAE, just the member nations, and you see how prosperity is shining, booming. How many private companies are in Saudi Arabia owning refineries, owning rich oil wells? You are joking with this country. You see, the way we just do that rich oil blocks to individuals, one day they will sit down over a bottle or some bottle of beer and decide to remove a president. I am telling you, you don't know, I can't be a president and allow that. If they want to undermine this nation, it is over a bottle of beer, they say, guy, let us move that man. Because they have the money, oil money. You don't toy with it. So when they begin to give individuals, every day I hear any PRC awarding a license to individuals for oil feed, how do you do that? How? In a country that is still developing, in a country where the level of patriotism is so low, you give the future of our country to few persons and you think you are a president. Now they are running over the place now saying that Sowore and the rest of them are plotting what? Plotting coup. They should look in the petroleum sector. It is disastrous. Do you know the Americans were able to disorganize the then Soviet Union using what? Economic what? Coup. They didn't use military. I hope you know. To grant this country now is simply for the private sector who are now in charge of the petroleum sector. If you allow it, Dangote can wake up one day. If he's the one that everybody is open. What if you decide to wake up and say, please don't shut down my plant? I don't want to produce for the next 2 weeks. Will you force him? It's not his property. Will you force him?
So that is another serious food for thought. A very serious one. But why we'll take a nip on that, let's go on this very short break. SOUQ Pulse will be right back. Don't go anywhere. Remember, this is where we talk. We'll be right back.
In the heart of sub-Saharan Africa, where commerce meets progress, welcome to SOUQ News, your source for business, economy, and development insight that drive nations forward. From the vibrant streets of Lagos, Africa's fastest economic hub, SOUQ News takes you on a journey of discovery, analyzing and reporting the facts that lay the foundation for growth and development. We don't just report the news, we create it. SOUQ News is more than a channel. It is a catalyst for change, spotlighting the stories that shape economies, inspire entrepreneurs, and fuel progress. Covering business, finance, technology, energy, and many more, SOUQ News provides a daily deep dive into the stories that matter, interviews with industry titans, and analysis that empowers your understanding of economic landscape. Join us daily as we dissect, discuss, and deliver the most relevant and factual news on business and the economy. SOUQ News is your trusted guide, empowering you with the knowledge to make informed decisions.
Welcome back. This is SOUQ Pulse and we are live on SOUQ News. We are looking at the magic of the Nigerian fuel pump price, because that is what it is. You wake up one morning and the prices are different. If you see the product, then we are asking ourselves, how can we stop this magic? Or how can we take this magic and turn it to an advantage? We have engineer Igbine Odafe, and he's been here giving us his side. I'll put it directly. His side, which we need to also explore and ask ourselves some direct questions. He's giving several assignments, which I will definitely look it up. But we are seeking solutions. We don't dwell on the problem. We seek solutions. And moving forward, Engineer Odafe, welcome back to SOUQ Pulse. Let's look at this side of it. Now we have talked about the refineries, we've talked about owners of the refineries, we've talked about NNPC, we've talked a little bit about Dangote. Now let's talk about every other person. People that in this equation, they have the numbers, but people don't talk about them. The everyday people whose businesses depend on the cost of the product coming out of these pumps. Are we in any chance, in the slightest of it, considered in any of these policies?
Not at all. They don't care about you. They don't care about me. They don't care about the 200 million Nigerians. They care just about themselves. You know that aware that in this country, a few years ago, a certain group managing director of the same NNPC was reported to have made millions of dollars. Was found somewhere in his farm, somewhere in the north. How many are you going to say? Talk about? They don't care about you. They don't. You know, and yet we own the resources.
Okay. Now let's look at the businesses. No matter how successful NNPC is, NNPC cannot do better than all the businesses in this country put together. NNPC cannot employ 10% of Nigerians. NNPC cannot support the neighboring countries. It has to take the collective work businesses, no matter how small, of every other person. How have Nigerian businesses fared with these ballooning pump prices?
You know, you can go around and say, businesses have all collapsed. Majority, this is not exaggerating it, businesses have collapsed. In Warri here, the only place we have is what you call the Delta Mall, where you have the ShopRite and some few others. About 2 weeks ago, when I came from Abuja and I said, okay, let me just go and pick. I was expecting to see the usual crowd. Anyway, it was empty, and I was almost, I'm telling you the truth, I'm not exaggerating. I didn't see up to 10 persons. In the whole of that mall, when you go in there, you will see a minimum of 200 people are crowded, even with the ACs, everywhere is hot. I was not tempted to ask one of the staff, I said, oh, I hope all is well. He said, your guy is well. I said, why you ask? I said, what's happening now? There are no associates. People can't go there anymore. Families who normally will go there, buy some few things, maybe take the children out just for fun, because that's the only place we have in the Royal City of Warri today, fortunately. They can no longer afford. Now you go to the market, where you normally will buy like a cereal biscuit for your children. You say, hold on first, so we arrange it for something else. So all those things have now become luxury. In Warri, we say, as with mouth. So that is how you, in fact, is it generator repairer? Is it a salon young men? People don't go there to cut their hair anymore. In fact, when you go to the hotel, okay, come with your own clipper. The clipper that is battery powered. Say because they cannot put on their gel, they cannot afford to buy, a fuel. So what these people don't know is that they are themselves, by their greed, they are collapsing the economy of this country, and then making the mass of Nigerians, hopeless. And so when they have their own businesses, why would all those international companies who are into one of these businesses, why would they not splash up? Who is buying again? I've first told the story of data where you have the popular ShopRite here in Warri. I won't be surprised they wake up one day and say, no business again. Where will the business come from? I don't go there anymore. Where's the money? So the same thing with everybody. So it's the situation all over the country. You go to hotels now, who goes to hotel? To do what? So only those few who even steal and do all those manner of things against the majority of Nigerians. They don't even buy all those things we buy. You know, some of them, when you go, if you are very close to them, you see them when they are taking their lunch, you don't even eat good food. They'll just be there gisting and talking of how they're going to make money over some imported bottle of wine, and then they go. You know, so
Are we capable of managing this oil sector?
And that is the situation we find ourselves.
These are some direct questions we need to start asking ourselves.
Sorry?
Are we capable of managing this oil sector?
Are we? The line is breaking.
We capable of managing the oil sector?
Why? Please. That's why I say go back to the days of NNPC. In fact, we started with Nigerian National Oil Company, then before I changed to NNPC. Go back to those good days. The NNPC is so well structured. I am telling you the truth. In line with the OPEC clear agenda for member nations to maximize their own share of the God-given resources. NNPC is well structured everywhere. Each other somewhere along the line, corruption crept in, and those who have the authority to deal with those few persons who were perpetrating this unpatriotic corruption against the nation did not do anything. Instead, they decided, okay, well, GDM, make sure that you get something, same amount to me. That's how we got to this stage. It is corruption that was the issue with NNPC. I told NNPC, the IOCs are even worse. Corruption in the IOCs are worse. I am telling you, and that's where I come from. So
if we say corruption is the problem, then why are we complaining? Because we are the ones that are corrupt. Then corruption, if it's okay, once we operate and remove this corruption, then we don't have an issue. How can we deal with the corruption?
It's simple, very simple. I have been a crusader against corruption for many years. In fact, we fought for the creation of or the establishment of anti-corruption agency. We started with ICPC, and because ICPC chairman was his own style, was different. He had to follow the rule of law. That was a more aggressive one, established EFCC, But I have come to realize that we need to change our modus operandi in this war of corruption. So I have changed to say, rather fighting the war, let's manage corruption. And then also I came up with what people find so surprised to hear me say. And I said, it is patriotic corruption. Patriotic corruption. Because corruption is everywhere. In fact, my brother, when you hear that your crude oil is just stolen, do they sell this crude oil in Pesu Market or Main Market in Warri here, or Japa Junction, or in Lagos, Eco Market? No. This crude oil stolen from here, I ship to United States, UK, European countries. And why would those country governments who accuse us every now and then that we are very, very corrupt, why do they allow this stolen crude into their country? They need it because they want to stabilize their own economy and make sure that their people get this same petroleum product at a very cheap price so that there's no crisis. I hope you know that the price of fuel in the US is a major determinant factor in any major US presidential election. Are you aware? So they encourage this crude oil to be stolen from your country.
While you were talking about the corruption and looking at other people, it's all about interest when it comes to nations. We don't get that memo we don't get that gist in Africa yet. Now, let's look at it. You gave an example of OPEC nations that were doing well. You called Saudi Arabia. But you know very well that if you commit this kind of crime when it comes to stealing property, government property, embezzlement, you're likely going to lose a leg or an arm or your head. Literally.
Yes. Yeah, that is patriotic corruption.
Good and fine, sorry. Even your RIP, nobody will know about it. Why are we not emulating in that effect when it comes to Nigeria? Why do we smile and say, okay, he's our brother, he's our sister? Community will come and celebrate you. Then we are still here shouting corruption.
It's because we don't understand global politics. World Bank, that is number one capital of corruption. This is not what I said. James Wilkerson, one-time world president, said when he came, he wanted to deal with corruption in World Bank, and he was immediately advised not to go near the letter C, corruption. You see, since the emergence of the New World Order, there's no more morality in that United Nations or whatever you call, what funding called. It is every nation to itself. So if you are not smart, sorry. It's as simple. Let me shock you. When Obasanjo became president, I remember in year 2001, he visited United States. Then Clinton was president. And then, he went to say, all the stolen words by Abacha and co. They are in America. Please repatriate them to our country so I'll make use of them. You know what Bill Clinton told him? He said, as the president of America, I have no power to direct the banks in America to repatriate those stolen funds. And that's how till today, you won't find it. You can't go to Saudi Arabia as a citizen and then you go and steal against the interest of that country. What about China? Will you try it in China? But yet you see the Chinese coming to Africa, coming to Nigeria and steal from us. Yet the same Chinese president or government will not deal with their citizens for coming to Nigeria or Africa to steal. When I talk about patriotic corruption, some years ago I had the opportunity of going to Dubai. So I was curious and I asked some few persons, come, is there corruption in this country? They say, yes, why? That their top leaders are making so much money, but what they do is that they make sure that they provide the basic need for all their citizens. So the citizens don't care how much they make. So long as you have money, free education, free health, even a wedding, they are supported, everything. So they don't care. What am I trying to say? I'm not promoting corruption. But I think we are missing the point because the more we fight these people, where do they hide their money? All these stolen wealth. They are not in Nigeria, I hope you know. When they steal, they bank them in the US, the UK, Europe, and Switzerland, and all other places. I don't think we keep fighting and nothing comes back.
Okay, now on the part of hope, on the stolen wealth, I honestly don't know. Now, I guess maybe you were talking out of experience. You might know, but I 100% I don't know. Now, let's get back to this pump price. How can we bring this pump price down? What solutions, you as an industry player, what will you advise that we don't have a choice? We'll still have to bring government into this. We have to bring players into this. What can they do to bring this down? Because it is telling on businesses and households. What is possible?
I don't know whether you're familiar with timber business. I know it. Those days in Benin, you have few persons who have what we call sawmill, where they produce all these plants and whatever from timber. Now there are people who don't have sawmill, but what they do is that they come with these timbers and they enter into negotiation with the owners of the sawmill to say, okay, for every cubic meter that you are able to give for me, this is your own percentage. So now that we are saying, okay, our refineries are not yet ready. Oh, that will take a come. What can you do? We'll supply you crude oil, and then we'll pay you how much are you going to cost, charge us for 1 barrel of crude oil you refine, so that the entire derivative from that 1 barrel will go back to Nigeria until our refineries are up and operating again. It's as simple as that. It's a service. We do it. If that's our problem, tell them to let us negotiate for every 1 barrel of crude oil that you are going to help us to refine. How much are you going to charge us for your service? Then when we agree, then everything that is produced from that 1 barrel will be taken away by the same Nigerian government for our people. But all this talk about in Naira, you sell crude oil to Dangote in Naira, you do this, what is the meaning of that? How? Listen, I want to be hard. You see, I changed my eyeglass. Scam. How do you say
this? This is like the second time I'm hearing this kind of narrative, but you are making it more very understanding. So if the government can say, okay, good, we have this amount of crude, Dangote refine, we pay, be it in cash or in crude, and the product now goes back to the people. Did I get you right?
Not in crude. We pay cash. Yes, we pay cash. We do it now.
Back to the people. But now I ask again, since we have a lot and very learned industry people, in quote, why are they not thinking towards that direction?
My brother, you don't know, you don't understand. Did you know a Dangote shouting, a whole powerful man like that, shouting because the turbine, the petroleum industry, hey, I never knew they are this powerful. You see, many people know more than myself, but they will never speak out. Either they are benefiting or they don't want to be heard. We know there are great people who serve that NNPC patriotically. They were incorruptible. I mean, the NNPC before this so-called L added to it with the PIA, through the PIA. They are great people, or is it the DPR? Look, I can sit down here, if the president wants, I can nominate people, both from North, East, West, and South, people with track record who serve this nation in NNPC, that NNPC they are talking about that they say is corrupt. President Obasanjo told us that, oh, even share rejected taking over NNPC because share said that NNPC has so much corruption. What are these? Which share are we talking about? Which share said that? A share that is more corrupt, or is it a total that is more corrupt, or AG that is more corrupt than NNPC? You know, the man came and said all those things, and people were just clapping. Nobody is interrogating Obasanjo for that. So that's how we run down ourselves. If some persons are, you know, unfortunately, unpatriotically corrupt, why instead it does not mean that the entire institution of NNPC or whatever it is corrupt. I repeat again, there is massive corruption in the IOC, it's more than even the NNPC. But have you ever heard that they shut down Shell or Total or AG for all those things? No. Instead, whoever is found guilty, the home country will recall you and replace you, and they punish you if they choose to punish you. So not the way we're going.
Let's go back to NNPC. Now, with the prices that have ballooned, because I won't say they've skyrocketed, they've ballooned because we don't know what it's going to be tomorrow. Why do we still have queues?
Well, it's same thing. It's scarcity. We're in and around when in 1994-95 during Abacha, it was even worse now. That one, the fact, the then military head of state had to order a joint task force of armed men, officers and men of the armed forces. It was like war situation because everything was grounded. This one we are still seeing fuel. That one there was no fuel. So these guys, what they have done is that they sat down somewhere, they decided to create artificial scarcity in order to get Nigeria to say, I beg, instead of us queuing for days, so long as it's available, we'll pay whatever they say we should pay. And they think we are fools. We are not fools now. Don't be so now. We are not fools. They create a desperate situation, first of all, you know, to condition our mind to accept that, okay, even if they give us for 1,500, it's better than going to stay all day, no fuel, and everything is grounded. And that's how we got to this extent that we are now. Okay?
Point.
But
can I ask who exactly are these guys?
They should be very careful. It happened in America. They should go and read the history of John Rockefeller. I said this thing some years ago on an interview I granted. That was long before this issue of Dangote refinery. I really clear said, you see what they should go and study what happened to John Rockefeller. He did worse. But when it got to a point, the American people stood up and said, enough is enough. And that was how the US now, you know, established the antitrust law. And what is the antitrust law in America? Well, fine. If you want to become too powerful and exploit the system will now have to check.
I want to get this. I want to get this from you, if you will oblige. Who exactly are these guys?
You're asking me. Who exactly are who? The people behind it.
Guys that have conspired to make sure that this sector is not working. There is queue right now, and you said, okay, some people have conspired to make sure that there's scarcity. Then they will take the price up, and we can't complain, and we'll go and buy. Who are this group of people?
Wait first. This thing didn't start today, I told you. Even during the military regime, we had the same story. So if you are looking at a particular set of people, they have been like that. But if you are asking me this current one that we are facing now, which is a continuation of what has been happening, The answer is there for you to see. Who are they? The same people that they invite every now and then to presidential villa, or the same management of the so-called NNPCL, NEPROC, NMDPROA, the Dangote, the so-called modular refinery owners. You know, these are them. Then the also and the downstream, the marketers, whether major importers. Those are the people who are just toying with our future. What are you asking again? What are you asking again? They are the ones.
At this point in time, okay, people keep shouting deregulation, deregulation, deregulate upstream, deregulate downstream. This is all rhetorics, English that doesn't mean anything to the market woman. People were shouting resource control up, resource control that. This is nothing but English that the person selling pepper does not understand, and it benefits the person nothing. What can the citizens do to stop this kind of thing continuing?
Wow, you know, we are now in a democracy. And then the National Assembly has the ultimate, that National Assembly that you see, that is where the power lies, not even the president. When people talk about the president is powerful, no, you don't understand the Constitution. The president of Nigeria is not powerful. By section 143 of the Nigerian Constitution, as altered or amended, lawyers would say, the National Assembly has the power to remove the president because of things like this. In case you don't know. You know, this thing happened under then late Okadigo and Galinava. Those are the two leadership of National Assembly that actually shook the president of Nigeria. As Obasanjo did, he saw her. He narrowly escaped. He was to be impeached. He was to be thrown out. I think the House of Rep then had not impeached him. It was the Senate because it had to have concurrence. It was the Senate that later saved him. But since then, we never had a National Assembly that is so courageous. You would have asked me, why do I keep insisting that the president of Nigeria should be the substantive minister of petroleum resources? You know, it's been so controversial. The very respected Nigerian human rights activists and lawyers like Dr. Olisa Bakuba, SAN, Femi Falana, SAN, my friend Showole, Omoyele, and the rest, they've been like, what's wrong with you, comrade? Why are you doing this? Why would this? I said, look, that is the best thing to happen to this country, because the level of rot in the petroleum sector, nobody as a minister of petroleum resources can face them. Only the person who is the president and commander-in-chief of the armed forces. So with that, such a person, if the person is sincere and patriotic, will be able to destroy them. And if such a president refuses with this enormous power,
if the person is sincere,
then the National Assembly should invite the substantive minister of petroleum resources. My brother, let me quickly ask you one question. Let me ask you a question first.
I hope you're still with me. Yeah, Engineer Odafe, I want to say thank you very much for joining SOUQ Pulse. On conversations like this, on issues that are biting, we just don't know when time flies. And we try to hold ourselves in, not to pull up jackets and converse the way it's hitting and the way it's really affecting every single one of us. I want to say thank you very much for coming on SOUQ Pulse today. And I hope I'll call you next time at short notice and you will be there.
The network is so bad.
To everyone out there, remember that you just have Nigeria. If you are born African, then you're blessed. But in this blessing is your responsibility to make sure that the leadership acts right, because you put them there. It's also your responsibility to ask questions and not stop talking. Let's don't forget citizen diplomacy. Let's not forget that if we refuse to get productive, things will not get better. It doesn't get better by praying. When you finish praying, what are you supposed to do? You work. You stand up and you work. If we don't have faith, then of what?
Please, just one more thing before I go.
You all have representatives.
Please, can I just say one more?
Call them up. It's time to make sure that as you're going through this stress, they feel it. So we call them up. We might not be able to depend on individual businesses, mind you. It doesn't matter how we paint it. It doesn't matter whose business. Dangote is an individual business. So if we have a dozen of Dangote, beautiful. But nobody, be it government, be it agency, be it private, should hold the entire country ransom. We have gone through enough. Let every one of us stand and be counted. So, hey, talk to those representing you and ask questions. Talk to your fellow workers and ask questions. And also look at yourself in the mirror and ask questions. Are you failing us? Thank you very much for being part of SOUQ Pulse today. Remember, be your brother's keeper and have yourself a very beautiful weekend. My name is John Rogers Strokes. Bye.